Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Reality is always crueler than idealism suggests. The world exists in shades of gray rather than simple black and white, and the legal system, while designed to uphold justice, can be manipulated by those with sufficient resources and cunning. In American courtrooms, a skilled lawyer's eloquence can often generate sympathy for obvious criminals, transforming perpetrators into victims through carefully crafted narratives. This fundamental flaw in the justice system was precisely why Matt Murdock had chosen to pursue both legal and vigilante careers. He wanted to defeat his enemies not only physically, but also ensure their legal conviction through proper channels. However, I must remind you, Mr. Murdock, the defense attorney said with practiced condescension, there exists no credible evidence linking my client, Mr. Strom, to the so-called Green Goblin persona. He turned to address the judge directly, his voice carrying the authoritative tone of someone accustomed to swaying opinions. The individual who delivered Mr. Strom to police custody was a masked vigilante known as Spider-Man, a figure who operates outside legal authority and could reasonably be classified as a criminal himself. To support this argument, the defense attorney produced a substantial collection of Daily Bugle articles, each one portraying Spider-Man in the most negative light possible. J. Jonah Jameson's relentless editorial campaign against the webslinger provided a wealth of material for anyone seeking to discredit the hero's credibility. What made this particularly painful for Peter was the realization that many of those damaging photographs had been taken by him personally, sold to Jameson for desperately needed income. His own work was now being used to undermine Spider-Man's reputation and potentially free a dangerous criminal. The courtroom debate continued with increasing intensity, both sides presenting evidence and arguments with legal precision. Matt and Norman found themselves in an unexpectedly difficult position as the jury seemed to display subtle but concerning bias toward Strom's defense narrative. Both men quickly realized that the Green Goblin had acquired powerful backing during his imprisonment, resources that could afford elite legal representation and influence public opinion through carefully orchestrated campaigns. Their assessment was entirely correct. Wilson Fisk had spent the past week negotiating with Mendel Strom, ultimately securing an agreement that would provide the modified lizard serum in exchange for freedom. The process had required considerable patience, as Strom initially attempted to maintain leverage by refusing to reveal the serum's location until after his release. Despite his transformation into the Green Goblin, Strom remained fundamentally different from someone like Norman Osborn. Where Norman possessed genuine cunning and strategic thinking, Strom was merely a powerful individual wearing a villain's costume, dangerous but ultimately predictable in his desperation and greed. The fear of permanent imprisonment had gradually worn down Strom's resistance. He could imagine spending decades in maximum security confinement while Norman claimed ownership of everything he had worked to build. Eventually, cooperation with Kingpin seemed like his only viable option. Fisk had immediately provided Strom with premier legal representation once their deal was finalized. While Kingpin was undoubtedly a criminal, his position required sophisticated approaches beyond simple violence. In fact, he valued rules and legal procedures more than most legitimate businessmen, primarily because he had become exceptionally skilled at manipulating those systems to his advantage. In cases like this, achieving victory through conventional legal channels was far preferable to dramatic rescue operations that would attract unwanted attention from law enforcement and federal agencies. For now, everything was proceeding exactly according to Kingpin's preferences. Once Strom regained his freedom, Fisk could deploy the entire collection of villains and assassins he had assembled specifically for eliminating Spider-Man and his allies. Peter watched the proceedings with mounting anxiety. If this trial collapsed due to Spider-Man's damaged reputation, he mentally swore never to sell another photograph to the Daily Bugle for the rest of his life. Fortunately, Matt had prepared for exactly this line of attack. "Your Honor," Matt said, rising with confident composure, "the Daily Bugle represents a private media organization with obvious editorial bias. Their publications constitute opinion rather than factual evidence, and cannot be considered sufficient proof that Spider-Man operates as a criminal, nor can they exonerate Mr. Strom of the charges against him. Matt's voice carried the authority of someone who had spent years perfecting courtroom strategy. We possess extensive video evidence definitively proving that Mr. Strom is indeed the Green Goblin who has terrorized this city. He paused for maximum dramatic effect. Furthermore, the New York City Police Commissioner has agreed to provide testimony establishing that Spider-Man is not a criminal, but rather a valuable ally in maintaining public safety. Matt smiled slightly, knowing that Captain Stacy's pretrial cooperation would prove decisive in swaying jury opinion. Captain Stacy. Peter nearly exclaimed aloud, barely restraining himself from creating a scene. He had never imagined that George Stacy would publicly defend Spider-Man. Throughout Peter's career as a vigilante, official police statements had consistently portrayed him as a reckless vigilante who undermined proper law enforcement procedures. Peter assumed that his recent crime-fighting successes had gradually changed Stacy's perspective on superhero intervention. The reality was more complex. George Stacy still harbored significant resentment towards Spider-Man, viewing the web-slinger's activities as interference with police operations and illegal assumption of law enforcement authority. However, Stacy's professional integrity demanded that he distinguish between vigilante overreach and actual criminal behavior. While he disapproved of Spider-Man's methods, he recognized that the hero's motivations were fundamentally decent. More importantly, Captain Stacy refused to allow genuinely dangerous individuals like the Green Goblin to escape justice through legal technicalities. Such outcomes represented complete mockery of both law and justice. A police captain's courtroom testimony carried infinitely more credibility than biased media reporting. Matt proceeded to present evidence systematically, each piece carefully chosen to build an overwhelming case against Strom. Gradually, the originally arrogant expression on Strom's face shifted to ugly realization as he recognized that many of the charges being presented described crimes he had never committed. Strom's fury reached a breaking point. While he could accept responsibility for stealing serums and equipment, crimes he had actually committed, being accused of attacking innocent staff and other fabricated offenses seemed excessive even by criminal standards. "Norman Osborn, you're framing me." Strom roared, his enhanced strength causing him to slam his fist through the defendant's table with explosive force. Wood fragments scattered across the courtroom floor as broken pieces of furniture demonstrated the very superhuman capabilities that proved his identity as the Green Goblin. Norman observed this outburst with obvious satisfaction. "The evidence is overwhelming, Strom. You claim you're not the Green Goblin, but superhuman strength is rather difficult to fake." Once Strom's enhanced abilities were publicly demonstrated, proving additional criminal charges would become significantly easier. Wilson Fisk watched these developments through hidden surveillance equipment, his expression darkening as the legal strategy collapsed due to Strom's emotional instability. Kingpin respected rules and procedures only when they served his interests. With Matt's skilled defense, Captain Stacy's testimony, and Strom's self-destructive behavior, the possibility of legal victory had essentially vanished. Under normal circumstances, Fisk would have arranged for Bullseye to eliminate such a liability immediately. Only the value of Strom's hidden serum samples justified continued investment in this increasingly problematic asset. Special measures would be required. The massive crime lord used his calculating eyes to memorize the appearances of Matt Murdock and George Stacy, mentally adding both men to his list of future targets, then turned to address Bullseye. "Inform our teams to prepare for immediate deployment," Kingpin ordered with cold finality. 30 minutes later, several enhanced criminals had gathered on a rooftop several blocks from the courthouse, their diverse capabilities representing Kingpin's most dangerous assets. As Fisk's primary lieutenant, Bullseye naturally commanded the operation despite the presence of other powerful individuals. "The payment is $1 million for successfully extracting the Green Goblin, correct?" asked a figure wearing a distinctive purple cloak, his mechanical claw hands glinting in the afternoon sunlight. "Don't worry, Prowler," Bullseye assured him. "Kingpin's financial commitments are reliable." This was entirely accurate. Money represented both power and control for Wilson Fisk, making contractual integrity essential to his business model. Breaking agreements would undermine the very foundation of his criminal empire. "I'm not interested in money," declared another team member, a man dressed in primitive hunting gear who stood apart from the others' attempts at concealment. Unlike his colleagues who preferred anonymity, this individual displayed his rugged features openly, wearing minimal protective equipment beyond a necklace of predator fangs that served as both decoration and trophy collection. Sergei Kravinov, known throughout the world as Kraven the Hunter. This legendary big game hunter had grown bored with conventional prey, finding even the most dangerous wild animals insufficient to satisfy his need for challenging quarry. When Kingpin had approached him with intelligence about New York's costumed vigilantes, Kraven's interest had been immediately captured. "I've heard there are 2 Spider-Men operating in this city," Kraven said with predatory anticipation. "Will both targets appear during this operation?" "I cannot guarantee that," Bullseye replied honestly. "However, Spider-Man represents a significant obstacle to Kingpin's operations, so elimination remains a high priority regardless of which version responds." "Excellent," Kraven smiled with the satisfaction of an apex predator anticipating a worthy hunt. His fur vest rippled in the wind as he savored the prospect of engaging superhuman opponents. After years of hunting Earth's most dangerous animals, Kraven had reached the limits of conventional challenges. Enhanced humans represented an entirely new category of prey, intelligent, powered, and potentially capable of fighting back effectively. Unlike the Prowler, who simply wanted to complete the mission quickly and collect his payment, Kraven hoped multiple Spider-Men would appear to maximize his hunting opportunities. Suddenly, the wind around them shifted ominously. Boom, purple smoke erupted across the rooftop as a dozen ninjas materialized from concealment, their movements so fluid they seemed to emerge from shadow itself. The Hand had arrived to fulfill their portion of the alliance. "Show-offs," Bullseye muttered under his breath, though he had to admit their entrance was impressively dramatic. The lead ninja, his face hidden behind a traditional mask, stepped forward. "The Hand is ready to fulfill our agreement. Where is the target?" 3 blocks south," Bullseye replied, pointing toward the courthouse. "Remember, we need the Green Goblin alive. Everyone else is expendable." The ninjas nodded in unison, their synchronized movement eerily inhuman. Kraven stretched his muscles, preparing for combat. Finally, some proper prey. After Strom's rage-induced demonstration of superhuman strength, court security officers immediately deployed electric restraints to subdue him before he could cause additional damage. Matt took advantage of this dramatic moment to present additional evidence and charges, overwhelming the opposing counsel, who had been unprepared for such comprehensive prosecution. Strom's defense attorney possessed considerable skill and experience, but even elite legal professionals couldn't overcome their client's public admission of enhanced capabilities combined with Matt's methodical presentation of evidence. The judge raised his gavel to restore order to the increasingly chaotic courtroom. Order, order. The wooden strikes echoed through the chamber, but something about the sound felt ominous rather than authoritative. Peter's enhanced senses detected wrongness in the atmosphere, his spider sense beginning to tingle with increasing intensity. Matt's heightened hearing had also identified anomalous sounds, footsteps, mechanical equipment, and whispered communications that suggested imminent violence. Beneath the echoing gavel strikes, another rhythm was building, the synchronized movements of an assault team positioning for attack. Matt suddenly realized the true danger and spun toward Norman with desperate urgency. "Take cover!" The next instant, a massive explosion ripped through the courthouse wall. Concrete and steel fragments filled the air as professional-grade explosives carved a gaping hole in the building's facade. Flames and thick smoke poured through the breach, temporarily blinding everyone in the courtroom. Peter had tackled Harry to the ground seconds before the detonation, his spider sense providing just enough warning to protect his best friend from flying debris. As the smoke began to clear, several dark figures became visible in the jagged opening, their silhouettes backlit by afternoon sunlight streaming through the destroyed wall. Peter started to remove his outer clothing, preparing to transform into Spider-Man, when Harry's concerned voice interrupted his actions. "Peter, are you hurt?" Peter looked down at his friend with genuine regret. "I'm sorry, Harry." "What?" Harry asked in confusion, just before Peter's gentle strike rendered him unconscious. Peter carefully lifted Harry's limp form and carried him toward what appeared to be a relatively safe corner of the devastated courtroom. The entire chamber had erupted into chaos. Jurors and court officials who had never experienced such violence screamed in panic, some diving for cover while others attempted to flee through exits that might already be compromised. "You came to rescue me, Kingpin." Strom shouted with maniacal glee, completely oblivious to the strategic implications of publicly identifying his benefactor. Wilson Fisk, monitoring the operation from his secure location, felt his blood pressure rise at Strom's spectacular lack of discretion. The entire point of maintaining an underground empire was avoiding such obvious public connections to criminal activities. Matt instinctively moved to shield Norman from potential attacks, his enhanced senses tracking multiple threats throughout the building. "Are you injured, Mr. Osborn?" he asked while scanning for immediate dangers. Norman pushed away from Matt's protective position, his face grim with recognition. I'm fine, but this changes everything. As one of New York's most prominent businessmen, Norman was intimately familiar with Kingpin's reputation. Few major corporations operated without some awareness of organized crime's influence on city politics and economics. Norman's knowledge of Kingpin's capabilities made the current situation far more terrifying than a simple criminal rescue attempt. His immediate concern shifted to locating Peter and Harry in the chaos. Spotting Peter protecting Harry near the courthouse's rear wall, Norman felt momentary relief that both young men appeared unharmed. But relief was premature. The assault team had only begun their operation. The Prowler moved through the courtroom like a purple ghost, his enhanced technology allowing superhuman speed and agility as he advanced toward Strom's position. His objective was simple: extract the Green Goblin and collect Kingpin's substantial payment. Not on my watch. Captain George Stacy had no intention of allowing criminals to succeed in open defiance of the legal system. Without hesitation, he drew his service weapon and opened fire on the advancing Prowler, his training and experience evident in his steady aim and controlled bursts. Gunfire echoed through the chamber, but the Prowler's enhanced reflexes and mechanical augmentations allowed him to evade most shots while closing the distance to his target. When Stacy's magazine ran empty, the Prowler immediately shifted from evasion to attack, his razor-sharp metal claws extending as he lunged toward the police captain's position. The deadly talons grew larger in George Stacy's vision as death approached with mechanical precision. I'm sorry, Gwen, he thought with paternal love, but it looks like I won't be home for dinner tonight. Captain Stacy closed his eyes and prepared for the inevitable, only to realize after several seconds that the expected pain never came. Spider-Man. Captain George Stacy opened his eyes in disbelief to find the red and blue costumed figure standing protectively in front of him. Peter had caught the Prowler's mechanical arm mid-strike, his enhanced strength easily restraining the criminal despite the man's desperate struggles to break free. Captain Stacy, Peter said with genuine emotion in his voice, I had no idea you thought so highly of me. He was referring to the positive testimony Stacy had provided during the trial proceedings, words that had been spoken reluctantly, but had ultimately defended Spider-Man's reputation in court. Stacy's face immediately twisted, as if he had swallowed something particularly unpleasant. It was bad enough that he'd been forced to publicly praise a vigilante he disapproved of, but having the actual person hear those words made the situation infinitely more embarrassing. Fortunately, the tactical situation didn't allow for extended conversation. When the Prowler realized he couldn't break Spider-Man's grip, he immediately shifted tactics, bringing his free hand up in a spear thrust aimed directly at Peter's eyes. Peter's other hand shot out to catch the second mechanical arm, leaving the Prowler completely restrained. Hey, double metal arms, Peter exclaimed with his usual mid-fight enthusiasm. And that cape, what are you going for here, Techno-Dracula, Robo-Phantom? Release me, Spider-Man. The Prowler snarled, throwing a desperate kick at Peter's midsection, but Peter was faster than expected, easily twisting out of the way. I mean, I could let you go. Peter said brightly, then abruptly spun like a gymnast, using the Prowler's momentum to flip him over and send him flying across the courtroom. Hope you brought a landing plan, caped Chrome Dome. The Prowler flared his reinforced cloak mid-flight. The stiff fabric acted like glider wings, letting him steer and land without breaking anything vital. Peter tilted his head, intrigued. Huh, glider cape. Do you come with matching gadgets or is it just fashion-forward villain chic? His spider sense suddenly screamed a warning, causing him to duck instinctively just as a massive figure pounced through the space his head had occupied moments before. Craven the Hunter missed his target and landed on the judge's bench with feline grace, his powerful frame coiled like a predatory cat preparing for another strike. His wild mane of hair rippled as he assessed his new quarry with obvious excitement. This was exactly what Craven had been hoping for. One glance was sufficient to recognize that Spider-Man possessed extraordinary capabilities, the kind of challenging prey that made hunting worthwhile. Who let the Jungle Gym mascot out? Peter asked, though his mask's expressive eye lenses conveyed puzzlement rather than mockery. One lens large, the other small, creating an almost cartoonish, confused expression. Craven carried minimal equipment compared to other villains, but Peter's spider sense was already warning him that this seemingly primitive opponent represented a far greater threat than the technologically enhanced Prowler. This intuition was entirely accurate. Craven's abilities came from a mystical traditions, specifically the sacred ceremony and various herbal compounds that granted superhuman capabilities to worthy recipients. Like Wakanda, Kraven drew power from ancient beast totems, making him surprisingly similar to Peter in terms of supernatural enhancement sources. Spider-Man, you are my prize. Kraven declared with predatory enthusiasm, extending one hand toward his target with fingers curved like claws. Peter immediately shuddered and backed away, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. Okay, you're definitely giving off stronger, creepy vibes than purple guy over there, he said while continuing to retreat. But I'm not interested in being anyone's prize, man. Rather than taking offense, Kraven's mouth twisted into a cruel smile. I only require you as a trophy for my collection. He launched himself forward with bestial intensity, his attack carrying the primal power of wilderness predators. Personal space, dude, Peter quipped while backpedaling rapidly and raising his web shooters toward his opponent. Ever heard of it? Pressurized webbing shot toward Kraven, but the hunter demonstrated remarkable agility by leaping over the attack and rebounding off a wall to continue his assault. Peter ducked under Kraven's aerial strike while glancing between his legs to see the prowler flying toward the restrained green goblin. Stay away from him. Peter immediately fired a webline through the air to intercept the rescue attempt. But Kraven tackled him from behind before the web could reach its target, driving Peter to the courtroom floor with crushing weight. The Green Goblin's maniacal laughter echoed through the chamber as victory seemed within reach. However, two connected billy clubs suddenly flew through the air from a dark corner of the courtroom, their connecting cable wrapping around the prowler and sending him crashing to the floor in a tangle of mechanical limbs and purple fabric. Yes, Peter shouted with relief and genuine happiness. He hadn't expected Daredevil to appear during the courthouse assault, but Matt's presence immediately improved their tactical situation. When the evacuation had begun, Matt had ducked around a corner to retrieve his costume, a precaution he had taken after anticipating potential violence during such a high-profile trial. But their momentary advantage evaporated as thick fog suddenly billowed through the chamber. Dozens of razor-sharp throwing weapons cut through the gray mist, all aimed at Matt's position with lethal precision. Hand ninjas, Matt identified grimly, recognizing both the weapons and the tactics from previous encounters. Peter also recognized their attackers. A month earlier, shortly before the Muse incident, he and Matt had been surrounded by these same ninjas. Matt had been seriously injured during that battle, requiring Peter to carry him to safety. Matt dodged the incoming projectiles with enhanced reflexes, but several throwing stars suddenly collided in midair, their trajectories redirecting toward the Green Goblin's restraints. Strom raised his arms expectantly as the blades severed his handcuffs, then used his enhanced strength to snap the remaining bonds entirely. Finally free. The Green Goblin roared with bestial satisfaction. Meanwhile, the hand ninjas moved through the courtroom like living shadows, their supernatural stealth making them nearly impossible to track visually. The Green Goblin had regained his freedom, the prowler was cutting through his restraints with mechanical claws. Kraven watched from his predatory crouch, and Peter and Matt found themselves heavily outnumbered. Matt quickly assessed their dire circumstances. Spider-Man, they're not just trying to rescue the Green Goblin, they're here to eliminate us. Despite Peter's superhuman abilities, he wasn't the only enhanced individual present. Both the Green Goblin and Kraven possessed capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations. I only want Spider-Man, Kraven announced, stepping forward with obvious anticipation. How about calling your spider friend for backup? Matt suggested, hoping the mysterious Prime would respond to a distress call. Peter nodded and held up one hand toward Kraven like a traffic officer signaling him to stop. Surprisingly, the hunter actually paused and crossed his arms, apparently willing to wait while Peter made his call. The prowler, focused entirely on collecting his payment for the Green Goblin's rescue, had no interest in unnecessary combat and was already planning his withdrawal. $1 million was substantial, but not worth risking his life against multiple superhuman opponents. With everyone momentarily hesitant to initiate combat, a strange silence fell over the destroyed courtroom. Peter tapped the communication device integrated into his web shooter. When Ben had modified his new costume, he had included a hands-free communication system since the tight-fitting suit had no pockets for carrying a conventional phone. "Hello, Eunice," Peter said through the nearly invisible earpiece. Matt's enhanced hearing detected an unfamiliar female voice responding through the communication link. "I need to reach Prime," Peter continued, shifting his weight from foot to foot with obvious nervous energy. "What, he went shopping? Can he come over later? What do you mean he has a movie date tonight?" Peter's voice carried increasing frustration with each question. Now, really. He disconnected the call with visible dejection. While the overwhelming number of enemies was certainly concerning, he was even more frustrated by his cousin's apparently busy social schedule. "It appears you have no reinforcements coming," Craven observed with mild disappointment, but he quickly dismissed this emotion. After eliminating the Spider-Man in front of him, he could hunt down the other one at his leisure. Tracking prey was, after all, an integral part of the hunting experience. The temporary ceasefire ended explosively as multiple combatants moved simultaneously. Craven and the Green Goblin immediately converged on Peter's position, while the hand ninjas identified Matt as their primary target and moved to surround him. The Prowler had started to retreat when Bullseye blocked his path. "Where exactly are you going, Prowler?" the assassin asked with cold professionalism. "The mission is complete," the Prowler replied, gesturing toward the freed Green Goblin while ignoring Peter's acrobatic battle against multiple opponents. "1 million for the rescue operation as agreed. Kingpin has announced a bonus," Bullseye said without expression. $100 million for whoever kills either Daredevil or Spider-Man. 100 million, the Prowler's mechanical systems practically hummed with sudden interest. "To be completely honest, I've wanted to kill Spider-Man for quite a while now." Without further hesitation, he spun around and activated his suit's propulsion systems, launching himself toward Peter at tremendous speed. Meanwhile, Bullseye drew his sidearm and took careful aim at Matt's position. "Great, another one," Peter muttered as his spider sense detected the Prowler's incoming attack while he was already engaged with both the Hunter and the Green Goblin. He ducked under the Prowler's aerial assault, then performed a backwards flip that allowed him to kick Craven with both feet while simultaneously firing a webline that adhered to the Prowler's back. Using the attached criminal as an improvised projectile, Peter swung the Prowler directly into the Green Goblin's path. Despite the Prowler's original rescue mission, the Green Goblin showed no gratitude for the assistance, instead grabbing the mechanical villain and hurling him headfirst into the nearest wall. The Green Goblin then resumed his assault on Peter, throwing devastating punches that could easily shatter bone. The modified lizard serum had granted him enough physical strength to snap a normal person's neck with minimal effort. Craven coordinated his attacks with the Green Goblin, creating a two-front assault that pushed Peter's defensive capabilities to their limits. In truth, if Peter utilized his full strength, neither Craven nor the Green Goblin would be capable of matching him. His spider powers exceeded their enhanced capabilities by a significant margin. But Peter maintained strict control over his strength during every confrontation, constantly moderating his attacks to avoid accidentally killing his opponents. This self-imposed limitation made him appear more vulnerable than he actually was, allowing seemingly any criminal to engage him in sustained combat. Most of the time, Spider-Man never used his complete power. He even avoided striking enemies directly with punches or kicks whenever possible, preferring to rely on web-based techniques and environmental advantages. Following this philosophy, Peter simultaneously shot weblines to both sides, adhering to two heavy tables that he then pulled together like closing doors, attempting to crush both the Green Goblin and Craven between them. Crash! Wooden splinters filled the air as the fragile furniture disintegrated against superhuman strength. The Green Goblin and Craven tore through the improvised trap instantly, then pounced on Peter from opposite sides, each grabbing one of his arms and driving him to the courtroom floor. When dealing with venomous spiders, it's best to remove their ability to bite first, Craven observed with professional satisfaction as his powerful fingers punctured the web shooter on Peter's left wrist. Sticky, mist-like webbing sprayed everywhere as the damaged device malfunctioned. "How pathetic, Spider-Man," the Green Goblin gloated as he wrapped his hands around Peter's throat. "You've finally fallen into my grasp." The combined weight and strength of two enhanced opponents made it difficult for Peter to break free immediately. His face began to flush as his breathing became labored under the Green Goblin's chokehold. "I'll kill you first, then eliminate the other Spider-Man, and finally murder Norman Osborn to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me." Strom's voice carried the satisfaction of imminent victory as he savored Peter's apparent helplessness. "But that's not all," he continued, leaning closer and using one hand to lift the edge of Peter's mask, revealing a hideously cruel smile beneath his own damaged helmet. "I also need to discover your true identity so I can kill everyone you care about. Don't even think about it," Peter shouted, struggling desperately against the restraints. "Don't think about it," the Green Goblin sneered mockingly. "This is what happens when you interfere with my plans, Spider-Man." He had already pulled Peter's mask up to nose level, with his true identity on the verge of being completely exposed. "Remember, all those people will die because of you." At that moment, Peter released a roar of pure rage, and his carefully suppressed power exploded outward. Both the Green Goblin and Craven's expressions changed to shock and alarm as they suddenly found themselves confronting strength far beyond what they had anticipated. The next instant, both criminals were hurled away by tremendous force, sent flying across the courtroom like broken dolls. Peter leaped to his feet and yanked his mask back into place, his eyes blazing with fury behind the fabric. "You want to threaten innocent people." Peter's voice carried a dangerous edge that made even the hand ninjas pause in their assault on Daredevil. "You want to hurt my family?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as Peter's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man persona evaporated completely. "Spider-Man, your true power is incredible," Craven exclaimed with genuine delight and growing excitement. He suddenly realized that such a formidable Spider-Man represented exactly the ultimate prey he had been seeking his entire career. However, attempting to hunt such dangerous quarry without proper preparation would be disrespectful to both predator and prey. He needed to plan carefully and wait for the perfect opportunity to lure his target into an elaborate trap. In other words, tactical withdrawal was now the wisest course of action. "This hunt requires more preparation," Craven announced, backing toward the hole in the wall. "But I will find you again, Spider-Man, and next time I will be ready." The hunter bounded through the opening and disappeared into the city, already planning his next encounter. Peter didn't care whether Craven stayed or fled. At this moment, only one enemy mattered to him. His complete attention focused on the Green Goblin with laser-like intensity. Peter understood with crystal clarity that the Green Goblin's threats were not empty posturing. Over the past month of confrontations, he had seen enough of this supervillain to recognize the depths of his madness and vindictive cruelty. The thought of what would have happened if his mask had been removed sent chills through Peter's entire body. He would know who I am. He'd know I live in Queens with May and Ben SR. He'd know about Midtown High School and everyone I care about. He would go after Aunt May and Uncle Ben. He'd attack my school and kill innocent students just to hurt me. Maybe Ben could stop him. No, not maybe. Ben would definitely stop him. In Peter's mind, Ben represented the pinnacle of capability and reliability. His cousin never allowed enemies to gain leverage over him, never brought danger to their family, and always seemed capable of solving impossible problems. Ben had been there when Peter forgot to pick up May from work. He had developed an antidote when Peter's arrogance led to the lizard serum disaster with Dr. Connors. He had built a successful company and even conquered an alien planet. Ben could accomplish anything, but Peter also recognized that he couldn't drag Ben into every problem created by his own choices. Becoming Spider-Man had been his decision, and he bore responsibility for protecting both himself and innocent people from the consequences. Peter's eyes hardened with newfound determination. His voice carried more gravity than ever before. "Green Goblin, you psychopath, don't even think about hurting anyone." "What will you do about it, Spider-Man?" The Green Goblin found Peter's rage amusing rather than intimidating, studying him like a predator toying with inexperienced prey. "Are you actually going to kill me?" he taunted with theatrical surprise. His laughter echoed through the damaged courtroom as he regarded Peter with obvious contempt, like looking at a naive child who had stumbled onto a battlefield but lacked the resolve to take necessary action. "Could you really do it, Spider-Man?" His voice carried deliberate pauses, each word dripping with mockery as he placed one hand dramatically over his heart. "Could you actually kill someone as irredeemably evil as me?" The Green Goblin wasn't the only one curious about Peter's answer to that fundamental question. Ben had received Peter's emergency call just minutes after saying goodbye to Mary Jane, their shopping plans immediately abandoned when news of the courthouse attack spread across social media. Knowing that Peter was at the scene had eliminated any possibility of enjoying a casual afternoon. After parting ways with Mary Jane, Ben had arrived at the courthouse using his XLR-8 form, but he deliberately chose not to intervene immediately. Instead, he wanted to observe how Peter would handle this crisis independently. With Ben's current power levels, most Earth-based villains posed no serious threat to him personally, but he couldn't realistically solve every problem Peter encountered through direct intervention. That approach would eventually transform him into something like the original Spider-Man, a hero with no personal life who spent every moment racing between emergencies. Therefore, despite hearing the Green Goblin's threats against Peter, Ben refrained from immediate lethal action, choosing instead to evaluate Peter's problem-solving capabilities. Hidden among the shadows near the courthouse entrance, Ben watched the confrontation unfold with analytical interest. This was a crucial moment for Peter's development as both a hero and a person. "I won't kill you," Peter stated with quiet certainty. Neither his Spider-Man persona nor his civilian identity could embrace murder as a solution. Ben had anticipated this response completely. Peter's moral framework had been shaped by years of careful upbringing and personal conviction, not something that could be altered quickly or easily. Unless someone Peter truly loved died in front of him, his fundamental nature would remain unchanged. Only such devastating trauma might transform him into something resembling the Punisher, cold, ruthless, and willing to kill. "I will defeat you and ensure you're properly imprisoned," Peter continued with unwavering resolve. The Green Goblin nearly burst into laughter at this declaration. After all that dramatic buildup, this was Peter's grand solution. But observing Peter's completely serious expression, Strom's amusement shifted to puzzled confusion. "I've seen that conventional law enforcement can't handle people like you," Peter explained with mature insight that surprised everyone listening. "You always find legal loopholes to escape punishment, and there are always people willing to defend you for money. Regular prisons can't contain you because your allies will plan your rescue." His analysis was methodical and disturbingly accurate. "But they only rescue you because you still possess value they want," Peter pointed out. "Some people want your serum, others want to exploit your power. But if you lose everything that makes you useful, who would bother saving you? I'm going to capture you and develop a cure that will permanently remove your superhuman abilities." This was Peter's solution, naive perhaps, but entirely consistent with his character and moral principles. If he chose to kill the Green Goblin, he would no longer be Spider-Man in any meaningful sense. Having made his declaration, Peter immediately fired webbing at the Green Goblin from his right web launcher that is not damage. The attack came so suddenly that Strom, lacking Spider-Sense warning systems, had no opportunity to dodge. The adhesive strands struck their target perfectly, and Peter's enhanced strength yanked the Green Goblin toward him like a hooked fish. Strom attempted to resist through brute force, but Peter, operating at full capacity, possessed far superior strength. The Green Goblin found himself helplessly dragged through the air. A massive fist filled Strom's vision as Peter's punch connected with devastating impact. Boom. The strike sent the Green Goblin flying across the courtroom, the force nearly separating his head from his shoulders. Peter prepared to continue his assault, but Matt's desperate situation demanded immediate attention. The combined assault from multiple hand ninjas and Bullseye's precise marksmanship was overwhelming the blind vigilante's defenses. Matt used courthouse furniture as improvised cover while dodging bullets and thrown weapons, eventually retrieving his billy clubs but sustaining numerous wounds in the process. Recognizing his partner's dire circumstances, Peter reluctantly abandoned pursuit of the Green Goblin to provide assistance. Peter felt no moral constraints regarding the hand ninjas. These supernatural operatives didn't truly die in conventional terms. When destroyed, they simply dissolved into smoke rather than leaving actual corpses. He punched and kicked his way through their defensive formations with decisive efficiency, reaching Matt's position despite their coordinated attacks. Wilson Fisk, monitoring the battle through hidden surveillance equipment, quickly recognized the futility of continued engagement. Like everyone else involved, he had severely underestimated Spider-Man's true capabilities. The web-slinger's full strength exceeded even the combined power of Kraven and the Green Goblin, a revelation that dramatically altered the tactical situation. Continuing this battle would likely result in losing the Green Goblin entirely while sacrificing valuable criminal assets in the process. The priority now is securing the Green Goblin's safety, Fisk calculated with cold pragmatism. Once I obtain the serum, I can recruit additional powered operatives and eliminate Spider-Man through superior numbers. He issued immediate withdrawal orders to Bullseye through encrypted communication. Upon receiving the retreat command, Bullseye glanced at the Prowler and transmitted coded instructions to the other villains through hand ninja intermediaries. The Prowler understood immediately. While he couldn't collect the $100 million bonus for killing Spider-Man, $1 million for a successful rescue remained achievable. He spread his reinforced cloak and grabbed the stunned Green Goblin, launching both of them toward the hole blown in the courthouse wall. "Spider-Man, they're taking the Green Goblin," Matt shouted over the chaos. Despite the overwhelming noise, his enhanced hearing had detected Kingpin's escape plan, but countless ninjas surrounded them like a living cage. Although individual ninjas couldn't withstand Peter's enhanced strength, he possessed only 2 hands against dozens of opponents. The criminal extraction proceeded with professional efficiency. Within moments, all hostile forces had vanished from the courthouse, the supervillains through the wall breach, the hand ninjas through mystical concealment techniques. Peter supported the wounded Matt, his expression grim with frustration and concern. "Letting them escape could be catastrophic," Matt observed, frowning despite his injuries. If the Green Goblin provides the modified serum to either the Hand or Kingpin, the consequences will be severe. Although neither he nor Norman had seriously intended to recover the serum themselves, its acquisition by criminal organizations represented a significant escalation in threat level. These groups wouldn't hesitate to use enhancement serums despite dangerous side effects. As long as they achieved their objectives, no risk was considered unacceptable. Unfortunately, immediate pursuit was impossible given their current circumstances. As the supervillains departed, civilians who had been hiding throughout the courthouse began emerging from their concealment. Both Spider-Man and Daredevil recognized that they needed to disappear and resume their civilian identities before law enforcement arrived in force. The two heroes exchanged meaningful glances before separating in different directions. Several minutes later, Peter revived the dazed Harry and helped him locate Norman. "Peter, why did I lose consciousness?" Harry asked while holding his head, still disoriented from the neural disruption. He studied Peter's face with confusion, trying to reconstruct his final memories before blacking out. Fragmentary images of Peter striking him flickered through his mind, but he dismissed such thoughts as impossible. You were hit by falling debris and knocked out," Peter explained quickly, grateful when Norman's approach interrupted Harry's questions. "Are you both unharmed?" Norman asked, jogging toward them with obvious relief. Surprisingly, Norman showed no signs of depression or defeat. After confirming that both young men were safe, he scanned the damaged courtroom with apparent satisfaction. "Attorney Murdoch appears to be missing," Norman observed. "I'm here, Mr. Osborn," Matt announced, emerging from behind fallen furniture while straightening his disheveled clothing. Norman smiled with genuine warmth. "Mr. Murdoch, are you injured?" Matt shook his head, concealing his various wounds beneath his suit jacket. Peter hesitated before voicing his confusion. "Norman, the Green Goblin escaped. Why don't you seem upset about this outcome?" Norman's smile widened as he regarded Peter with paternal affection. "Peter, you possess remarkable intelligence and scientific aptitude, but you're not quite as strategically minded as Ben in certain areas." Rather than maintaining secrecy, Norman immediately explained his reasoning. "Because I achieved my primary objective." Regardless of whether Kingpin was responsible for today's rescue operation, Strom's identity as the Green Goblin has been definitively established. Furthermore, their dramatic courthouse assault essentially validates every accusation I made, ensuring complete legal victory. "But the serum," Peter began. "Peter, we were never going to recover that serum," Norman interrupted matter-of-factly. "The formula was developed by you and Connors. If we require enhancement serum, we can produce superior versions whenever necessary." Peter's expression remained troubled, his moral concerns unresolved. Norman recognized his internal conflict and adopted a more serious tone. "It makes no difference who ultimately obtains that serum, Peter. Anyone seeking such technology obviously harbors questionable motives," he continued, placing a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder. "Can you honestly argue that military possession would be preferable to criminal acquisition? If Kingpin obtained the serum, it might create a handful of enhanced criminals. But military applications could potentially trigger full-scale conflicts involving entire populations of enhanced individuals, a far more catastrophic outcome." In the immediate aftermath of the villain retreat, an almost ethereal calm settled over the devastated courthouse. Dust particles danced through shafts of afternoon sunlight streaming through the blast-damaged wall, creating an almost mystical atmosphere that seemed to suspend time itself. This peaceful interlude lasted only moments before the familiar wail of police sirens shattered the tranquility. Multiple squad cars arrived with lights flashing, officers quickly establishing a perimeter around the courthouse and cordoning off the area to prevent civilian interference with their investigation. Harry, seated on a damaged chair while recovering from his forced unconsciousness, observed the belated law enforcement response with obvious cynicism. "They only show up after all the criminals have escaped," he said with bitter sarcasm. "I really wonder what taxpayers are getting for their money with this kind of police efficiency." Norman immediately apologized to Captain George Stacy, whose expression had darkened considerably at Harry's public criticism. Stacy found himself unable to defend the department's response time, simply nodding in acknowledgement while maintaining professional silence. The unfortunate reality was that New York's police force often seemed perpetually one step behind emerging threats, a fact that partially explained why many citizens placed more trust in costumed vigilantes than official law enforcement. However, as the city's police captain, Stacy couldn't tolerate unauthorized individuals operating outside legal authority, regardless of their apparent good intentions. He strode purposefully from the courthouse, his jaw set with determination to reassert proper law enforcement protocols. Matt approached Norman with professional composure despite his concealed injuries. Mr. Osborne, you can leave the remaining legal proceedings to me. If everything goes as expected, all of Strom's assets will be transferred to your name within the next few weeks. Norman had deliberately chosen not to transfer Strom's wealth directly to Ben's identity. Keeping the financial arrangements between them private provided additional protection for his young partner, while maintaining plausible deniability about their true relationship. I should take Harry to the hospital for a comprehensive medical examination, Norman decided, concerned about potential hidden injuries from the day's violence. He initially suggested that Peter undergo similar medical screening, but Peter quickly declined, knowing that any detailed examination would likely reveal his superhuman physiology and compromise his secret identity. After separating from Norman and Harry, Peter wandered the city streets aimlessly, his mind churning with the implications of the day's events and his failure to prevent the Green Goblin's escape. Without conscious direction, his feet eventually carried him to the entrance of Primus Technologies. The familiar building offered a sense of stability in what had become an increasingly chaotic day. Perhaps Dr. Connors could help him develop some kind of antidote for the Green Goblin's transformation, a solution that would neutralize Strom's enhanced abilities without requiring lethal force. But when Peter entered the laboratory, he discovered Ben in his four-arms form, working on his vintage RV project with characteristic intensity. "Ben, weren't you supposed to be with Mary Jane?" Peter asked, surprised to find his cousin here rather than on his planned date. "Someone called with an emergency that interrupted our shopping plans," the tall Tetraman replied, all four of his eyes rolling simultaneously in annoyance. Then he casually flipped the entire RV over with his upper pair of arms, treating the multi-ton vehicle like a pancake being turned in a skillet. His movements were deliberately rough, causing Peter to wince with concern that the vintage vehicle might not survive such aggressive handling. However, Ben's modifications had significantly reinforced the RV's structural integrity. While it probably couldn't withstand a full-strength punch from four arms, casual contact posed no threat to its enhanced framework. "My movie date with Felicia isn't until 8 tonight, so I figured I'd work on the engine modifications," Ben continued, pausing to scratch his chin thoughtfully with one massive hand. "Do you think it's overkill to install a space propulsion system in an old RV? It's like using an arc reactor to charge your phone," Peter observed with dry humor. "Or mounting nuclear warheads on a wooden sailing ship," he added for emphasis. "You're absolutely right, but I have the capability, so why not use it?" Ben replied with casual confidence. "Who says the arc reactor can't be used for mundane purposes if that's what makes someone happy?" Peter stayed quiet, unaffected by Ben's attempt to lighten the mood. Although Ben already knew the source of Peter's distress, he maintained his pretense of ignorance. "What's bothering you?" "The courthouse was attacked and I let the Green Goblin escape," Peter admitted with obvious dejection. He provided Ben with a comprehensive account of the day's events, concluding with his deepest fear. "That maniac is completely unhinged. I'm terrified he'll target Uncle Ben and Aunt May to get revenge on me." Ben regarded him with a slight smile that carried undertones Peter couldn't quite interpret. "Do you really believe that I don't have any consistency plan in case of his escape? Do you I think I would let him be free and continue his criminal activities?" Peter stared at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" "I mean that if I wanted him dead, I could do it immediately." Ben's smile took on a distinctly predatory quality as he reached into his pocket and withdrew a device that resembled a sophisticated cigarette lighter. "Actually, when I captured the Green Goblin, I implanted an obedience disc in him, one capable of releasing concentrated neurotoxins." Ben handed the controller to Peter with casual indifference. "Simply press this button, and the toxins in the Green Goblin system will activate immediately." His death would be guaranteed within seconds. In reality, the controller offered multiple activation levels, with instant death requiring maximum settings. But these technical details were irrelevant to the larger question Ben was posing. Once again, he was placing the Green Goblin's fate directly in Peter's hands, curious to see what choice his cousin would make when confronted with such ultimate responsibility. "Press it, and the Green Goblin dies," Ben explained matter-of-factly. "You wouldn't need to worry about him causing future problems. Neither Kingpin, the Hand, nor anyone else would be able to locate the remaining serum. The only casualty would be one psychotic villain. Seems like an excellent trade-off to me. What do you think?" "But we can't just," Peter began, then found his voice catching in his throat like he was trying to swallow broken glass. Ben transformed back to his human form, brushing imaginary dust from his clothes while maintaining steady eye contact with Peter. Is that your logic? He asked, tone sharp with deliberate challenge. That killing one criminal just makes room for another so the total number stays the same? No, Peter answered immediately, shaking his head with certainty. He knew that reasoning was flawed. Even if removing one threat didn't change the statistics, what about stopping 10 or 100? More importantly, it wasn't about numbers, it was about the lives that could be saved. That was the line he wouldn't cross. I just believe that deciding whether someone lives or dies shouldn't be our responsibility, Peter explained carefully. People make poor judgments when influenced by emotion, anger, or other irrational factors. He was thinking about his own reaction earlier when the Green Goblin had threatened everyone Peter cared about. In that moment, he had genuinely wanted to twist Strom's head off with his bare hands. Then who should make such decisions? Ben challenged. You've seen how criminals with significant resources exploit legal loopholes. You've witnessed how many people are willing to protect talented individuals regardless of their crimes. Peter shared his earlier thoughts about developing a cure to permanently remove the Green Goblin's superhuman abilities, a solution that would neutralize the threat without requiring execution. That's actually a reasonable approach, Ben acknowledged with a nod. But have you considered that some people remain equally dangerous without superhuman abilities? There are individuals who can control external events and manipulate countless people even while imprisoned. Others possess extraordinary intelligence. You can't exactly turn them into mindless idiots, can you? Actually, Ben wouldn't mind reducing certain criminals to vegetative states, but such methods required more time and effort than simple elimination. After hearing this series of challenges to his reasoning, Peter fell into contemplative silence. Earlier today, he had felt mature and sophisticated after surviving the courthouse battle. Now he was beginning to recognize how naive and simplistic his solutions had been. So what should I do? He asked with genuine uncertainty. Ben gestured toward the controller in Peter's hands. Isn't the power to choose already in your possession? These criminals are nothing more than urban parasites. When dealing with disease-carrying pests, do you capture and relocate them, or do you eliminate the threat permanently? Peter stared down at the device, feeling the weight of ultimate responsibility. The moral balance in his mind seemed to shift as his fingers began to close around the controller. The next moment, a sharp cracking sound filled the laboratory. Peter had crushed the controller completely. He raised his head to meet Ben's gaze with newfound determination. Regardless of everything else, I can't just kill him like this. It's not about mercy or any other noble sentiment. I'm worried that once I cross that line, I won't be able to control myself afterward. For Peter, refusing to kill represented a form of essential self-restraint. Ending a human life would be absurdly easy for someone with his capabilities, no more difficult than crushing an insect. He feared that embracing such casual violence would gradually desensitize him to the value of human existence, separating him from normal people and transforming him into the kind of arrogant individual who believed he had the right to determine who lived or died. That's a valid concern, but Peter, Ben said with apparent hesitation, when the controller was damaged, it triggered an automatic fail-safe. I'm afraid the neurotoxin activated immediately. The Green Goblin is probably dead right now. Peter's face went completely white with shock and horror. Relax, I was lying, Ben said with obvious amusement. Peter's relief was so intense it left him momentarily dizzy. Ben, that wasn't funny. Sorry, Ben chuckled, holding up his hands in mock surrender. I couldn't resist, but seriously, your reaction tells me everything I need to know about who you really are. Without another word, Peter hurried off to find Dr. Connors and begin working on legitimate solutions to the Green Goblin problem. Watching Peter's retreating figure, Ben shook his head with something approaching paternal pride. He wasn't disappointed that Peter had refused to kill the Green Goblin. On the contrary, this outcome was exactly what he had hoped to see. So you really are the genuine Spider-Man, he murmured with satisfaction. Ben raised his wrist, revealing that his web shooter had been modified with additional functions far beyond Peter's awareness. Blue lights flickered along its surface as various integrated systems activated. The device contained far more than simple web dispensing mechanisms. He had incorporated multiple tools and capabilities into what appeared to be standard Spider-Man equipment, including backup neural control systems. Ben touched a specific control sequence, and the blue illumination reached maximum intensity. Just as Peter would never kill the Green Goblin, Ben would never allow such a threat to his family to survive, especially after Strom had explicitly threatened to murder everyone Peter cared about. I wouldn't be me if I let him walk away from that, he declared with cold finality as he activated the lethal protocol. In a nondescript industrial building across town, several criminals gathered in what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse space. The prowler unceremoniously dumped the unconscious Green Goblin onto the concrete floor, then turned to face Bullseye with his mechanical hand extended expectantly. "Give me my money, and I'm done with this operation," he declared without hesitation. The day's confrontation had revealed the vast gap between his capabilities and those of truly superhuman opponents. While the prowler possessed no natural powers, relying entirely on technological augmentation that looked impressive but proved inadequate against Spider-Man's abilities. Having witnessed the web-slinger's true strength firsthand, he had no desire to continue involvement in increasingly dangerous operations. $1 million was substantial compensation, more than his police officer brother would earn in an entire career. Why risk everything for uncertain additional rewards? Neither Bullseye nor Kingpin objected to the Prowler's withdrawal from their team. Honestly, they had never placed much value on criminals who lacked superhuman abilities. The Prowler's equipment might provide overwhelming advantages against ordinary people, but it was essentially useless against opponents like Spider-Man. Since he intended to leave, paying him immediately would demonstrate that Kingpin honored his financial commitments, a reputation that helped maintain discipline among his criminal associates. Besides, with the Green Goblin now in custody, they would soon have access to 4 enhancement serum doses. If Strom could be persuaded to share the Green Goblin armor technology, they might even create an entire squadron of enhanced operatives. With such overwhelming force at his disposal, even Spider-Man would be forced to surrender or face annihilation. "Too bad someone chose to withdraw prematurely," Bullseye observed with obvious mockery beneath his mask, then turned his attention to their remaining ally. "He's missing an opportunity to meet the Underground Emperor himself." Bullseye grabbed one of the Green Goblin's legs and began dragging the unconscious form toward the elevator, treating Strom like a sack of garbage rather than a valuable asset. Kraven followed with predatory curiosity. He was genuinely interested in meeting the legendary Kingpin, a man whose reputation extended far beyond New York's criminal underworld. Both men entered the elevator simultaneously. Bullseye produced a small device and pressed it against the control panel, causing the previously restricted elevator to roar to life and ascend toward the building's uppermost floors. With a soft chime, the elevator reached the penthouse level. The doors opened slowly, revealing a space shrouded in deliberately intimidating darkness. Darkness posed no obstacle to Kraven's enhanced senses. He could see the scene before him with perfect clarity, and what he saw was genuinely impressive. The space resembled a palace throne room more than a conventional office, with towering columns supporting a vaulted ceiling and an ornate red carpet extending the entire length of the hall. At the far end, behind a massive gilded table, Wilson Fisk sat on what could only be described as a throne. His white suit provided stark contrast against the dark surroundings, while his enormous frame radiated an aura of absolute authority. This was a man who had positioned himself as the shadow ruler of New York's criminal empire, a king presiding over every vice and sin within his domain. Kraven's hunter instincts immediately identified Fisk as potential prey, though perhaps not quite as intriguing as the Spider-Man he truly sought. His muscles tensed reflexively, though he kept his claws retracted for now. Kingpin rose from his throne and descended the steps with measured dignity, while Bullseye carelessly hurled the Green Goblin forward like discarded refuse. Fisk didn't even glance at Strom's unconscious form. Failures didn't warrant his attention. If not for the serum, he wouldn't have bothered with the Green Goblin at all. Fisk then turned his attention to Kraven with professional courtesy. "I believe this is our first meeting, Hunter." Without waiting for a response, he continued, "It's unfortunate that the Prowler chose to abandon our alliance, but his departure isn't critical to our success. I understand your primary objective is hunting Spider-Man, but you witnessed his capabilities today. His strength exceeded all our expectations." Kingpin's voice echoed through the cavernous space with calculated authority. "Previously, we underestimated Spider-Man, dismissing him as a minor irritation. Now I recognize that error. His superhuman abilities are truly extraordinary. However," he continued with growing confidence, "we'll soon acquire multiple enhancement serum. I trust you won't object to hunting as part of a coordinated pack." Fisk was anticipating the arrival of 4 new Green Goblins, enough enhanced operatives to overwhelm even Spider-Man's remarkable abilities. Kraven showed no concern about group tactics. Pack hunting was common among apex predators in the natural world, and he had no ego-driven need to face dangerous prey alone. "The strongest hunters know when to work together," Kraven replied with a predatory smile. I am interested to see what these enhancement serums can accomplish. At that moment, Strom stirred with a low groan, slowly regaining consciousness while breathing heavily. He pressed one hand to his head, trying to clear the persistent ringing in his ears while fragmented memories of Spider-Man's devastating assault flickered through his mind. Gradually, he realized he had escaped immediate danger. Kingpin's imposing presence seemed almost comforting compared to the courthouse battle. "Kingpin, thank you for rescuing me," he declared with a twisted smile, the flawed serum continuing to destabilize his emotional responses, but Fisk showed no warmth in return. His massive hand shot out to grab Strom's throat, lifting the Green Goblin off the ground with casual ease. "Strom, now you can tell me where the serum is located." Although Kingpin possessed no superhuman abilities, he had trained his body to the absolute limits of human potential. Beneath his expensive suit lay not useless fat, but densely packed muscle capable of crushing bone. "I'll tell you, Kingpin," Strom gasped, his face reddening as his airway was compressed. He had no intention of breaking his agreement with Fisk. Beyond Kingpin's obvious physical capabilities, the crime lord's influence and resources made betrayal impossibly dangerous. This throne room might appear empty, but Strom suspected it was rigged with numerous hidden defenses. Satisfied with this cooperation, Kingpin released his grip. "The serum, the location of the serum is." Strom dropped to his knees, gasping for breath while preparing to reveal the information that would secure his freedom. Kingpin leaned forward expectantly, his heart racing with anticipation. Even after giving 2 doses to the hand as agreed, he would retain 2 samples, enough to create multiple Green Goblins. But his ambitions extended far beyond such limited applications. Fisk intended to analyze the serum's composition and replicate it on an industrial scale, creating an army of enhanced operatives that would secure his dominance over New York's underworld and potentially expand his influence nationwide. He waited for Strom to provide the crucial location data. Instead of information, Kingpin received a piercing scream of agony. "Ahhhhhh." The Green Goblin collapsed as if struck by lightning, his body convulsing uncontrollably while electrical spasms racked his enhanced physiology. Even Kingpin was startled by the sudden transformation, initially assuming this was some kind of deception. But Bullseye's sharp eyes detected blue toxins spreading beneath Strom's skin, creating an eerie luminescent pattern. "Stay away from him." Bullseye shouted, positioning himself between Kingpin and the writhing figure while kicking the Green Goblin away from them. The torture was mercifully brief. Within moments, Strom's breathing stopped entirely, his dilated pupils staring sightlessly at the ceiling. After a tense silence, Bullseye confirmed the obvious. "He's dead." Kraven knelt beside the corpse and tore away portions of Strom's clothing, revealing the neurotoxins spread throughout his circulatory system. Nearly half the Green Goblin's body had turned an unnatural blue color, the poison following his blood ships like a grotesque spider web until it reached his heart. Using his enhanced senses, Kraven pressed his fingers against various points on the corpse, then drew a primitive hunting knife from his belt and made a precise incision. The blade extracted a small disc-shaped device. "It appears our other spider has venomous fangs," he observed with professional admiration. Based on his experience, Kraven knew the original Spider-Man wouldn't kill anyone. Therefore, only one conclusion was possible: the mysterious Prime had assassinated the Green Goblin. No wonder Prime never appeared during the courthouse battle, Kraven continued with growing respect. He never intended to let the Green Goblin survive from the beginning. The hunter examined the neural device with genuine curiosity. Such precise, technological killing methods impressed him. It showed planning, patience, and a willingness to make difficult decisions. "This Prime is a more dangerous predator than I initially believed," Kraven murmured. "Perhaps he would make worthier prey than the other Spider-Man." Fisk's expression darkened with volcanic rage. His entire operation had been for nothing. The Green Goblin was dead, the serum was lost, and he had expended significant resources with no return on investment. More importantly, he, the great Kingpin, had been outmaneuvered by a masked vigilante. This humiliation was unbearable. "Prime, I'll make you pay for this." Fisk roared through clenched teeth, his massive fists trembling with barely contained fury. He swore that if Prime ever fell into his hands, he would personally tear the vigilante apart piece by piece. But beyond his personal vendetta, Kingpin faced a more immediate political problem. He had promised Madame Gautu serum in exchange for the Hand's cooperation. Now, with the Hand having withdrawn their forces and the Green Goblin dead with no serum to be found, he needed to explain this failure without appearing to have betrayed their agreement. If he couldn't provide convincing evidence that Prime had killed Strom rather than Kingpin eliminating him to keep the serum for himself, Madame Gao would likely assume the worst. Even if she accepted his explanation, the Hand's leader would demand compensation for the failure, and she wouldn't be gentle about collecting what she felt was owed. His anger toward Prime intensified as he contemplated these cascading consequences of the vigilante's intervention. "Find everything you can about this Prime," Kingpin commanded Bullseye. "I want to know his real identity, his associates, his weaknesses, everything." "And what about the Spider-Man problem?" Bullseye asked. "Both of them are now priority targets," Fisk declared with cold finality. But Prime just made this personal. Meanwhile, the object of Kingpin's rage was enjoying a perfectly ordinary evening with Felicia Hardy at a local cinema. 2 tickets for Man of Steel, Felicia requested at the concession stand while balancing a large container of popcorn. She turned to Ben with slight embarrassment. "I've never seen any of these superhero movies before. Will I be able to follow the plot, or should I catch up on the previous films first?" Ben shook his head with amusement. "Don't worry about it. They'll probably reboot the entire franchise soon anyway." The weeks following the courthouse attack had settled into an eerie calm. The criminals who had once terrorized New York streets seemed to have vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only whispers and speculation. Peter Parker found himself patrolling quieter neighborhoods, his spider sense rarely tingling with the familiar warning of danger. Most notably, the Green Goblin had completely disappeared from the headlines. No more pumpkin bombs exploding in alleyways, no more cackling laughter echoing through the night sky. For the first time in months, Peter could swing through Manhattan without the constant dread of encountering that maniacal grin. The legal aftermath had been swift and merciless. Mandel Storm had lost his case spectacularly. The court had ruled against him on every count, stripping away his assets and leaving him with nothing but legal fees and a mountain of debt. All of his remaining property had been liquidated to compensate Norman Osborn for the damages inflicted during the Green Goblin's rampage. True to his word, Norman had immediately transferred the majority of these newfound funds to Ben. The money arrived in Primus's accounts within hours of the court's final ruling, accompanied by a brief note expressing Norman's gratitude for Ben's invaluable assistance during recent difficulties. "This is what it means to be a winner," Ben remarked with a satisfied smile as he reviewed the financial transfer on his tablet. He turned to Dr. Kurt Connors, who was hunched over a microscope in the corner of their cramped laboratory space. "The loser loses everything, while the winner takes their place and grows stronger. It's the fundamental law of nature." Connors looked up from his work, his hand adjusting the microscope's focus. "Laws of nature, indeed," he agreed without hesitation. Rather than waste time sympathizing with Storm's downfall, Connors was already calculating how to convince Ben to allocate more of the windfall toward his research projects. "You're missing the bigger picture, Dr. Connors," Ben said, shaking his head with an amused expression. "The real victory isn't the money, it's that you've now restored your identity and reputation. In a few days, Norman will hold a press conference to announce that he's successfully located you, and that, through the joint efforts of Osborn Industries and Primus Technologies, you've been completely cured of your condition. After that, you'll be able to step back into the light of day." Connors nodded slowly, though his expression remained thoughtful. Social interaction had never been his strong suit, and the prospect of returning to public life held little appeal. However, he understood the practical benefits. He had a wife and son to consider, and restoring his professional reputation would open doors that had been firmly closed since his transformation into the Lizard. The scientific community would welcome back Dr. Kurt Connors with open arms, especially now that his work on regenerative healing had proven so successful. Meanwhile, Peter Parker was struggling with his own restlessness. After several days of patrolling Queens and finding nothing more dangerous than a few bicycle thieves, he made the decision to venture into Hell's Kitchen. If crime was taking a vacation in his neighborhood, perhaps the kitchen would provide the action he was craving. What he discovered there was far more chaotic than he had anticipated. Unlike the peaceful calm that had settled over the rest of New York, Hell's Kitchen was experiencing a surge of violence that made the previous month seem tame by comparison. Gang wars raged through the streets with renewed ferocity, and the sound of gunfire echoed through the night like a twisted symphony. Peter found himself genuinely shocked by the intensity of the conflict. Even for Hell's Kitchen, this level of sustained violence was extreme. He managed to arrange a meeting with Daredevil, hoping the man without fear could provide some insight into what had triggered this latest outbreak of chaos. "Word on the street is that Kingpin killed the Green Goblin," Matt Murdock explained as they crouched on a rooftop overlooking the carnage below. Apparently, he wanted to keep the serum for himself, which led to a major conflict between him and the Hand. Matt's understanding of the situation was admittedly incomplete, The details had been filtered through multiple sources, each adding their own interpretation to the events. But the broad strokes were clear enough. The uneasy alliance between Kingpin and the Hand had shattered, and now the two criminal organizations were engaged in all-out war. The real casualties aren't Kingpin or the Hand leadership, Matt continued, dodging a stray bullet that whistled past their position. It's all the smaller gangs caught in the crossfire. They're being used as cannon fodder while the big players settle their differences. The following days passed in relative peace for the rest of New York. Peter continued his patrols, finding only minor crimes to interrupt. Daredevil maintained his vigil in Hell's Kitchen, working to minimize civilian casualties while the gangs destroyed each other. And Ben waited patiently for the Stark World Expo to arrive, using the time to refine his plans and prepare for what would surely be a defining moment for Primus Technologies. I wonder what Tony Stark is up to these days, Ben mused aloud during one of his quieter moments. Just as Ben was contemplating the monotony of waiting, an unexpected visitor arrived at Primus Technologies. The visitor in question was Virginia Pepper Potts, CEO of Stark Industries, though she had not come alone. Pepper had never imagined that the headquarters of Primus Technologies, the company that had become famous alongside the Osborn for developing the miraculous self-healing serum, would be located in such an unremarkable building. The address had led her to a small, aging office complex in a forgotten corner of Queens, surrounded by warehouses and light industrial facilities. Most surprising of all, Primus didn't even own the entire building. They were apparently renting a few floors from a larger complex. It was hardly the image one would expect from a company that had revolutionized modern medicine. It's difficult to imagine that this is where the self-healing serum was invented, Agent Phil Coulson observed, standing beside Pepper as they surveyed the modest exterior. His gaze drifted across the street to where Hammer Industries' gleaming headquarters rose like a monument to corporate success, its glass and steel facade reflecting the afternoon sun. The contrast was striking, like comparing a palace to a garage. Frankly, no one believed that the self-healing serum actually came from this small company called Primus, Pepper replied, adjusting her blazer as she prepared for what promised to be an unusual meeting. Everyone who's investigated their background knows that one of the company's founders is Harry Osborn. Obviously, this is some kind of shell company that Norman Osborn created for tax purposes or to hide more sensitive projects. Pepper's presence at this meeting was unusual in itself. As CEO of one of the world's most powerful corporations, she would normally delegate such visits to subordinates. However, all of SHIELD's previous attempts to infiltrate or contact Primus had failed spectacularly. Every resume submitted by their agents, including those from Natasha Romanoff herself, had vanished into the void without so much as an acknowledgement. Primus had proven to be an impenetrable fortress, successfully defending against all attempts at surveillance or infiltration. Desperate for results, Coulson had approached Pepper directly. Faced with a request from the man who had once saved both her life, Pepper had found it difficult to refuse. Still, she maintained her skepticism about the entire operation. I've met Norman Osborn personally, she continued, studying the building's unremarkable entrance. He's far too paranoid and controlling to put genuinely valuable assets in a location like this. The Osborn Group is his life's work. He would never risk exposing it to industrial espionage by operating out of a converted office building. Our agents have conducted thorough searches of the main Osborn facilities, Coulson admitted with a slight frown. We've found nothing that would explain the breakthrough in healing technology. Whatever they're doing, it's not happening in the main corporate headquarters. The situation at Osborn Industries was fundamentally different from Primus. As a major corporation, Osborn was required to maintain a large workforce, file regular reports, and operate with at least some degree of transparency. This made it relatively easy for SHIELD agents to gain employment within the company and conduct surveillance from within. Additionally, Norman's recent legal troubles following the Green Goblin incident had left him somewhat distracted, creating opportunities for more aggressive investigation. The truth was that SHIELD had deliberately avoided involvement in the Green Goblin's trial, choosing instead to focus their resources on acquiring the self-healing serum. While the modified lizard enhancement was certainly powerful, their severe side effects made them impractical for SHIELD's purposes. The organization had learned from experience that uncontrollable power was often more dangerous than no power at all. Both Nick Fury and his hidden enemies Hydra had already made significant progress in recreating the super soldier serum. Many of their agents had been enhanced with improved versions of the formula. And while the results weren't quite as dramatic as Captain America's transformation, the benefits far outweighed the minimal side effects. Why would they risk their agent's sanity with a serum that could transform them into murderous monsters? The self-healing serum, however, represented something entirely different. Captain America himself was living proof of how valuable accelerated healing could be in the field. The ability to recover from injuries that would normally prove fatal was essentially equivalent to having a resurrection drug, provided it could be administered quickly enough. Of course, SHIELD's analysts suspected that the publicly available version of the serum was merely the tip of the iceberg. The healing demonstration that Norman had performed at his press conference had been far more impressive than anything currently on the market, suggesting that more advanced versions existed. Coulson had reason to believe that Norman was hiding enhanced formulas, possibly even branching into other areas of biological enhancement. The timing seemed particularly suspicious given the recent appearance of two different spider-themed vigilantes in New York. While the first Spider-Man had been operating for months, the second had appeared only briefly during the Green Goblin incident before vanishing completely. Given the Osborn Group's historical research into spider-based materials, SHIELD had developed theories about the possible connection between these heroes and Norman's secret projects. "I'm beginning to understand why Tony dislikes you people so much," Pepper said with obvious disapproval as Coulson finished explaining their suspicions. She had witnessed firsthand Tony's fierce protection of his intellectual property, particularly his confrontation with Senator Stern during the congressional hearing about the Iron Man technology. The idea of government agents attempting to steal or appropriate private innovations was exactly the kind of overreach that Tony found most objectionable. "You misunderstand our intentions, Miss Potts," Coulson replied diplomatically. "We're not here to steal their technology. Our concern is that Osborn has already demonstrated a willingness to create dangerous biological weapons like the lizard serum. We simply need to conduct a risk assessment on both Primus Technologies and the mysterious individuals behind it." Pepper remained skeptical but pressed the building's doorbell anyway. The small group, consisting of herself, Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, and Happy Hogan, waited in the lobby for someone to respond. Ben Parker had been expecting visitors, though perhaps not quite this particular combination. Eunice, his AI assistant, had alerted him the moment they entered the building, giving him time to ensure that all sensitive materials were properly secured. Dr. Connors had already been moved to a secure location, and all research data had been encrypted and hidden behind multiple layers of security. Still, Ben found himself genuinely surprised when he opened the door to find Pepper Potts standing in his hallway. He had expected SHIELD to make contact eventually, but using Stark's CEO as their front person was an unexpected tactical choice. Pepper, for her part, was visibly shocked to discover that the head of Primus Technologies was a teenager. Despite her preparation for this meeting, she had somehow not anticipated that the mysterious founder would be someone who looked like he should still be in high school, just like Harry Osborn. Coulson and Natasha showed no such surprise. They had done their homework before arriving, and investigating the registered ownership of a corporation was well within SHIELD's capabilities. They knew exactly who they were dealing with, at least on paper. Ms. Virginia Potts, CEO of Stark Industries, Ben said warmly, extending his hand for a brief handshake. "I didn't expect to see you here personally, and who might your friend be?" My driver and assistant," Pepper replied, her embarrassment evident as she gestured toward the others. "I have to admit, I didn't expect you to be quite so young." As soon as the group entered the Primus facilities, Coulson and Natasha began their subtle surveillance. The interior was surprisingly modern despite the building's aged exterior, filled with sleek silver equipment and advanced technological systems. However, the space was clearly designed for research rather than large-scale production. It was more laboratory than factory, divided into several specialized areas that seemed to serve different scientific purposes. "What can I offer you to drink?" Ben asked politely. "Coffee, perhaps." "That would be lovely, thank you," Pepper replied, with the others nodding in agreement. They all assumed that Ben was being a gracious host, offering refreshments as any good businessman would. Ben disappeared briefly, returning with an armful of empty paper cups which he distributed to his guests. He then produced several packets of instant coffee from a nearby cabinet and placed them on the table. "The hot water dispenser is right over there," he said cheerfully, pointing to a corner of the room. "Please help yourselves." The group stood in stunned silence, staring at the instant coffee packets in their hands. "Mr. Parker," Pepper began, setting down her empty cup with as much dignity as she could muster, "I'm here to personally invite you to participate in the Stark World Expo." But isn't the expo scheduled for next month? Ben asked, crossing his arms with an expression of polite curiosity. He was genuinely interested to see what kind of story they had prepared to justify this visit. Pepper had indeed come prepared with a plausible explanation. The timing is related to venue allocation and logistics planning. We need to survey the space with all major participants ahead of time and discuss the specific products that each company plans to showcase. It's essential for proper coordination. Even Stark Industries had to be careful when dealing with companies like Primus. The self-healing serum had generated enormous media attention, and excluding such a high-profile innovation from the expo would raise uncomfortable questions about the event's relevance. Ben recognized the explanation as a convenient pretext. LD's real objective was obviously to gather intelligence about Primus's future product development, probably assuming that the company would continue focusing on biotechnology and medical applications. They were in for a surprise. "Allow me to show you what we're planning to exhibit," Ben said, stepping aside to reveal the sleek car that had been concealed behind a partition. Carlson stared at the car in confusion. "I was under the impression that Primus Technologies specialized in biotech," he said. "Primus Technologies has never intended to limit itself to a single field," Ben continued. "We employ scientists from diverse backgrounds and encourage cross-disciplinary collaboration." "Various scientists?" Natasha asked skeptically, glancing around the obviously small facility. "Where exactly are they?" "They'll be joining us soon," Ben said cryptically. "But let me show you something that relates directly to the expo's theme. You know, of course, that the concept of technological progress has always been central to these events. In the last century, Howard Stark proposed the idea of anti-gravity vehicles as a vision of the future. "You've actually accomplished that?" Natasha asked, her professional interest clearly piqued. "Not exactly anti-gravity," Ben clarified, pulling out a remote control device. "Step back a little, please." He waited for the group to move to a safe distance before pressing a button on the remote. The transformation was immediate and dramatic. The car's tires flattened and spread outward, while the central axle assembly opened to reveal a complex array of technological components. Layers of visible energy waves began emanating downward from the vehicle, creating ripples in the air that resembled heat distortion. Within seconds, the entire car was floating 3 feet above the ground, hovering as steadily as if it were resting on an invisible platform. "I've developed a sonic suspension system," Ben explained, clearly enjoying their shocked reactions. "It can achieve a maximum altitude of 100 meters and provides extremely stable flight characteristics. The vehicle's hull is constructed from titanium alloy, so safety is guaranteed even in the event of system failure." The group stood in stunned silence, trying to process what they were witnessing. The implications were staggering. If this technology could be mass-produced, it would revolutionize transportation as fundamentally as the invention of the wheel. Cities could be redesigned around three-dimensional traffic patterns, and the entire automotive industry would be transformed overnight. "Of course," Ben continued with a mischievous grin, "I understand that some people prefer vintage aesthetics. We're also planning to offer retrofit services, adding this capability to classic vehicle models for customers who appreciate traditional styling." Carlson's eyes lit up with genuine enthusiasm for the first time since entering the building. As someone who collected vintage cars, old music, and other artifacts from previous eras, the idea of combining classic design with cutting-edge technology was deeply appealing. The thought of his beloved 1962 Chevrolet Corvette floating through the sky was almost too wonderful to contemplate. Ben's casual mention of retrofitting classic vehicles had struck a chord with Agent Carlson that went far deeper than professional interest. The prospect of combining his beloved vintage automobiles with cutting-edge hover technology was almost too wonderful to contemplate. For a man who collected everything from 1940s baseball cards to pre-war jazz records, the idea of preserving classic aesthetics while embracing futuristic functionality represented the perfect marriage of past and future. Carlson found himself leaning forward with genuine enthusiasm, his usual professional demeanor temporarily forgotten as he began to envision the possibilities. Would the retrofit process affect the original engine components? "I have a 1962 Corvette that's been fully restored, and I'd hate to compromise its authenticity." Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at her colleague's fascination, clearing her throat with a pointed cough. Here was one of SHIELD's most experienced agents, completely captivated by a teenager's sales pitch about flying cars. The situation was almost too unprofessional to believe, yet somehow entirely predictable given Carlson's well-known obsession with vintage Americana. The subtle reminder brought Carlson back to the present moment with visible embarrassment. He scratched at his hair and pressed his lips together, clearly struggling to suppress his excitement about the hover technology. "I apologize," he said, attempting to regain his professional composure. "I assumed that Primus would continue building on the success of the self-healing serum and focus primarily on advancing biotechnology applications. The self-healing serum is already generating substantial profits, and we've barely scratched the surface of its market potential," Ben replied with a knowing smile. "Why would we rush into oversaturating a market that's still expanding? There's plenty of time to explore other opportunities while maximizing our current advantages." "So you really do have additional biotechnology applications in development?" Carlson asked, his eyes lighting up with renewed interest. This was exactly the kind of intelligence that SHIELD had sent him to gather. Ben glanced meaningfully at Carlson's increasingly sparse hairline. "Oh yes, we've made remarkable progress in treating male pattern baldness. The results have been quite impressive in our preliminary trials. I suspect it will be one of our biggest sellers when we bring it to market." The revelation hit Carlson like a physical blow. The man who had faced down gun barrel and threats without flinching took a sharp intake of breath at the prospect of a genuine cure for hair loss. "Please," he said with barely concealed desperation, "make sure to notify me the moment it becomes available for purchase." Even Natasha found herself momentarily speechless. She had worked with Nick Fury long enough to know that the director's own relationship with hair loss was a sensitive topic. The idea of him maintaining his legendary composure when faced with a proven baldness cure was almost laughable. Pepper Potts, meanwhile, had been observing the exchange with growing interest. Clearing her throat delicately, she approached Ben with an expression of carefully maintained professionalism. "Excuse me, Mr. Parker," she began, her voice carrying just a hint of nervousness. "I was wondering whether you might have developed anything that could help with enhancement." She gestured subtly toward her chest, forming the approximate shape with her hands in a way that she clearly hoped was discreet. Ben followed her gaze and found himself looking directly at Natasha's already impressive figure. The Black Widow was certainly not lacking in that particular area, making Pepper's request somewhat puzzling. Rather than embarrass anyone by pointing out the obvious, Ben decided to respond with diplomatic tact. "I appreciate the inquiry," he said gently, "but I've always believed that natural proportions have their own appeal. Sometimes smaller can be more elegant." The comment landed with devastating precision. Pepper's face flushed crimson as she realized how her question must have sounded, and for a moment she looked like she might actually commit murder right there in the Primus laboratory. Fortunately, the awkward moment was interrupted by the practical matter of expo planning. Ben spent the next several minutes outlining his requirements for the exhibition space, discussing the technical specifications needed to safely demonstrate the hover car technology, and addressing logistical concerns about crowd control and safety barriers. "I think it would be beneficial for you to see the venue in person," Pepper suggested, grateful for the opportunity to move past her earlier embarrassment. "You'll have a better sense of the space and can make any necessary adjustments to your presentation." Ben nodded his agreement, seeing no reason to decline. The trip would give him a chance to survey the other exhibitors and better understand the competitive landscape he was entering. As the group prepared to leave, Ben noticed Natasha making what she thought was a subtle movement. While the others were focused on gathering their belongings, she had quietly reached toward the corner of a nearby table and attached something small and nearly invisible to the surface. The device was clearly a bug, designed to monitor the laboratory in their absence. Ben made no immediate reaction to the placement, but he discreetly pulled out his phone and sent a quick text message to Dr. Connors. "Uninvited guests have left some gifts. Please avoid the main lab until further notice." A few minutes later, the group of 5 departed from the Primus building and headed toward the expo site. The journey took them through several boroughs of New York, past the increasingly expensive real estate of Manhattan and into the outer areas where large-scale construction projects were more feasible. "The Stark Expo obviously couldn't be held in Manhattan," Pepper explained as they drove through the city traffic. "Even with Tony's resources, acquiring enough contiguous property, there would take years of legal battles and demolition work. The expo site covers nearly 6 square kilometers, which would require relocating entire neighborhoods if we tried to build it in the city center." The logistics of the project were indeed staggering. In addition to the massive exhibition halls, the site included parking for thousands of vehicles, temporary housing for visiting dignitaries, security checkpoints, and all the infrastructure needed to support what was essentially a temporary city. "Speaking of exhibitors," Pepper continued, You're not the only company making final preparations today. Several other major participants are conducting site visits and setting up their displays. Ben understood the implied hierarchy. The most prestigious and well-funded companies received their invitations earliest and were given the prime exhibition locations, often without being charged the substantial fees that smaller companies had to pay. It was an unfair system, but it reflected the economic realities of organizing such a massive event. After nearly an hour of travel, they arrived at the expo site. The scale of the construction was impressive even by New York standards. Massive temporary structures rose from what had been empty industrial land, connected by wide pedestrian corridors and surrounded by extensive parking areas. "This is the Stark Industries exhibit," Pepper said, gesturing toward an imposing structure of glass and steel that dominated the central area. "Over there you can see Hammer Industries exhibit space." She pointed to a smaller but still substantial building that seemed to be trying very hard to project an image of technological sophistication. Ben was pleased to note that his assigned location was well away from Justin Hammer's operation. The last thing he wanted was to be associated with that particular brand of corporate incompetence. They continued walking toward the biotechnology section, where the undisputed leader was the Osborne Group. Norman's exhibition space was already under construction, with teams of workers installing sophisticated display systems and security measures. It was clear that Norman had received advance notice of the expo and had been planning his presentation for some time. "I had originally planned to place Primus in this section," Pepper admitted with some embarrassment. "I was under the impression that you were primarily focused on medical applications, so the biotechnology area seemed like the natural fit." "The location doesn't matter much to me," Ben replied. "As long as we have adequate space and proper safety measures for the hover car demonstration, I'm flexible about the specific placement." As they walked through the biotechnology section, Ben noticed another group of workers setting up a display area. The company logo was unfamiliar, and something about the operation caught his attention. He pointed toward the man in an expensive suit who was directing the installation work. "I don't recognize that company logo," he said. "Are they based in New York?" "That's the Life Foundation," Natasha replied before Pepper could answer. Her encyclopedic knowledge of expo participants was clearly the result of thorough preparation. "They're a biotechnology company from San Francisco. The man you're looking at is Trevor Cole, the founder and CEO." Ben's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Life Foundation. The name immediately triggered memories of his knowledge about the symbiotes, alien organisms that had bonded with various hosts throughout Marvel's history. The Life Foundation had been central to many of those stories, conducting unethical experiments in their pursuit of what they called evolutionary advancement. The presence of symbiotes in this world presented both opportunities and dangers. Ben was particularly interested in the genetic material of these alien organisms, especially considering that his knowledge of the Ben 10 universe included similar symbiotic aliens. The potential for cross-referencing DNA from both sources could lead to fascinating discoveries. As Ben was considering the implications, Trevor Cole noticed their group approaching. While Ben might not have been widely recognized yet, Cole certainly knew who Pepper Potts was. The CEO of Stark Industries represented exactly the kind of high-level connection that could transform the Life Foundation's prospects. Cole approached them with the calculated enthusiasm of a man who had spotted a valuable networking opportunity. "Ms. Pepper Potts," he called out while still several yards away. "What an unexpected pleasure to encounter you here." The Life Foundation was operating on a completely different scale than Stark Industries, and Cole was clearly aware of the vast gap between their respective positions in the corporate hierarchy. A personal introduction to Pepper Potts was the kind of opportunity that could lead to investment partnerships, technology sharing agreements, or other forms of collaboration that would benefit his company enormously. "Hello, Mr. Cole," Pepper replied with the kind of polite but distant smile that experienced executives use to maintain professional courtesy while discouraging unwanted conversations. "I'm just showing our guest around the exhibition space." Her tone and body language clearly indicated that she had no interest in an extended conversation, but Cole was persistent. His narrow eyes fixed on Ben with obvious curiosity, and his expression showed both surprise and confusion at encountering such a young person in Pepper's company. "I don't believe we've been introduced," Cole said, his voice carrying the kind of forced friendliness that barely concealed his calculation. "I'm Trevor Cole, founder and CEO of the Life Foundation." "Ben Parker," Ben replied, stepping forward and extending his hand. "I'm the founder of Primus Technologies." As their hands met, Ben's watch emitted a brief yellow light. a signal that his scanning systems were analyzing Cole's biological signature. The device was searching for any trace of symbiotic contamination or unusual genetic markers that might indicate contact with alien organisms. Cole didn't immediately accept the handshake, instead pausing to process the unfamiliar company name. Primus Technologies, he repeated slowly, clearly struggling to place the organization within his mental database of industry players. Perhaps you've heard of our primary product, Ben offered helpfully, the self-healing serum that's been making headlines recently. The revelation transformed Cole's entire demeanor in an instant. His eyes widened with genuine surprise and newfound respect as he grasped Ben's hand with sudden enthusiasm. You're the inventor of the self-healing serum. My deepest apologies for not recognizing you immediately. Cole's grip was firm and prolonged, his expression becoming increasingly animated as he spoke. I'm Trevor Cole, founder of the Life Foundation. I have to say, I've been tremendously impressed by your work. The concept of accelerated healing aligns perfectly with our own research. As Cole launched into what was clearly a prepared speech about the Life Foundation's mission and vision, Ben glanced down at his wrist. The scanning device showed no unusual readings, no symbiotic contamination, no alien genetic markers, nothing that would indicate Cole had yet encountered the extraterrestrial organisms that Ben knew were connected to his organization. Ben's interest in the conversation immediately evaporated. Without the symbiotes, Trevor Cole was simply another corporate executive trying to network his way to success. There was no value in maintaining a relationship with someone who couldn't provide access to the alien technology Ben was seeking. Well, Mr. Cole, Ben said coolly, interrupting the other man's monologue, we have other appointments to keep. He pulled his hand free from Cole's grip and turned away, his dismissive attitude making it clear that he considered the conversation finished. The sudden shift from polite interest to outright dismissal left Cole standing there with his mouth still open, struggling to process what had just happened. Trevor Cole's initial confusion quickly transformed into something much darker. The young man who had seemed so promising just moments before was now treating him with obvious contempt, despite Cole's attempts to establish a collegial relationship. The humiliation was made worse by the fact that it was happening in front of Pepper Potts, someone whose opinion could significantly impact his business prospects. Arrogant little brat, Cole thought bitterly. You invent one product and suddenly you think you're too good to associate with established professionals. We'll see how long that attitude lasts when you're competing against companies with real resources and experience. His resentment was compounded by his belief that Primus Technologies was nothing more than a front operation for the Osborne Group. In Cole's mind, Ben Parker was just a figurehead, probably selected for his youth and media appeal, while the real scientific work was being conducted by Norman Osborn's team. The self-healing serum was likely another Osborne innovation, rebranded and marketed through a subsidiary to avoid regulatory scrutiny. Ben, meanwhile, was completely unconcerned with Cole's wounded feelings. If anything, he was hoping that the man's injured pride would motivate him to accelerate his symbiote research. The sooner Cole encountered Riot, Venom, or any of the other alien organisms associated with the Life Foundation, the sooner Ben would have an opportunity to acquire their genetic material. The potential applications were fascinating to consider. Ben's knowledge of the Ben 10 universe included several symbiotic alien species, each with their own unique properties and capabilities. Cross-referencing the DNA of Marvel's symbiotes with the genetic templates from his own universe could lead to breakthrough discoveries in biological enhancement and adaptive technology. More intriguingly, Ben knew that the symbiotes were connected to Null, the ancient entity known as the god of the symbiotes. While Null himself was not technically a symbiote, his influence over these creatures was absolute. The possibility of eventually encountering genetic material connected to such a powerful cosmic entity was worth almost any risk. Of course, Ben also understood that Null represented a threat on a multiversal scale. The entity's power to corrupt and control symbiotic organisms made him one of the most dangerous beings in existence. Any research involving symbiote DNA would need to be conducted with extreme caution and multiple containment protocols. After parting ways with the frustrated Trevor Cole, Ben followed Pepper through the remaining exhibition areas. They finalized the specifications for his display space, discussed safety requirements for the hover car demonstration, and addressed various logistical concerns about crowd control and media access. There's one thing I've been wondering about, Ben said as they completed their tour. I haven't seen Tony Stark at any of these planning sessions. Is he not directly involved in organizing the expo? The question caused Pepper's expression to darken slightly. She had been dreading this topic, partly because she didn't fully understand what was happening with Tony, and partly because she was concerned about her own role in the situation. Tony has been preoccupied lately, she said carefully. He's been spending most of his time in the workshop, working on armor upgrades and other projects. I think he's treating the expo as something that can be handled by the administrative staff while he focuses on the technical aspects. The truth was far more complicated and troubling. Tony Stark had become increasingly reckless and self-destructive in recent weeks, behaving like a man who believed he had nothing left to lose. He was spending entire nights in his workshop, emerging only to make public appearances as Iron Man that seemed designed more for personal gratification than public service. Pepper had initially hoped that Tony's return to active heroism would help stabilize his emotional state, but the opposite seemed to be happening. He was taking unnecessary risks, engaging in dangerous stunts, and generally acting like someone who was actively courting disaster. The most frustrating aspect was that Pepper had no idea what was driving this behavior. Tony had always been prone to mood swings and periods of intense focus, but this felt different. There was an underlying desperation to his actions that suggested he was dealing with something significant, yet he had shared none of his concerns with her. Their relationship had become increasingly strained as a result. Pepper's responsibilities as CEO kept her busy with corporate matters, while Tony seemed to be retreating further into his private world of technology and superheroics. They had barely spoken in the past 2 weeks, the longest period of separation since Tony's kidnapping in Afghanistan. The parallel was uncomfortably apt. During Tony's captivity, Pepper had been consumed with worry about his safety while being unable to help him. Now, Tony was facing some unknown crisis, and once again Pepper found herself on the outside, watching someone she cared about struggle with problems she couldn't identify or address. "Sir, there's an intruder." Jarvis's voice sounded distant and distorted, as if it were filtering through layers of thick glass. The warning barely penetrated the haze of alcohol and despair that had become Tony Stark's constant companion. His head felt like it was being split open with an axe, each pulse of pain synchronized with the relentless rhythm of the arc reactor in his chest. Tony reached up instinctively to clutch his throbbing skull, but his hand met only cold metal. The sharp clang reminded him that he was still wearing his armor, had been wearing it for how long now? Days. The boundaries between sleeping and waking had become increasingly blurred. As awareness slowly returned, Tony became acutely aware of his bladder's urgent demands. Without thinking, he simply released the pressure where he stood, letting the waste flow through the armor's internal systems. The relief was immediate and somehow clarifying, as if the physical release had also cleared some of the mental fog. Peeing directly in the armor, how disgusting. The unfamiliar voice cut through Tony's momentary relief like a blade. He jerked upright, his sudden movement sending several bottles of expensive liquor crashing to the floor. The sound of breaking glass echoed through the workshop, but Tony paid no attention to the destruction. His eyes were fixed on the figure seated casually in his chair. The intruder wore a form-fitting black base accented with white geometric patterns that formed an abstract spider design across the torso. The design was stark and intimidating, with black chains wrapped around the arms. The overall effect was far more menacing than the red and blue costume Tony remembered from his previous encounters with Spider-Man. "Spider-Boy," Tony mumbled, his alcohol-impaired mind struggling to process what he was seeing. He started to raise his hand to rub his eyes, but the metallic scraping sound reminded him again of his armored state. "When did you change your outfit?" Tony's question revealed just how disconnected he had become from the outside world. In his self-imposed isolation, he had missed the emergence of the second spider-themed vigilante entirely. The distinction between Spider-Man and the individual known as Prime was lost on him in his current state. "Actually, I'm curious," Ben said, his tone carrying genuine interest mixed with subtle mockery. "How exactly do you handle urination while wearing that armor? I mean, you're obviously wearing clothes underneath the suit." Ben leaned forward slightly, his posture relaxed but attentive. "Do you just let it go and soak your legs? Or do you have some kind of catheter system built into the front of the armor? I'm genuinely fascinated by the engineering implications." Tony's face darkened at the invasive question. The last thing he wanted to discuss with an uninvited guest was his personal hygiene arrangements. He turned his anger toward his AI assistant instead. "Jarvis," he barked, "why did you let this guy in here?" "Sir, I did warn you about the intruder," Jarvis replied with his characteristic calm. "He managed to penetrate my security systems through what appears to be a sophisticated hacking attack. I attempted to alert you multiple times, but your response was limited. He stared at the young man in the chair, his mind racing despite the alcohol. If I remember correctly, you should be about 16 years old. The statement carried multiple implications. On one level, it was an expression of amazement at Ben's apparent technical skills. On another, it was a subtle threat, a reminder that Tony had access to information about Ben's identity and background. I must clarify, sir, Jarvis interjected, that this individual is not the same person as Spider-Man. Based on my analysis, this is the vigilante known as Prime. Furthermore, there is an 80% probability that his true identity is Ben Parker. Despite Tony's recent isolation, Jarvis had continued monitoring external events and gathering intelligence. The AI had been investigating both spider-themed vigilantes since their first appearances, and the connection between Peter Parker and Ben Parker had been relatively straightforward to establish through data analysis and pattern recognition. Ben showed no emotional reaction to having his identity revealed. In fact, he seemed almost pleased by Jarvis's deductive capabilities. The truth was that the Prime persona had always been intended as a temporary cover, designed primarily to protect the secret of the Omnitrix, while allowing him to operate in situations where Spider-Man's presence might raise uncomfortable questions. Your artificial intelligence is remarkable, Ben said, reaching up to pull back his hood and reveal his face. I only appeared in public once and you still managed to identify me. Twice actually, sir, Jarvis corrected. A month ago you appeared alongside Spider-Man in a different uniform. The individual who rescued Senator Caldwell's daughter was not Spider-Man, but you operating under the Prime identity. You tracked that as well, Ben said with genuine admiration. I'm impressed. Most human investigators would have missed that connection entirely. Tony found himself lost in the exchange between Ben and his AI, but he grasped the essential point. Ben was most likely not an enemy. Tony had conducted some research into Peter Parker before his condition had deteriorated, and the young Spider-Man had demonstrated a consistent pattern of heroic behavior. If Ben was indeed Peter's cousin, it was reasonable to assume he shared similar moral principles. Of course, the fact that Ben had broken into Tony's private laboratory without permission and immediately began mocking his bathroom arrangements suggested a rather casual attitude towards social conventions. Tony remained cautious about Ben's ultimate intentions. How did you break through my firewall? Tony asked, moving to his wine cabinet and retrieving a bottle of expensive scotch. He tossed it toward Ben as a gesture of grudging hospitality. Want a drink? Ben pushed the bottle away without interest. Jarvis's security protocols are extremely sophisticated. It took considerable effort to penetrate them, and the system regained full control almost immediately after my intrusion. The explanation was technically accurate, though it omitted the crucial detail that Ben had transformed into upgrade to interface directly with Stark's computer systems. Working in conjunction with Eunice, his AI assistant, Ben had been able to bypass the security measures through methods that no conventional hacker could replicate. So I'm really that good, Tony said with a mixture of pride and provocation, taking a long drink from his bottle. But you're not bad either, just a little worse than me, of course. Tony's ego remained intact despite his physical deterioration. There were exactly two things in the world that Tony Stark would never admit: that someone else was better than him at anything, and that he was inferior to his father in any way. So you went to all this trouble to hack into my system, Tony continued, waving his hand dismissively. What exactly do you want? Looking for a job? Fine, I'll pay you. $5 million per year, report to Human Resources. He gestured toward the door, clearly expecting Ben to leave and handle the employment paperwork through normal channels. But Ben remained seated, settling back into the chair with obvious comfort. Tony Stark, I'm here to negotiate terms with you, actually to make a deal. Tony frowned, his business instincts automatically engaging despite his impaired state. $5 million isn't enough. You're a little greedy, kid. Fine, $10 million. Sir, Jarvis interjected helpfully, I believe Mr. Parker is unlikely to be impressed by $10 million. According to public records, Mr. Parker is the CEO and founder of Primus Technologies. The name hit Tony like a physical blow, cutting through his alcoholic haze with startling clarity. Primus Technologies was the company behind the self-healing serum that had revolutionized emergency medicine. Before his descent into despair, Tony had actually researched the serum as a potential solution to his palladium poisoning problem. The surgical removal of the shrapnel in his chest had always been theoretically possible, but the risks had been prohibitive. However, with the advent of the self-healing serum, such an operation would become much safer. The enhanced healing factor could address complications that would normally prove fatal. Tony had ultimately rejected the idea, but not for medical reasons. The problem was that the serum was being marketed by Osborne Industries, and Tony's hatred of Norman Osborn ran deeper than his fear of death. Using Osborn's technology would be tantamount to admitting that Stark Industries was inferior to its rival, a humiliation that Tony had been unwilling to accept. But now, faced with the actual inventor of the serum, Tony found his perspective shifting. His condition had deteriorated significantly since those earlier considerations, and death was no longer a distant possibility but an imminent reality. In such circumstances, pride became a luxury he could no longer afford. More importantly, if Ben was offering to help voluntarily, Tony could accept the assistance without it being seen as a defeat. If the other party was coming to him, asking for his help, then any exchange would be between equals rather than a desperate plea for salvation. "What do you want from me, kid?" Tony asked, his tone carefully crafted to project casual interest rather than desperate need. In this moment, Tony was like a genie emerging from a magic lamp, clearly possessing desires and needs, but maintaining the pretense of being the one granting favors rather than seeking them. Ben smiled at the transparent performance. "Look at you, Tony Stark, the famous genius reduced to this pathetic state. How much longer can you keep up this self-destructive behavior? How much life do you really have left?" "What do you mean?" Tony's voice carried a dangerous edge, though his defensive posture betrayed his anxiety. "Don't play dumb with me," Ben said, rising from the chair and approaching the armored figure. "Anyone with half a brain can see that you're dying. The palladium in your arc reactor is a double-edged sword, isn't it? You need it to power the electromagnet that keeps the shrapnel from reaching your heart, but at the same time, it's slowly poisoning your entire system." Ben reached out and tapped the glowing reactor in Tony's chest with his index finger. The casual gesture was both intimate and threatening, a reminder of just how vulnerable Tony had become. "You came here to discuss that exact problem," Ben continued. "I know you're interested in a solution and I happen to have one." Tony's expression grew serious as the implications sank in. "What do you want?" Tony asked bluntly, abandoning his earlier pretense of casual interest. If this was indeed a negotiation, then both parties had something the other needed. Tony was prepared to pay a substantial price for his life, but he needed to understand what Ben was asking for in return. "A small favor," Ben said, his tone deceptively casual. "Something that should be easy for someone of your capabilities." Ben paused, seemingly considering his words carefully. "I know you don't like Osborne Industries, and I know you have reservations about our self-healing serum, so I won't insult your intelligence by suggesting you use it." Tony was surprised by Ben's consideration, though he realized it made perfect sense. If the solution involved simply purchasing the serum, there would be no need for this elaborate negotiation. Ben clearly had something else in mind. "What is it then?" Tony asked, his curiosity now genuinely piqued. "A new element, a new element." Ben's smile carried the confidence of someone holding all the cards. "It can perfectly replace palladium as a power source. As a substitute, it contains no toxins whatsoever, and its radiation emissions are virtually harmless to human body." Ben had no intention of playing games with cryptic hints about Howard, Stark's theoretical work, or leading Tony through some elaborate journey of discovery. Such an approach would have been problematic for multiple reasons. First, explaining how he knew about Howard's classified research would raise uncomfortable questions about his sources. Second, and more importantly, why should he gift ownership of such a revolutionary discovery to the Stark family? Some might argue that this approach was unfair, but Ben would counter that Nick Fury's eventual plan to simply hand over Howard's research to Tony was equally questionable. The difference was that Fury lacked the scientific capability to actually synthesize the element himself. Howard Stark had only theorized about the element's existence. He had never actually discovered or refined it into a usable form. The theoretical framework was still largely unknown to the scientific community. Ben had succeeded in extracting and synthesizing the new element only because he possessed advanced knowledge of its existence combined with advanced alien technology. In every meaningful sense, he was the true discoverer of the element. Ben had decided to name it Xanium, after the fictional element from the Ben 10 universe, though he kept that particular reference to himself. Even if Nick Fury eventually appeared with Howard's old research notes, Ben's priority in actual synthesis would be undisputable. Howard had been limited by the technology of his era, unable to move beyond theoretical speculation. Shield and Tony remained ignorant of the element's existence, leaving Ben as the sole individual capable of producing it. At most, one could argue that great minds thought alike, that multiple geniuses might independently arrive at similar conclusions. For Tony, however, this revelation was nothing short of devastating. During his recent decline, he had desperately searched for alternatives to palladium, exploring every possibility his considerable intellect could conceive. Despite months of intensive research, he had found nothing. Now a teenager was casually informing him that he had discovered a new element. The implications went far beyond the immediate medical solution. This represented a fundamental challenge to Tony's identity as the world's preeminent genius. He hadn't been defeated in some peripheral field like biology or medicine. He had been comprehensively outmatched in physics and chemistry, the very foundations of his expertise. The blow to his ego was complete and undeniable. Tony Stark, the man who had never encountered a problem he couldn't solve, had been utterly surpassed by someone young enough to be his son. "Did you really discover a new element?" Tony asked, his voice carrying a mixture of disbelief and desperation. Tony's skepticism deepened when he discreetly instructed Jarvis to investigate Ben's academic records. The results were almost insulting. Ben's grades were merely average. The idea that someone who had barely mastered high school chemistry could discover new elements seemed absurd. However, Jarvis's surveillance attempts didn't go unnoticed. Eunice, Ben's AI assistant, easily detected the intrusion and reported it immediately. Ben's face flushed slightly with embarrassment as he considered his mediocre academic performance, but he quickly reminded himself that his grades had no bearing on his current capabilities. Rather than hide his awareness of Tony's investigation, Ben decided to demonstrate his abilities directly. He activated the web shooters on his wrists, though instead of firing webbing, the devices established a connection between Eunice and Tony's computer systems. Jarvis attempted to resist the intrusion, but the advanced alien technology overwhelmed his defenses within seconds. Control of the workshop's holographic displays transferred to Ben's command. With a casual wave of his hand, Ben activated the projection system. The air around them filled with a three-dimensional representation of atomic structure, with countless particles dancing in complex patterns that resembled a miniature universe. The display showed the precise arrangement of the new element, its electron configuration, and its potential applications. Tony stared at the holographic model in amazement, his scientific mind immediately recognizing the elegance and sophistication of the design. This was no theoretical framework or rough approximation. It was a complete, detailed analysis of a functional new element. "I call it Xanium," Ben said, using the name he had chosen for the element. Ben felt comfortable revealing such detailed information to Tony because he understood the man's character. Despite his flaws, Tony Stark possessed an unshakable moral code when it came to intellectual property. His ego would never allow him to steal another person's work and claim it as his own. Tony's expression was a study in conflicting emotions. His face contorted as he struggled between his desperate need for the element and his inability to accept that someone else had surpassed him. After decades of being the smartest person in every room, this was his first encounter with truly crushing intellectual defeat. "How did you do it?" Tony asked, his voice hollow with shock. Ben shrugged with apparent nonchalance. "Just some research." The casual dismissal was perfectly calculated to maximize Tony's frustration. Ben continued, "It's up to you whether to use it or not. Now that you've seen the element structure, I'm confident that someone with your intelligence can figure out how to synthesize it." He was throwing the choice back to Tony, maintaining the pretense that this was a favor rather than a desperate negotiation. Ben moved toward the window, opening it to reveal the howling winds hundreds of meters above the city. "Or you could use it secretly," Ben added with a knowing smile. "I might not even notice." With that parting comment, he leaped from the window, his dark silhouette vanishing into the night sky. Ben had deliberately avoided stating his specific requirements for the deal, but his true objective was already in motion. The real target was Hammer Industries. When such a massive corporation collapsed, it would attract countless predators seeking to claim pieces of the wreckage. Primus Technologies lacked the established infrastructure to compete effectively in such a feeding frenzy, but with Stark Industries as a partner, Ben could potentially acquire the entire company intact. This negotiation had been extraordinarily profitable. By demonstrating his discovery of the new element, Ben had established himself as Tony's intellectual equal while simultaneously offering a solution to his medical crisis. All it had cost him was a few days of research using technology that Tony couldn't even comprehend. Tony remained in his workshop long after Ben's departure, alternately furious and fascinated by what he had witnessed. The casual arrogance of the young man's exit had been infuriating, but the scientific implications of the discovery were undeniable. Who does he think I am? Tony muttered, though the anger was directed more at himself than at Ben. After venting his frustration, Tony settled back into his chair, his mind clearer than it had been in weeks. The new element he had desperately sought was now within his grasp, discovered by someone else and offered as part of a deal he didn't yet fully understand. The reality was both humbling and liberating. Pride demanded that he refuse the help and continue searching for his own solution, but pragmatism insisted that such an approach was tantamount to suicide. There was no guarantee that a second unknown element existed on Earth, and even if it did, Tony might not live long enough to find it. Jarvis, Tony said suddenly, help me investigate the Osborn Group's financial records for this month. The AI quickly penetrated Osborn's security systems and retrieved the requested information. The analysis is complete, sir. The self-healing serum appears to generate no direct revenue for Osborn Industries. All profits are being transferred to external accounts. So the self-healing serum really has nothing to do with Osborn, Tony mused. He's not benefiting from it at all. The revelation clarified the situation considerably. Both the self-healing serum and the new element originated from Primus Technologies, not from Norman Osborn's research division. Ben Parker, despite his mediocre academic record, had been concealing extraordinary scientific abilities. With achievements like these, Ben could have easily dominated any academic environment. The fact that he had chosen to maintain average grades suggested a deliberate strategy to avoid unwanted attention. So, sir, Jarvis ventured, are you going to use Xanium to replace the palladium? Of course, Tony replied without hesitation. Why wouldn't I? The response surprised Jarvis, who had expected more resistance given Tony's pride. I thought you might be concerned about accepting help from. Didn't you hear him? Tony interrupted, his tone defensive. This is a deal, he's asking me for help. The distinction was crucial to Tony's ego. Accepting the element wasn't a sign of weakness, it was a business transaction between equals. Okay, I admit that I lost this round, Tony continued, his voice carrying grudging respect. But it doesn't matter, I won't always lose. In fact, I always win in the end, remember. With that declaration, Tony began working. Despite seeing the holographic display for only a few seconds, he had memorized every detail of the element's structure. His eidetic memory had captured the precise arrangement of particles, their rotation patterns, and the energy relationships between them. The process of synthesizing the element would be complex and dangerous, requiring the construction of specialized equipment and the manipulation of forces that could easily prove fatal if mishandled. But Tony Stark had never been deterred by technical challenges, and the prospect of saving his own life provided powerful motivation. As Tony began his preparations, he couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration for Ben Parker's approach. The young man had demonstrated superior scientific knowledge, offered a life-saving solution, and managed to maintain the upper hand in their negotiation without ever revealing his true objectives. It was exactly the kind of strategic thinking that Tony could appreciate, even if he resented being outmaneuvered by someone half his age. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, Natasha Romanoff was providing Director Nick Fury with a comprehensive report on their visit to Primus Technologies. Coulson and I have completed our assessment, Natasha said, handing over a detailed analysis. Ben Parker is the adopted son of Ben Parker Sr. and May Parker. He has displayed exceptional capabilities since childhood. According to our investigation, he demonstrates maturity far beyond his years and doesn't behave like a typical kid. His mediocre academic performance is almost certainly a deliberate disguise, Natasha continued. When someone demonstrated extraordinary abilities, every aspect of their behavior took on deeper significance. Fury nodded, encouraging her to continue. Through our direct contact, we were unable to identify additional serums at the Primus facility, but there's a high probability that he has concealed other formulas. Additionally, he showed considerable wariness toward me, suggesting he may have learned about SHIELD through independent channels. Also, when we visited Primus, he was the only person present. However, based on the facility's equipment and usage patterns, there should be at least more scientists working there. Nick Fury agreed with these assessments. As a top-level agent, Natasha's observational skills were excellent. But he wanted to explore another angle. What's your personal evaluation of him? Fury asked. Nick had reviewed the footage of the sonic levitation car and was beginning to suspect that Primus might have the potential to replicate Iron Man technology. At the very least, they seemed more competent than Hammer Industries. I think he's less dangerous than initially assessed, but you know, he's still very young. Natasha thought back to Ben's interaction with Trevor Cole, where his attitude had shifted dramatically after their initial meeting. She still believed that Ben's coldness had been a response to Trevor's condescending behavior. I recommend a gentle approach, she concluded, so there's a possibility he could join the Avengers. Nick Fury's eyes lit up with interest. What about Tony Stark? Natasha asked. His condition has been deteriorating for a long time. If this continues, your second member might die before you can recruit him. It seems he hasn't found a solution to his problem yet, Nick Fury said with the satisfied expression of someone whose plans were proceeding perfectly. What Fury didn't realize was that he was already too late. His strategy had been to allow Tony to reach the point of desperation, ensuring that any help would be received with gratitude. Only then would he reveal Howard's research and offer Tony a path to salvation. Just wait and see, Nick Fury said confidently. He'll obediently join my Avengers. The director's confidence was absolute, unaware that his carefully laid plans had already been disrupted by a young man who understood the game far better than anyone suspected. When Nick Fury arrived at the donut shop with Howard's belongings in tow, he expected to find Tony Stark in the same desperate, self-destructive state that Natasha had described in her recent reports. Instead, he discovered the billionaire genius lounging casually on top of a giant donut sign, wearing designer sunglasses and eating a chocolate-glazed donut with obvious relish. The picture of relaxation was so complete that Tony looked like he was on vacation rather than dying of palladium poisoning. Nick Fury turned his head and glared at Natasha with his remaining eye, the expression clearly communicating, "Is this what you meant by dying?" "I think he looks quite comfortable," Natasha admitted, her own confusion evident. Just a few days ago, Tony had been engaging in increasingly reckless behavior, wearing his armor for days at a time, using repulsors to explode watermelons for entertainment, and consuming alcohol with a desperation that suggested someone trying to drink away his remaining time. The transformation was so dramatic that it seemed almost impossible. "Get down from there," Nick Fury shouted, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. Tony looked down at the SHIELD director with obvious irritation. Nick Fury represented everything Tony disliked about government overreach: the presumption that bureaucrats could tell him what to do, the assumption that his resources were available for their use, and the general attitude that his privacy was subject to their convenience. "What are you doing?" Nick continued, his voice rising with frustration. "Hasn't anyone told you that it's extremely rude to eat on someone else's store sign?" Tony raised his eyebrows and whispered something to his AI assistant. A minute later, he looked back down at Nick Fury with a provocative smile. "It's my store now." The casual display of wealth was perfectly calculated to irritate the SHIELD director. For Tony, purchasing the small donut shop had been a trivial expense, probably less than he typically spent on a single bottle of wine. But for Nick Fury, who had to justify every budget request to a panel of increasingly skeptical officials, such casual extravagance represented exactly the kind of financial freedom he desperately needed. The Security Council had been highly critical of his proposal to assemble a team of enhanced individuals, and even after the Lizard and Green Goblin rampage had demonstrated the necessity of such a group, funding remained a constant challenge. Without adequate resources, the Avengers Initiative would remain nothing more than an ambitious theory. Nick Fury's strategy had always been to acquire what he needed through persuasion, manipulation, or creative reinterpretation of existing resources. The prospect of adding Tony Stark to his team would solve his funding problems permanently, while recruiting Ben Parker would provide access to the self-healing serum at cost. His plan was elegantly simple: help Tony in his moment of crisis, then leverage the resulting gratitude into long-term cooperation. As for Ben Parker, Nick assumed that, like most teenagers, he would be eager to play superhero if given the proper motivation and equipment. The plan was perfect in theory, but reality was proving more complicated than anticipated. Tony eventually climbed down from the donut sign, deactivated his armor, and followed Nick Fury into the shop. He whistled appreciatively at Natasha as he passed, though his attention was focused primarily on discovering what good stuff the SHIELD director had brought him. "Tony Stark, palladium poisoning doesn't feel very pleasant, does it?" Nick said, settling into a booth and adopting the relaxed demeanor of someone who held all the cards. Tony raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. "It seems Ben was right. Anyone with half a brain has figured out that I'm not going to live much longer." The casual reference to Ben Parker immediately caught Nick Fury's attention, but Tony continued before he could pursue the comment. "We can help you." Nick declared, ready to reveal Howard's research and claim credit for providing the solution. But Tony's reaction was unexpected. Instead of gratitude or relief, he looked annoyed. Why did you also discover a new element? Nick Fury caught the word "also" immediately. He didn't believe there was anyone else in the world capable of discovering new elements, which meant Tony must have succeeded in surpassing his father's theoretical work. If that were true, then his entire negotiating position had just collapsed. Tony seemed to realize he had said too much and immediately changed the subject. While he had accepted his defeat to Ben in the matter of the new element, he had no intention of publicizing his failure to the world. But Nick Fury couldn't let the topic drop. All of his leverage depended on Tony's desperate need for a solution to his medical crisis. If Tony had already found an alternative, then the carefully planned negotiation would be pointless. You really discovered a new element, didn't you? Nick pressed, his voice carrying a hint of desperation. Tony remained silent, but his expression grew increasingly unfriendly. Nick Fury, recognizing that his position was weakening, fell back on the intimidation tactics he typically used with subordinates. Do you think you're the first person to discover a new element? Nick said, his voice carrying deliberate condescension. Let me tell you something, you're so arrogant that you think you're a genius, but in fact, someone already discovered the existence of new elements decades ago. The words hit Tony like physical blows. He had been in a relatively good mood following his successful synthesis of the Xanium element, but Nick Fury's comments reopened wounds that had barely begun to heal. The reminder of his failure to beat Ben to the discovery was bad enough, but the suggestion that he was arrogant and delusional was intolerable. Tony slammed his hands on the table, causing Nick Fury to realize immediately that he had misjudged the situation. The man in front of him wasn't a desperate subordinate, he was a potential financial backer who could walk away at any moment. I don't need you to remind me of my failure, Tony snapped, his voice carrying genuine anger. Nick Fury was completely confused. Tony's reaction suggested that he already knew about Howard's theoretical work, but that didn't align with any of SHIELD's intelligence. How could Tony know about research that had been classified for decades? What do you know about Howard? Nick asked cautiously. Tony looked at him as if he had spoken a foreign language. Howard Stark, your father, Nick clarified. What do you know about his work? The atmosphere in the room shifted again. Tony's expression became complicated, showing a mixture of annoyance, confusion, and reluctant curiosity. Nick Fury, meanwhile, was growing increasingly bewildered by Tony's responses. A moment later, both men spoke simultaneously. So the person you're talking about who discovered the new element wasn't Howard. So you're saying that my dad discovered new elements too. Both men stared at each other in shock, the same thought running through their minds. What the hell is going on? For Nick Fury, the revelation that someone else had contacted Tony before him and had also discovered new elements represented a significant security concern. An unknown party with advanced scientific capabilities had not only approached his potential recruit, but had apparently solved the very problem that Nick had planned to use as leverage. More importantly, his funding strategy was now in jeopardy. For Tony Stark, this was yet another blow to his already battered ego. It wasn't enough that Ben had discovered a new element. Now he was learning that his father had apparently been working on the same problem decades earlier. Tony held out his hand toward Nick Fury with barely controlled anger. Where's the evidence? Give me the evidence that Howard discovered a new element. Nick Fury found himself in an impossible position. Due to the technological limitations of Howard's era, the elder Stark had never actually synthesized a new element. He had simply proposed the theoretical possibility and left it for future generations to discover. However, SHIELD had confiscated Howard's research, leaving Tony unaware of his father's work. It's not really a discovery, Nick admitted reluctantly, but he proposed the concept of a new element and laid the theoretical groundwork for its eventual synthesis. Tony's expression softened slightly. That's it. I thought he was more impressive than that. You have to understand that Howard was limited by the technology of his time, Nick said, trying to salvage some dignity for his fallen friend while emphasizing SHIELD's connection to the Stark family. Was he also limited by his age? Tony asked with casual dismissal. The comment revealed Tony's true feelings about the situation. If you lost, you lost. There was no point in making excuses. Howard might have been constrained by the technology of his era, but Ben had been constrained by his youth, yet he had still managed to invent the self-healing serum and discover new elements at the age of 16. Tony would never admit that Ben was smarter than him, but he could acknowledge that the young man had earned his respect through genuine achievement. The realization that both Starks had been surpassed by the same teenager was oddly comforting. At least Tony wasn't alone in his defeat. "If you have nothing else to discuss, perhaps we should wrap this up," Tony said, preparing to dismiss his unwelcome visitor. But Nick Fury had one final question that he couldn't let go. "I really want to know who solved this problem and discovered this mysterious element." Nick didn't expect to receive a meaningful answer, but Tony looked at him with a strange expression. His mind drifted back to a conversation from a few days earlier when he had finally decided to use the Xanium element and had contacted Ben to thank him. During that call, Ben had made an interesting prediction. "Someone will come to you in a few days and ask you who provided you with the new element. Don't hide it from me, just tell him directly." The memory of Ben's voice seemed to echo in Tony's ears. "Ben, is this also within your calculations?" Since the real discoverer had specifically said there was no need for secrecy, Tony saw no reason to protect Shield's feelings. "Ben Parker, the founder and CEO of Primus Technologies," Tony said with a roll of his eyes. "Don't tell me that your Shield hasn't investigated him already." After parting ways with Tony, Nick Fury opened the door of his black SUV but didn't immediately get inside. Instead, he held the door with one hand and turned to address Natasha. "It looks like we need to have a conversation with Mr. Parker," he said, his voice carrying the weight of revised strategy. "We've already approached him," Natasha replied, tilting her head with an expression that clearly communicated, "Boss, are you feeling all right?" Nick Fury shook his head slowly. "I mean, we need to have a frank conversation with him." Of course, anyone familiar with Nick Fury's definition of frank would understand that perhaps 1 or 2 sentences out of 10 might contain actual truth. He was frank, but only marginally so. However, once the Shield director had made his decision, he rarely cared what others thought about his methods. When midnight arrived, Ben received an alert from Eunice that there was an intruder in the Primus facility. He rushed to the scene and immediately spotted the familiar figure attempting to blend into the shadows, relying on his black leather coat for camouflage. Nick Fury noticed the unhappy and even angry expression on Ben's face, but he remained unconcerned. This was just a teenager after all. If he couldn't handle a 16-year-old high school student, how could he call himself the king of agents? He might as well resign and hand over the director position to Maria Hill. Therefore, he maintained his casual demeanor despite Ben's obvious displeasure. Nick believed that once he explained his purpose and gave this so-called genius a glimpse of the real hidden world, the young man's irritation would transform into fascination. He had even deliberately mobilized Shield's entire cyber warfare division to attempt penetrating Eunice's systems, a demonstration of the organization's power and capabilities. Nick had learned from experience that when dealing with geniuses, you had to prove your own competence first, or they wouldn't even acknowledge your existence. But Nick had fundamentally misjudged Ben Parker. At this moment, the Shield director was sprawled across the sofa in Primus's lounge area. His legs spread wide in a casual display of dominance, while he delivered what he clearly thought was an impressive opening statement. "I have to say, your AI is quite impressive. It's almost as sophisticated as Tony Stark's system, though it's still a step behind." Nick narrowed his eyes and observed Ben's reaction carefully. He expected the young man to display the same kind of indignant competitiveness that Tony always showed when his work was compared unfavorably to others. That defensive pride would be an excellent opening for recruitment. But within seconds, Nick's expression changed completely as events spiraled beyond his imagination. "What the hell?" Ben said, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Before Nick Fury could process what was happening, Ben sneered and pulled a large weapon from inside his coat. The black muzzle of what appeared to be some kind of advanced energy weapon was suddenly pressed against Nick's forehead. "Damn, this kid is serious," Nick thought, his mind racing through possible responses. But he didn't move, partly because he was concerned that any sudden action might provoke Ben into firing, and partly because he was gambling that a teenager wouldn't actually pull the trigger. But a split second later, a beam of brilliant blue energy erupted from the barrel instantly. The blast left a gaping hole in the sofa where Nick's head had been just moments before. Nick Fury's reflexes, honed by decades of fieldwork, had saved his life. He had kept his eyes locked on Ben's finger, and the moment he saw the trigger being pulled, he rolled sideways off the sofa. The energy beam missed him by inches, avoiding what could have been a very messy end. Nick was drenched in sweat as he stared at the smoldering remains of the sofa. If that blast had connected, it wouldn't have been a matter of opening his mind. It would have scattered his thoughts across the entire room. Having just escaped death by milliseconds, Nick Fury was immediately furious. He crouched on the ground, supporting himself with one hand, his face contorted with rage. "You pointed a laser weapon at my head," he shouted. "Are you insane?" Ben looked at him with cold disdain. "You attacked my firewall, hacked my system, and broke into my company. I'm being polite by not blowing your head off." "What do you mean you're being polite by not blowing my head off? You missed." Nick snarled back, though his voice carried less conviction than before. "If you had learned to knock on the door like your subordinates do, I wouldn't have fired at all," Ben replied with a sneer. The dismissive tone in Ben's voice was jarring, but Nick found himself in no position to object. Trespassing on private property and then acting like he owned the place had been a tactical error that had nearly cost him his life. Ben understood that Nick Fury was primarily trying to intimidate him, and that there probably wasn't much genuine malicious intent behind the break-in. But the problem was that Ben wasn't Nick's subordinate or asset. There was no reason he should tolerate such behavior. You want to show off your power? Then let's see who gives whom a warning. Nick Fury, having been called out for his methods and threatened with a weapon that could vaporize him in seconds, found himself wishing he could strangle Natasha. This was what she had meant by less dangerous. If Natasha could have heard his thoughts, she would have protested her innocence. She had said that Ben Parker wasn't particularly dangerous, but she hadn't suggested that Nick should break into his company and start making demands while sitting in his chair like he owned the place. After delivering his warning, Ben lowered the energy weapon. He had no intention of creating unnecessary problems for himself. The Security Council stood behind SHIELD, and completely alienating them would serve no useful purpose. "Okay, Nick Fury," Ben said, settling into another chair and crossing his legs. "Just tell me what you want." Nick was stunned by the casual use of his name. "You know who I am, the director of SHIELD whose methods are darker than his coat," Ben replied, leaning back in his chair. "It's not exactly a well-kept secret. I know more than you think, including your trump card." Nick smiled noncommittally, assuming that Ben was just another young man with an inflated sense of his own knowledge. But then he noticed that Ben's eyes were focused on his belt, where a small device was concealed. There, hidden beneath his jacket, was his final weapon, a modified pager that could contact Captain Marvel in emergencies. This kid. He doesn't really know about that, does he? Nick thought, feeling a chill of genuine concern for the first time since entering the building. Nick's body unconsciously shifted to one side, trying to block Ben's line of sight while he attempted to regain control of the conversation. "Since you already know something about us, I'll speak directly," Nick said, trying to project calm authority despite the sweat still beading on his forehead. He found another chair and sat down, looking directly into Ben's eyes. "I have an idea," Nick continued, "to bring together some extraordinary people and see what we could accomplish. When people need us, we could go and win battles that they can't win themselves." Nick paused, studying Ben's reaction. The attack and the revelation of his emergency contingency had completely disrupted his original recruitment plan. He had intended to impress Ben with demonstrations of SHIELD's resources and technology, but given that Ben possessed advanced energy weapons, Iron Man's armor would probably seem primitive by comparison. After considering his options, Nick decided to go straight to the core of his proposal. "Interesting," Ben said. "Then what?" "I would like to invite you to be part of it." Ben's response was immediate and dismissive. "Nope." Honestly, the concept of the Avengers wasn't terrible, but there was no reason for Ben to join such an organization, instead of becoming SHIELD. And the Security Council's unpaid enforcer, why shouldn't he set up plumbers in Earth? He could accomplish everything the Avengers could do, so why should he work for them for free? Of course, Nick Fury didn't need to know about those plans. Ben shrugged casually. "Sorry, I don't have time to play superhero with you, Nick Fury. You can see that I'm currently running a company. Primus generates millions in daily revenue, and that's going to increase significantly in the future. I don't even have time to count the money. Why should I become a superhero? How much does superhero work pay?" Nick Fury probably hadn't expected Ben's refusal to be based on such practical considerations. The blunt focus on financial compensation left him momentarily speechless. "You're talking about money, what can I do?" "I can't exactly offer you a salary, can I?" He did want to, but the problem was, as Ben had pointed out, Primus was generating hundreds of millions in daily revenue. Who could afford to match that? Moreover, Nick was here to acquire resources, not to distribute them. Still, Nick wasn't ready to give up entirely. When you work with SHIELD, what you gain sometimes cannot be measured in simple monetary terms. He was thinking of the kind of governmental protection that SHIELD could provide. Even a corporation as powerful as Stark Industries faced political constraints in a country controlled by special interests. The congressional hearing that had targeted Tony recently was a perfect example. However, after Tony had officially reached a cooperation agreement with SHIELD, such harassment had largely ceased. Of course, this was also why Tony had compromised and allowed Rhodes to take the Mark III armor, but regardless, cooperating with SHIELD could indeed eliminate certain unnecessary complications. But the problem was that SHIELD itself was the biggest complication. Instead of cooperating with these people, Ben might as well seek out Alexander Pierce directly and whisper "Hail Hydra" in his ear. Then he could go undercover in Hydra and avoid 99% of the problems that SHIELD would create. So facing the incentives offered by Nick Fury, Ben still shook his head. Nick Fury was deeply frustrated by Ben's stubborn refusal, but in the interest of building a stronger foundation for his organization, he decided to make one final attempt. "Then what do you want?" "What do I want?" Ben smiled. He had originally intended to ask for Skrull genetic samples, but after consideration he changed his mind. There should be quite a few Skrulls on Earth, so obtaining their genetic material wouldn't be particularly difficult. However, asking for it directly would easily arouse suspicion about his motives and knowledge, so he thought of something else, something that would serve multiple purposes. "I want the Tesseract." "Impossible," Nick refused without even thinking about it. He didn't even ask Ben how he knew the Tesseract was in SHIELD's possession, because that question was irrelevant. The most important thing was maintaining control of the most powerful artifact in his organization's custody. Nick Fury left in disgrace, having arrived with the same lack of dignity. In truth, if he had simply knocked on the door and conducted himself with basic courtesy, Ben would not have been so ruthless in his response. After all, the reason Ben had told Tony not to keep his identity secret was specifically to facilitate a potential deal with Nick Fury. But the SHIELD director had proven to be even greedier than Ben had anticipated. He wanted everything while offering nothing in return. Ben understood that Nick's refusal regarding the Tesseract was reasonable. The artifact was indeed one of the greatest treasures in the universe, and Ben didn't necessarily need to possess it permanently. His initial request had been deliberately exorbitant, a standard negotiating tactic. Business was about give and take, and there was nothing wrong with starting high and bargaining downward. If Nick couldn't provide the cube, perhaps he could arrange for Ben to study it for a few days under supervision. When that was also refused, Ben had moved to his secondary objectives. Ben had revealed his true intentions, directly requesting Nick's assistance in obtaining permits for experimental work in Antarctica. The Security Council's approval would be necessary to bypass the various international treaties governing research in the region. But Nick had refused that request as well. "How can you do business if you won't consider any offers?" Ben had thought. If you just want everything for free, what's the point of negotiating? So Ben had promptly escorted Nick Fury out of the building. Before leaving, Nick had been reluctant to give up entirely and had thrown Ben a business card. Ben had been about to toss it into the trash when his eyes caught sight of the destroyed sofa, and he had a better idea. "Eunice, call Nick Fury." "Yes, sir, calling Nick Fury for you." Nick Fury, who had just left Primus not long ago, had turned on his vehicle's air conditioning system. The cool air blowing across his face helped him feel more relaxed after the confrontation. Did the deal go through? Natasha asked from the passenger seat. Her single question reminded Nick of the torture he had endured just minutes earlier. After his visit to Primus, Nick Fury felt like he had ventured to the gates of hell and nearly died there. The memory of that energy weapon's blue beam was still fresh in his mind. He shook his head grimly. "That guy is even more ruthless than I am. I just wanted some free medicine and a little financial support, but he dared to ask for the Tesseract. He's completely insane." So the negotiations fell through? Natasha raised an eyebrow. Nick Fury had confidently stated that he would personally handle the recruitment and secure Ben's cooperation. Now it seemed that confidence had been misplaced. Why rush? This is all part of the game. Nick rolled his eyes at her. Instead of driving immediately, he mentally reviewed all of Ben's conditions. The Tesseract was obviously non-negotiable. Even lending it for a few days would be impossible. If Ben wanted to conduct research, it would have to be under SHIELD supervision with all data synchronized to their systems. That would essentially mean Ben working for SHIELD rather than the other way around. As for the Antarctica request, Nick could actually consider that option. The continent was valuable for scientific research, but difficult to develop commercially. As long as Ben's experiments didn't involve radioactivity or environmental contamination, it wouldn't be a major issue. The problem was that the United States didn't have unilateral authority over Antarctica. When the matter was reported to the Security Council, why should other countries pay for something that primarily benefited SHIELD? It was unrealistic. Of course, Nick could potentially convince them by trading away some other interests, but why bother? In business negotiations, there was no need to rush. You pulled back and forth for a while, then pretended to leave. Whoever got impatient first would lose first. Nick Fury was in no hurry. He was waiting for Ben to call him first. "I'm just applying pressure," Nick explained to Natasha. "Wait and see, I guarantee he'll call me soon." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Nick looked at the vibrating device in his hand and couldn't help but smile smugly. "See, I told you." Nick grinned, shaking his head and winking at Natasha. "It's faster than I thought. Young people are just impatient. Just wait and see how I handle him." Natasha was genuinely impressed. "Is it really that effective?" "Of course, otherwise why would I be the director of SHIELD, Nick said confidently. While picking up the phone, Nick was already planning how to negotiate the price down. The same principle applied: don't rush, let the other party speak first. The call connected and Nick pressed the speakerphone button. "Well, I wonder if Mr. Parker has anything else to discuss. I'm driving." A lazy voice came through the phone. "Nick Fury, you owe me compensation for the sofa. Italian imported Calia leather, total price $135,000. I'll round it up to $140,000. Just deposit it into my account." Nick Fury, "Natasha, is this what you meant by handling him?" Nick Fury's face darkened considerably. After confirming that Nick Fury had left, Ben opened the door and released Dr. Connors from the sealed laboratory. The moment Eunice had been attacked, Connors had gone into hiding as a precautionary measure. As for the surveillance camera that Natasha had left during her previous visit, there was no need to worry. Eunice had connected to it through the internet and modified all the recorded images. "Are you sure he'll compensate for the sofa?" Connors was skeptical of Ben's reverse psychology operation. He was particularly upset about the sofa's destruction because he spent almost 24 hours a day at the company, and the expensive furniture had been specially purchased for his comfort. "If there is no compensation, then the price of self-healing serum increases by 50%, Ben said with a sneer. The stupidest thing Nick Fury had done today was failing to understand who actually held the bargaining chips. Ben wasn't in a hurry for either Antarctic research permits or access to the Tesseract, but Nick was far more eager to obtain funding and medical supplies than Ben was to join SHIELD. Just as Nick himself had said, whoever got impatient first would lose first. By the rules of negotiation, Ben had nothing to fear. If Nick Fury decided not to play by the rules, Ben had other options available. His alien transformations weren't exactly defenseless. As for SHIELD, Ben planned to wait and see how events developed. But there was one thing he needed to address quickly: Hammer Industries. After several months of intensive work, Ivan Vanko had finally transformed the industrial waste created by Justin Hammer into functional unmanned armored warriors. Moreover, he had installed a self-destruct system in each robot's programming. Hundreds of armors were essentially walking bombs that could explode on command and level the entire Stark Expo. This self-destructive attack reflected not only Ivan's own desperate resolve, but also his mockery of Tony Stark. Ivan was already anticipating the Playboy's expression when he finally defeated all the robots, but discovered that he couldn't actually resolve the crisis. Thinking of this, Ivan sneered, throwing his long gray hair behind him. He spat out the toothpick he had been chewing and glanced at the parrot in its cage. "Just wait," he muttered in Russian. "I will make that thief pay." But the parrot didn't respond. Ivan's face grew even gloomier. Justin Hammer was a fool. When asked to find a bird, he had simply grabbed whatever was convenient to placate Ivan rather than getting a proper companion. Damn fool. Justin Hammer had already been sentenced to death in Ivan's mind, but in reality, there were many people who deserved to die. He didn't care how many Americans died in the process. Just as Ivan was contemplating revenge, Justin Hammer approached, wearing a plaid suit and accompanied by several assistants. He had a disgusting smile on his face and looked at Ivan with barely concealed contempt. "How's it going?" Hammer asked. Ivan glanced at him and responded in Russian, "Almost finished." This time, Justin Hammer was smart enough to bring an interpreter. "That's good. The expo is only a few days away, so you'd better not let me down," Hammer warned. "Remember, I can rescue you from prison, or I can arrange for you to die right now." Ivan smiled contemptuously and said nothing more. Justin led the others into the factory, pointing at the completed robots and criticizing the machines as inadequate. Honestly, he still wanted a battle suit like Tony Stark's. With Tony as a role model, the military would be more likely to approve funding for similar technology. On the other hand, who knew whether these robots were reliable, but there was no alternative. The only people who currently mastered the core technology were Tony Stark and the Russian in front of him. Even if Justin was unwilling 100 times over, he could only let Ivan do whatever he wanted. He just hoped that the demonstration would impress the military at the exhibition. As long as he could secure orders, he didn't care about anything else. Moreover, he hadn't actually placed all his hopes on these steel warriors. Not long ago, the military had brought him an authentic Iron Man suit and asked him to modify it. Honestly speaking, there was no need to modify Tony's armor. It had sufficient equipment and powerful weaponry. Any changes would be superfluous, but modifications were required anyway. How could they present this technology without adding some paint or making cosmetic changes? It was obvious at a glance that the armor was produced by Stark Industries. How could the military save face with that? So it had to be changed. And the changes had to be major. The original Stark's flashy red and gold coloring had been replaced with patriotic colors. The elegant repulsors had been removed and replaced with more conventional weapon systems. Although the original design was more effective, it looked too advanced, so they had installed a Gatling gun instead. At this moment, although the Iron Patriot still resembled its original armor, its body shape was much more bloated than the Iron Man suit. All kinds of flashy weapons had been attached to it. Whether they were powerful or not was another matter, but at least they looked impressive. And this seemed to be very important to the military. After all, there was only one Patriot, and not many people expected it to really change the outcome of a war and bring victory to America. What they hoped was that through Iron Patriot, the people of America would have more confidence in the strength of their army, and the whole world would believe that they had more than just one suit of armor. Other countries might be skeptical, but no one dared to bet on it. If you won the bet, there was no benefit. If you lost the bet, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were lessons learned. The Japanese, who were living relatively well at the time, hadn't believed that America had a second atomic bomb. After a while, Justin Hammer left again. Ivan tightened a few more screws, then opened the program code on his computer and made some changes by typing on the keyboard. He looked disdainfully at the armor that had been renamed Iron Patriot, sneered again, then walked over, turned on the armor and began inputting commands. After completing these subtle modifications, Ivan nodded with satisfaction, turned off the lights in the factory and left. For a moment, the entire Hammer Industries facility fell into darkness. It was at this moment that a pale shadow penetrated the wall and floated inside. The ghostly figure materialized into a recognizable form, Ben Parker in his Ghost Freak transformation. His body allowed him to phase through solid matter effortlessly, making him the perfect infiltrator for this kind of operation. This is the interior of Hammer Industries. It's really impressive. The spectral figure's single eye moved across the cracks in his ethereal form, taking in the entire scope of Hammer Industries' facilities. As a first-tier military-industrial enterprise second only to Stark Industries, Hammer Industries owned far more than just a single building. The complex contained several factories equipped with high-precision manufacturing equipment. While Hammer Industries operated numerous facilities across the United States, most were strategically located away from New York's expensive real estate market. No rational business would establish resource-intensive manufacturing in such a costly location. The underground factory in Queens served a different purpose entirely, research and development rather than mass production. This facility was where prototypes were created and new technologies were tested before being scaled up at their other locations. Ben was clearly pleased with what would soon become his company's new headquarters. He was also satisfied with the steel robots Ivan had created. Although the existing machines are somewhat outdated, they can still be useful after modification. It would be wasteful to use them as disposable weapons and blow them up. The raw materials alone for these armored units represented a significant investment, and destroying them all at once just to make a dramatic statement seemed fiscally irresponsible. Ben wasn't wealthy enough to engage in such theatrical waste, but if the robots didn't explode as planned, there would be complications. After all, they were intended as substitutes for Iron Man technology. If these armors were preserved after the demonstration, both the military and SHIELD would certainly seek to acquire them. Ben didn't have the financial resources to compete with such organizations, even with Tony's potential support. The situation would become politically untenable. Tony Stark was already unwilling to share his technology with the government, so if he also interfered with their attempts to acquire Hammer Industries' technology, it would create significant problems. Therefore, Ben needed to find a way to make SHIEL. D and the military voluntarily abandoned their interest in Hammer Industries. This wasn't particularly difficult for him to accomplish. The reason Justin Hammer was considered a joke, beyond his own incompetence, was largely due to his weapons reliability issues. When James Rhodes had confidently declared to an enemy, "I'm going to use my ex-wife to blow you up," only to discover that the missile was a dud, everyone understood that Justin Hammer was an absolute clown. Even if someone later discovered that the ex-wife wasn't inherently defective and simply needed distance to arm properly, it wouldn't be able to salvage Hammer Industries' reputation. Creating similar embarrassing failures was exactly what Ben needed to do. This was extremely easy for him to accomplish. He didn't even need to transform into Upgrade. Instead, he simply inserted a USB drive into Hammer Industries' computer system. In an instant, he implanted a new program into their network. Of course, he didn't intend to let Justin Hammer and Ivan's preparations come to complete ruin. After all, for a large enterprise like Hammer Industries, it would be difficult to cause total collapse unless things got completely out of hand. There needed to be a balance between chaos and control. It all depended on how carefully he managed the situation. Time passed day by day as the expo approached. Before the event began, Ben and Norman Osborn completed their division of Mandel Storm confiscated wealth. The former Green Goblin had accumulated substantial assets during his time as an Osborn Industries shareholder. Storm had cleverly used his wealth to establish a foundation. Theoretically, even with his identity as the Green Goblin now confirmed, Norman wouldn't be able to access those funds directly. However, Norman had been working in the business field for many years and possessed more than just technical knowledge. There was always room for maneuvering with these legal complexities. Things that seemed impossible in principle might sometimes be achievable. Things that appeared possible in theory might also prove unattainable. The key was maintaining flexibility. This was especially true in a country where financial incentives could solve most problems. With Norman Osborn's considerable influence and resources, none of these obstacles were insurmountable. At this moment, Ben and Norman were sitting in the study of Osborn Manor, drinking tea and dividing their spoils. "So you're planning to acquire Hammer Industries?" Norman looked thoughtful. Ben had just explained how Ivan Vanko, who had attacked Iron Man, had faked his death and been rescued by Justin Hammer. After a series of manipulations, Norman understood Ben's strategy. Then he began considering how feasible this plan actually was. "Complete acquisition is almost impossible," Norman said carefully. Hammer Industries used to be comparable in size to the original Osborn Corporation, and after Stark Industries announced they would stop manufacturing weapons, Hammer quickly seized the weapons market and became the military's largest partner. They're currently in their heyday. Although Justin Hammer is an indisputable fool, the other shareholders of the company aren't equally stupid. Even if something unexpected happens and causes Hammer Industries to fail publicly, their factories and industrial infrastructure won't be ignored by other major corporations. Norman's assessment was entirely accurate. However, from another perspective, Ben's early awareness of these events did provide him with certain advantages, though compared to established industrial giants, Primus's current strength remained relatively weak. "In that case, I won't transfer the money from the Mandel Storm for now," Norman decided after brief consideration. Norman absolutely supported the acquisition of Hammer Industries. As America's most prosperous military contractor, Hammer Industries possessed advanced technology and supply chains. While such equipment was of limited use to a biotechnology company like Osborn Industries, it would be invaluable for Primus. With the Mandel Storm's substantial cash reserves, Primus would have more influence in any negotiation. "But you have to be mentally prepared," Norman warned. "Even with this money, you're only qualified to sit at the negotiating table." In response, Ben simply smiled. "Tony Stark has promised to provide financial support." "Really?" Norman raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected that Ben had quietly established contact with Tony. This changed the situation significantly. Norman thought for a moment, then seemed to reach a decision. "In that case, let's do something big." Norman declared that since Stark, despite being somewhat peripheral to their usual business, had gotten involved, he as Ben's mentor naturally couldn't remain silent. "I will temporarily suspend Osborn's other research projects and withdraw all available funds." Ben was stunned by this declaration. He had genuinely wanted Norman's support, but he hadn't expected him to commit so completely without hesitation. After all, the acquisition of Hammer Industries wouldn't bring any direct benefits to Osborn, and with the additional investment from the Mandel storm, Ben wondered whether Norman would even be able to pay his employees' salaries if this continued. But Norman assured him there was no need to worry. Osborn was an established company with many years of history, and some of its core industries remained profitable. With Norman Osborn's support, Ben became much more confident about taking over Hammer Industries. A few days later, Norman held another press conference to completely restore Dr. Connors' reputation. He announced that Connors had been located and was receiving treatment through the joint efforts of Osborn Industries and Primus Technologies. Although Connors, who was nominally still receiving treatment, couldn't yet see his wife and son, at least during this period, the criticism they had suffered because of his condition had finally begun to change. And finally, the time arrived for the expo to begin. Peter Parker, carrying his school bag, stood on tiptoe trying to see over the long line of visitors, his heart full of regret. If I had known, I would have gone in with Ben. As Primus was a participating exhibitor and Ben happened to know Tony personally, there were naturally plenty of VIP tickets available. Right now, Ben SR, May, and even Mary Jane were already sitting in the front seats of the Primus venue, waiting for the exhibition to officially open. But for some reason, Peter had been unable to enter with them. However, the reason for his delay wasn't related to his Spider-Man superhero career, but because J. Jonah Jameson, the owner of the Daily Bugle, had found him and given him a new assignment: to photograph the expo and interview as many celebrities as possible. If you can reveal the true identity of the mysterious boss of Primus, my newspaper will sell like hotcakes. Peter's mind was still replaying the image of Jameson yelling at him with a cigar clenched between his teeth. For the upper class, discovering Ben's identity wasn't particularly difficult, but for ordinary people, the boss of Primus remained a mystery. Peter shook his head and adjusted the camera hanging around his neck. It's a pity that Ben wouldn't accept my interview. Who won't accept your interview? At that moment, a blonde girl suddenly appeared beside him and winked playfully. The sudden surprise almost made Peter jump. He only relaxed when he saw who was speaking to him. You're Gwen Stacy." Peter obviously recognized her but was more surprised than anything else. "What are you doing here?" he asked, stuttering slightly. Gwen seemed to be in a good mood. She looked around and said, "Are you visiting the expo alone?" Peter shook his head reflexively, but the words that came out of his mouth were, yes, just me." Then together, Peter nodded without thinking. Although the person he liked was Liz Allen, she had shown no interest in him anyway. Now it seemed like spending time with Gwen might be a good idea, right? Backstage at the venue, all the entrepreneurs and scientists attending the exhibition had gathered together. The real highlight of the exhibition would be in the evening, and visitors were free to explore during the day. Ben, Norman, and Harry sat together, and many people approached to greet Norman. Ben turned his head and saw Felicia waving at her mother, Mrs. Hardy, from behind. Next to them stood a slightly overweight man in a white coat. Noticing Ben's gaze, the man walked over and extended his hand. "Nice to meet you, Otto Gunther Octavius." When Ben heard the name Octavius, he was momentarily stunned, then immediately realized that the middle-aged man in front of him with the slightly slouched posture was Otto Octavius, the future Dr. Octopus. Today, Otto was just an ordinary scientist. He wasn't wearing his mechanical tentacles, nor had he turned to crime out of desperation for funding. At this moment, he was receiving support from the Hardy Foundation and conducting his research in peace. Otto was quite satisfied with his current life. He had endured a difficult past. Although he was a native New Yorker, he came from the lower class. His father had been a factory worker who was somewhat violent and an alcoholic, often beating both Otto and his mother for no reason. After reaching adulthood, Otto had attended college with the help of student loans. He had already achieved some recognition while in school, writing numerous theoretical papers that made him famous in the field of atomic physics. But later, when Tony Stark had built a nuclear fusion reactor in the garbage dump of a cave in the Middle East, he had actually realized the dream Otto had been pursuing for years, and it was even more perfect. This had depressed Otto for a long time, but he had eventually recovered. The arc reactor was perfect, but perfection in one area didn't mean there was no room for improvement elsewhere. He wanted to use science to make the world a better place, and there was more than one way to accomplish that goal. Of course, he hadn't completely abandoned his own reactor design. The technology wasn't exactly the same as the arc reactor, and it still had value for different applications. Ben didn't hate Dr. Octopus. On the contrary, he admired his abilities and pursuits. How evil could a person be who was committed to using his intelligence and talents to benefit human society? The fact that he would become Spider-Man's enemy was simply a cruel twist of fate. In fact, many of Spider-Man's enemies were like this. Before they turned evil, they had been both teachers and friends to Peter Parker, but eventually circumstances had made them opponents. Now I understand why Miss Hardy asked me where to buy cheap experiment equipment, Otto said with a smile. At the same time, he turned around and looked at Felicia, who was standing next to Mrs. Hardy but kept glancing in their direction and sighed. It's nice to be young, isn't it? Then Otto continued, many people think that Norman Osborn invented the self-healing serum, but I know that's not the case. He glanced at Norman, who was chatting happily with other entrepreneurs, and said, he is a great scientist, but he has focused his attention elsewhere in recent years. Otto seemed to be expressing regret. In his view, becoming focused on capital accumulation didn't make society progress, nor did it allow others to live better lives. In this country, corporate vampires were everywhere, and it was because of their existence that the lives of poor people became more difficult. Norman Osborn was a genius, but genius alone was far from enough. In this world, genius was just an admission ticket, and there were always geniuses above geniuses. Just like himself, he had already been quite famous while still in college, but compared to Tony Stark, he was still far behind. Therefore, talent alone wasn't enough, you had to work harder. Norman had apparently slowly abandoned his scientific pursuits, which was why Otto couldn't respect him as much anymore. Actually, it's your achievement, isn't it? Otto's eyes were full of admiration. I did invent it, Ben nodded. This matter wasn't a secret to many people. For example, Shield had known about it for a long time. Of course, he could continue to hide behind Norman's reputation, but for someone like Dr. Otto, Ben was willing to be sincere. Otto looked as if he had expected this, and then he showed genuine emotion. You know what? Connors and I are actually good friends, he said. He has been committed to studying cross-species genetics not only to heal his own arm but also for more people like him. The news said that he volunteered to be a test subject in order to prevent the Green Goblin from using innocent patients for experiments. I don't find it strange at all because that's just the kind of person he is. Ben nodded, agreeing with Otto's assessment. That's why Uncle Norman and I spared no effort to find him after he disappeared and to heal him, because he is a man worthy of respect. When Otto heard Ben refer to Norman as Uncle Norman, he was momentarily stunned, then realized that Ben in front of him was still just a teenager. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel that Connors shared the same burden as himself. They were all geniuses, but there were geniuses above geniuses. What they pursued all their lives could be easily achieved by others. When faced with geniuses like you, I always feel jealous, regretful, and relieved, Otto said. But I guess Connors will be very happy because there is hope for his hand, and there is hope for millions of disabled people too. As the two were talking, there was a commotion in the distance. They looked and saw Justin Hammer walking in with a large group of reporters following him. He never stopped moving and seemed to be annoyed by the reporters around him, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that this guy was enjoying it, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention under the spotlight. I've already said that Hammer Industries has reached a cooperation agreement with the military and will develop the most advanced weapons. As for the Iron Man armor, I can only say that it is definitely not exclusive to Tony Stark. He is just a selfish egomaniac who thinks that others cannot research armor technology, but he is wrong. In today's exhibition, this is a surprise, Justin Hammer said confidently. I welcome everyone to witness it in person. Believe me, I have everything you want to see. Okay, I know you still have a lot of questions, but that's enough. Justin Hammer pointed at the entrepreneurs at the exhibition and said, I still have a lot of people to greet. He really looks like a peacock, Otto said sarcastically. Yeah, that's why I don't like him very much. At this time, Mrs. Hardy in the distance waved to Otto, motioning him to come over. The Hardy Foundation wasn't as powerful as other large companies. Mrs. Hardy wanted to obtain investment from others through scientific research, but she herself didn't actually understand science, and she couldn't do without Otto's explanation of related matters. But Justin Hammer was walking toward them. However, his target wasn't Ben, but Norman Osborn. Norman, long time no see. I thought you were going to disappear completely. He opened his arms toward Norman from a distance, as enthusiastically as if they were good friends who hadn't seen each other for years. But in reality, Osborn and Hammer had almost no previous interaction. Norman didn't have to think about it to understand why Hammer was so enthusiastic, the self-healing serum. Hammer wasn't a smart man, so naturally, like everyone else, he thought that Osborn was the boss behind Primus. Although the self-healing serum had nothing to do with Hammer Industries, and the two parties were neither competitors nor partners, no one would be indifferent when this kind of medical breakthrough was involved. After all, accidents could happen to anyone. Not only that, since Osborn could launch a self-healing serum, who knew if he would come up with a life-extending serum in a few years? Therefore, there was no harm in building good relations with the Osborn group. Looking at the enthusiastic Hammer, Norman couldn't help but sigh when he thought that the other party might be left with nothing in the near future. But it was just a sigh. He turned his head and glanced at Ben, their eyes met in the air, and then Norman walked toward Hammer with matching enthusiasm. As a businessman, you had to know how to act appropriately. Ben sat there bored for a while, and Felicia sneaked away from Mrs. Hardy and ran toward him. The two of them immediately left the backstage of the exhibition as if their feet had wings. "Are you going to be on stage tonight?" Felicia asked. Ben shook his head. "I don't like to be in the spotlight, so I'll let Harry take the presentation." Hearing this, Felicia originally wanted to take Ben to explore the exhibition, but knowing what would happen tonight, Ben didn't intend to wander around. "Let's go directly to Primus's site." Considering the danger, Ben was worried that tonight would turn into a disaster. So he had set up an energy shield on the outer layer of the venue in advance to ensure the safety of all people at the Primus site. The energy shield technology wasn't his invention, but was already available on Sakaar. Sakaar had a lot of advanced technology, but unfortunately it was too far away from Earth and those wormholes weren't stable. Even with the advanced engines, to be honest, Earth's coordinates weren't easy to find. This time he had been able to return to Earth so quickly thanks to Asgard. It was a pity that the Rainbow Bridge wasn't his means of commuting, otherwise it would be much more convenient. Ben took Felicia back to the Primus site. In the front row of the venue, Mary Jane, May, and Ben SR were sitting together, talking and laughing. Apparently, May had taken a liking to Mary Jane. Mary Jane had a very good relationship with her aunt, so May treated Mary Jane like her own daughter. However, Aunt May felt a little troubled when she thought about the fact that another girl had come to their house during the month when Ben had gone out traveling. Dating two girls at the same time was obviously not in line with Aunt May's values. "I don't know how Ben will handle this." Just as she was thinking, she looked up and saw Ben and Felicia walking toward her side by side. This time, Aunt May's expression changed. She glanced at Mary Jane and her face suddenly became worried. Aunt May thought that Ben was being too careless. He was letting the two girls meet before making a decision. Are these two girls going to fight? Fortunately, things didn't develop as she had imagined. Mary Jane wasn't surprised at all when she saw Felicia. Instead, she greeted her happily. "Felicia, I was wondering when you'd get here," Mary Jane called out with genuine warmth. Felicia also trotted over and sat next to her. "Sorry I'm late. Mom was introducing me to every scientist in the building." The two girls began chatting as if they'd been friends for years, discussing the exhibits they'd seen and comparing notes about the various demonstrations. Mary Jane and Felicia had become well acquainted during the incident when the lizard had attacked Midtown High School. At that time, both of them had been in danger and desperately searching for Ben. Through that shared experience, they had gradually become familiar with each other and understood each other's feelings. However, there was no conflict between the two girls. Instead, they got along remarkably well. Looking at the two young women who were chattering and gossiping with their heads close together, May and Ben SR exchanged glances and thought that they really couldn't understand the young people of today. Could it be that we're too behind the times? Ben SR wondered. Ben sat next to his adoptive father, turned his head and searched the crowd for a moment, then said curiously, "Where's Peter?" He said he had something else to do. "I think he was going to take photographs for the Daily Bugle," Ben SR replied. The Parker family all expressed support for Peter's freelance work, but Ben SR had some complaints about the Daily Bugle. He felt that the newspaper was ignoring objective facts and constantly attacking Spider-Man, which wasn't what a news media should do. If possible, Peter didn't want to sell photos to someone who cursed his alter ego, but there was no alternative. Even though Jameson was like that, he offered the highest rates among all the newspapers. The way Jameson cursed Spider-Man while simultaneously buying photos of him made Ben suspect that the editor had some kind of complex relationship with the web-slinger. As they chatted and watched the exhibition, Ben also noticed that there were many familiar faces in the venue, including several SHIELD agents positioned strategically throughout the crowd. Time passed slowly as various companies presented their innovations. Soon, it was time for the main technology demonstrations. Harry stood on the dazzling stage and introduced the hover car launched by Primus Technologies, demonstrating its capabilities to an impressed audience. At the same time, at the Hammer Industries exhibition, rows of tall, heavily armored robots were displayed in perfect formation. These robots were painted in different colors to represent their military branches: Army Green, Navy Blue, and Air Force Silver. All branches were represented: land, sea, and air capabilities. Not only that, there was also a modified steel war machine, which was worn by military Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes himself, attracting cheers from all the audience. At this moment, Hammer's promise of "I won't let you down" seemed to have become a reality. The media rushed to take pictures, and for a while, camera flashes erupted one after another in rapid succession. This exciting scene made Peter and Gwen exclaim that they had come to the right place. Originally, Gwen had wanted to visit Primus's venue because she had been an assistant in Dr. Connors' laboratory and naturally knew about his research dreams. Therefore, she was also curious about Primus, which had invented the self-healing serum in collaboration with Osborne Industries. However, Peter had already seen Ben's hover car technology in advance, so he wanted to see something new and had convinced Gwen to visit other exhibitions instead. It just so happened that, apart from Osborne and Primus, the most popular company at the moment was Hammer Industries. "But don't you think that Iron Patriot's armor is a little too similar to Iron Man's?" Gwen asked, studying the bulky suit that Rhodes was wearing. She suspected Hammer Industries of plagiarism. But what surprised her was that Peter, who had been chatting with her happily throughout their visit, didn't answer her this time. Gwen withdrew her gaze from the stage, turned around, and looked at Peter with some confusion. "Peter, what's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Peter came back to his senses, but the spider sense in his brain didn't stop tingling. He realized that something dangerous was probably about to happen. At this moment, his only thought was to get Gwen to safety with Ben and then investigate what Hammer Industries was really up to. "Gwen, how about we just..." Before Peter could finish his words, a flaming meteor fell from the sky. Iron Man landed in front of Hammer wearing his gleaming red and gold armor. In an instant, those fancy robots became mere background decoration, like green leaves serving only to set off the brightness of Iron Man's presence. Now the venue became even more lively. "Peter, look, it's Tony Stark." Gwen screamed like everyone else in the crowd, and she subconsciously reached out to grab Peter's arm, but her hand closed on empty air. She turned her head and found that Peter, who had been standing next to her, had disappeared. Rhodes, who was wearing the Iron Patriot armor, was also somewhat flustered and guilty when he saw Tony appear. It could be said that he had betrayed his best friend. The armor he was wearing had been taken from Stark and then handed over to the military. Rhodes hadn't met Tony since that time when they had fought at the party, and he had angrily accused Tony of not being worthy of owning such power. On one hand, it was because he had been busy with the armor modifications, and on the other hand, it was because he had been too embarrassed to face Tony. After such a long time, Rhodes had actually figured out one thing: this suit of armor had probably been prepared for him from the beginning. Otherwise, he would never have been able to wear it or interface with its systems so easily. As a friend, Tony had treated him very well, but he hadn't stood firmly on Tony's side. Instead, he had taken Tony's invention and given it to the enemies of Stark Industries. At this moment, Rhodes saw Tony approaching and thought that his friend was coming to confront him about the betrayal. "Tony, don't do this here, there are still many people around." Rhodes pleaded in a low voice, but Tony was much more mature than Rhodes had imagined. He landed naturally, then walked to Rhodes's side, put one hand on his friend's shoulder and raised the other hand enthusiastically to greet the audience. Then he lowered his voice and whispered in Rhodes's ear, "We're in big trouble. You have to trust me now." Hearing this, Rhodes said helplessly, "I tried trusting you, but I got beaten pretty badly at your house." "Hammer has been working with Vanko," Tony said seriously. "Justin Hammer, where is Vanko?" Without waiting for Rhodes to reply, Tony walked forward, exposing his defenseless back to his friend. At the same time, Ivan Vanko, who was monitoring everything from Hammer Industries, sneered and remotely activated Rhodes's armor systems. The heavy machine gun on Iron Patriot's shoulder activated instantly, rotating to aim at Tony's back. The mechanical whirring sound immediately made Tony realize that something was wrong, and it also made hundreds of visitors attending the exhibition aware of the sudden danger. "Rhodes, is that you?" "It wasn't me, it started on its own," Rhodes shouted in panic. Inside the armor, his face was illuminated by red warning lights as the systems operated beyond his control. At this moment, he knew very well that someone had tampered with the armor's programming. "Run. You're locked out, all systems are compromised." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of robots on the exhibition platform raised their arms simultaneously and locked onto Tony's position. "Lock onto me, that's not going to work. Let's take this outside." Tony made a split-second decision and flew into the air with flames erupting from his boot thrusters. At this moment, all the machines opened fire simultaneously, and the powerful concentrated firepower shattered the glass ceiling of the exhibition hall in an instant. The broken glass fell like a deadly rain of crystal shards. Hundreds of spectators never imagined that they would be caught in the crossfire just because they had come to visit a technology exhibition. Screams of terror rang out one after another. Many people were pushed down by the panicking crowd, and a stampede was about to occur. Fortunately, at that critical moment, a red and blue figure began swinging through the air above the chaos. Spider-Man had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. One armor after another flew out like missiles, chasing Tony Stark like a pack of sharks hunting their prey. Peter was swinging through the air, using the flying armor's pursuit patterns to navigate skyward. At this moment, the broken glass came crashing down like a massive hailstorm. Fortunately, the exhibition hall used tempered glass. After being shattered, it immediately broke into pieces the size of fingernails. Even falling from a height of dozens of meters, it was unlikely to kill anyone. Of course, injuries were inevitable. Peter didn't want to see anyone get hurt, but the glass only fell for a few seconds, and it was impossible for him to weave a huge net to cover everyone in such a short time. He could only keep swinging, scanning with his peripheral vision for those who had fallen or were about to fall, then pull them up with webbing and stick them safely in the air. "Watch your step. Don't be afraid, I'm coming." As he swung, he shouted with the help of the loudspeaker that had been added to his suit. Soon, the entire venue turned into a massive spider's web, with webbing and people safely suspended throughout the space. Those people were like Peter's charges, unable to move but completely secure. But now not many people were afraid. Who living in New York didn't know their friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, so the spectators who had originally been fleeing in panic slowly stopped and looked up at Peter, who was busy rescuing people in the sky. Peter waved happily at them. "I didn't expect adding a loudspeaker to the suit would be so useful. Ben is such a genius." He whispered to himself, then hung upside down from the metal framework of the venue and turned on the loudspeaker again. The sound echoed in every corner of the venue. "Very good, now we have Sheriff Spider directing traffic." Peter's witty words made many people feel at ease. Some people had been hit on the head by glass and their skin was damaged, but it wasn't serious. At the edge of the venue, away from the crowd, Gwen couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard Peter's words. Just moments ago, she had noticed that Peter had disappeared, so she had immediately followed him and witnessed Peter transforming into Spider-Man. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have imagined that the usually timid Peter Parker was actually Spider-Man. What's even more outrageous is that he actually calls himself Sheriff Spider, which made Gwen laugh despite the dangerous situation. Doesn't he know that the NYPD captain hates Spider-Man the most? "Very good, lady over there, push your stroller and exit first. Don't worry, Spider-Man won't revoke your driver's license." "Okay, sir, you follow next." "What, 80 years old? It doesn't matter. Today, even a 100-year-old can still drive." And while Peter was giving directions, he was also looking for Gwen. He had left so suddenly that he was worried Gwen was looking for him everywhere, but soon, Peter spotted Gwen leaving in an orderly manner among the crowd, so he felt relieved. When Gwen realized that Peter was Spider-Man, she actually wanted to play a trick on him, such as asking him for help and telling him that her friend Peter Parker was lost to see how he would react. But in the end, she gave up the idea. This was an emergency. There was no time for jokes. At the same time, the other venues also received alarms and began to evacuate personnel when the crisis occurred, with the exception of the Primus exhibition. Harry, who had prepared in advance, wasn't panicked by the situation. He stood tall and looked more like a model than a businessman on the exhibition platform. Harry looked at Ben, who was sitting with his legs crossed in the audience, and then calmly opened the skylight of the venue so that everyone could witness the show tonight. "Everyone, don't panic. The perimeter of our Primus exhibition is fully covered with energy barriers to ensure everyone's safety." As soon as he finished speaking, a damaged steel robot crashed toward the Primus pavilion. "Ah." The crowd screamed in surprise, and some people even fell to the ground with their heads covered. Then there was a tremendous explosion. In an instant, a huge firework exploded above everyone's heads. Above the originally empty sky, a blue protective shield flashed as the fire spread, then disappeared. Seeing this scene, all the audience couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then began to marvel at the technology possessed by Primus. Harry continued, "Similarly, this technology will also be used in our vehicles as a safety protection system to ensure the safety of passengers in any situation." Then, Harry asked all the audience to stand up from their seats, and all the seats automatically retracted and sank into the ground. In the coming period, the Primus exhibition venue would serve as a temporary shelter to accommodate some of the audiences from other venues. Ben took Ben SR, May, and others to the backstage where the space was more spacious. May held her cell phone and kept calling Peter, but no one answered. What should I do? I can't contact Peter. She was very anxious. There was no doubt that Peter must have become Spider-Man now, saving people elsewhere, in order to avoid worrying May and Ben SR. Ben asked Eunice to hack into Peter's phone and send a text message to May to let her know he was safe. At this time, Tony was fleeing in the sky with a large number of iron soldiers in pursuit. It was obvious to the naked eye that the soldiers created by Hammer Industries were far inferior to Tony's armor and performance, and were being left far behind by Iron Man and Rhodes. Seeing this scene, Ben shook his head with a little disdain. You know, those armors were unmanned. Even without the burden of human pilots, they were still not as good as Tony's suit. This showed that the level of Hammer Industries was indeed much inferior to Stark's. In the end, the biggest threat to Tony was his own weaponry being used against him. But that didn't matter. Once I take control of Hammer Industries, I will upgrade them all. The biggest reason he wanted Hammer Industries was for these ready-made robots. With them, Ben could fully protect Queens and ensure the safety of his parents. In addition, he would also put Hammer Industries' production line to great use, whether it was for building an armored security force or for producing high-tech vehicles. Additionally, Connors's ecological park could also be expanded to raise more regenerating specimens, complete Primus's accumulated orders as soon as possible, and then launch an upgraded version of the self-healing serum. Then, Primus would no longer need Osborn's protection and would become a complete powerhouse. Of course, there were other complications. Norman, for instance, was deeply concerned that Primus might grow too quickly, fearing it would draw the attention of those with hidden agendas. What he didn't realize was that such people had already taken notice long ago. Ben had hoped to use Osborn as a convenient shield, letting the company grow slowly under that protective umbrella. But that cover could only obscure him from the public eye. The real threats, the ones that truly mattered, were already watching from the shadows. When SHIELD came knocking, could Hydra be far behind? In fact, Ben didn't care whether to cooperate with SHIELD or Hydra, but those people would not give up until they achieved their goals, and they were greedy by nature. They had set their sights on Primus, and Hydra would try every possible means to swallow Primus, either by stuffing agents into the company or by creating accidents and directly seizing control. Ben himself wasn't afraid of such incidents, but he was afraid that this danger would spread and fall on other people, especially his family. In order to avoid all this from happening, he could only give Primus enough power and influence. It would be much easier if we could bring the plumbers from Sakaar here. The power of the plumbers was very strong, but distant water couldn't quench a nearby fire. Just like wealthy tourists who traveled to dangerous countries, even though they were very rich in their own territory, they couldn't escape local dangers when they arrived in someone else's domain. Ben lived on Earth after all. Furthermore, Hammer Industries had brought about its own destruction, so this was a windfall. There was no reason not to take it. Just as he was thinking about it, Tony's voice came from Ben's headset. Parker, I still need some time to deprogram the Iron Patriot. Tony shouted, can you please help your cousin and get rid of those robots? Before this, he had already reached a cooperation agreement with Ben, but he only knew that Ivan Vanko had been taken by Hammer and wanted to cause trouble at the expo. But Tony didn't expect that even the Iron Patriot had been modified, and Vanko's program was very advanced. Jarvis had been constantly locating the source of the signal transmission and trying to regain control of the Iron Patriot. Don't worry, I can release the control program of the Iron Patriot for you right now, Ben said to Tony as he separated from his parents. You can do it. Tony's eyes widened. You know, even Jarvis couldn't terminate the other party's system immediately. He used some special equipment that had to be operated manually, so it's normal that Jarvis couldn't override it, Ben said. On the other side, Tony raised his hand and blew up a machine, then replied, I'll ask Jarvis to locate it as soon as possible. No need. Ben interrupted him, then smiled slightly. I tampered with his system in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony noticed something different about the Iron Patriot. The next moment, Rhodes, who had felt his body being controlled by the machine, suddenly realized that the situation was beginning to improve, because the densely packed red warning boxes in front of his eyes disappeared one after another. Tony, I have control. Rhodes shouted happily, and the armor that had been chasing Tony turned around in the air. At the moment of reversal, it blew up a machine behind it. The guy clearly made backup plans. Why not just wipe the hostile code while he's at it? Tony muttered, clearly annoyed. Then, without any communication, the two friends of many years cooperated seamlessly and shot down several machines in the blink of an eye. On the other side, seeing the Iron Soldier being shot down one by one and the Iron Patriot getting out of control, Ivan Vanko couldn't contain himself. He slammed his fist on the computer keyboard and spat out a toothpick from his mouth. He acted decisively and activated the automatic programs of all the remaining Iron Soldier, starting indiscriminate destruction. At the same time, he quickly left his original position and prepared to deploy wearing his special armor. As he passed the parrot, he glanced at it and said in Russian, "No matter what, we must end this today." In fact, Ivan Vanko didn't think he could really defeat Tony Stark. Although the technology they both used originated from reactor principles, after their last fight, he realized that Tony was smarter than him. Smarter, more advanced. Tony's suit was superior to his and Hammer Industries' creations in every way, and he knew he couldn't win. His goal wasn't to win. He wanted Tony to bleed and to prevent Tony from protecting the people he wanted to protect. He wanted people all over the world to see that Tony Stark was not a god, but a human being, a despicable villain who had stolen the achievements of others. On the other side, Tony and Rhodes kept drawing the robots that had locked onto them away from the expo, but some of the robots didn't have the ability to fly. As land forces, they were equipped with high-strength heavy weapons, so they had to sacrifice flight capability. And now, after losing Stark as their target, they had begun to run wild, launching indiscriminate attacks on everything around them. They locked onto the fleeing civilians and the missiles on their shoulders activated. With a loud bang, the missile exploded in the air. A tall man in blue tights fell from the sky, with a round shield protecting his chest, blocking the fierce attack. The vibranium shield completely absorbed the shock wave of the explosion, protecting the spectator who had almost been hit by the artillery fire. Captain America had entered the battle. "Are you okay?" Steve turned around and glanced at the audience member who had fallen to the ground because of fear, then stretched out his hand and pointed him in the right direction. "Go over there, there isn't shield at the Primus venue, it's safe there." After saying this without waiting for the other party's response, he once again turned his gaze to the fully armed machine in front of him. "It's like a human tank. I should have brought the hammer with me," Steve said helplessly. He had come to see the exhibition with Coulson. At that time, Coulson had assured him that there was something at the exhibition that would interest him, and in fact it was true, the hover car reminded him of Howard. But then, the accident had happened. From mutant monsters on Stark Tower, to aliens landing in New Mexico, and finally to now. The continuous appearance of various threats not only made Steve feel that the world was changing too fast, but he also couldn't help but wonder if America was a little too dangerous now. Just a few months after he had been thawed, he had encountered 3 major crises that were each capable of destroying an entire city. Were the American people living in constant peril? At first, he had been reluctant to bring his hammer, but now Steve really regretted not taking it with him when he went out. Just as he was thinking about it, another missile attacked. Just as Steve was about to rush toward the missile, suddenly, a flying web stuck to his lower back and then a tremendous force pulled him backward. Boom! The missile exploded in the air. Steve was stunned for a moment and then he saw a red figure jumping down. "Nice outfit, and I'm also a big fan of Captain America." Peter kicked the robot that had attacked them, denting its head, and said, "But it's too dangerous here. Let's find cover quickly." Captain America was stunned. He even suspected that he had heard incorrectly. After fighting for so many years, this was the first time he'd heard someone asking him to hide. "I'm not that old yet, kid." He wasn't angry. After smiling, he swung the shield in his hand with tremendous force. The shield drew a perfect arc in front of Peter's surprised eyes and accurately struck the energy core of the machine. Suddenly, the 2-meter-tall robot fell down with sparks flying. "See that?" Steve raised his arm and the shield flew back into his hand as if it had eyes. "I can still fight all day long," Peter shouted in amazement. He jumped and landed next to Captain America, reached out and knocked on the round shield, but no sound came out. "Hey man, how did you get this? Did you steal it from the museum?" "The ones in the museum aren't the real thing," Steve shook his head, and then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a missile flying toward Peter. He immediately raised his shield to protect the young hero. At the same time, Peter's spider sense naturally detected the danger. He raised his hand and shot webbing at the robot that was attacking them, then pulled hard. He effortlessly lifted the robot weighing several tons and swung it like a meteor hammer, heavily sweeping away a row of machines. This operation simply left Captain America dumbfounded. To be honest, given the weight of these robots, he might be able to lift them, but it was simply impossible for him to swing them around like toys as easily as Peter did. Therefore, seeing Peter's actions, Captain America's thousands of words were summed up in one thought. Damn this kid, isn't this strength a little too much? Could it be that after so many years, not only have I become outdated, but even the super soldier serum has become obsolete? For a moment, Captain America missed the simpler world where he had been the only one with superpowers. So this is the real thing. Peter pointed at the shield and his voice became more surprised. Not only it, I'm the real deal too, Captain America said with a smile. You're incredible, kid. Where did you get your abilities? The two of them briefly introduced themselves and once again plunged into the battle against the mechanical monsters. Originally, Peter had wanted to ask Ben for help because there were so many robots, but as he fought, he found that the power of these robots seemed a little too weak. Not only him, even Captain America thought so. After destroying a robot with his backhand, Captain America said in confusion, I don't know why Hammer Industries designed them like this. Tanks that walk on two legs, they're worse than real tanks. He looked up at the sky. Those flying machines were better than the ground units, but instead of deploying such things, why not just use conventional aircraft? It's hard to say. Think about it, this thing is the same as Gundam, Peter said, spreading his hands. We all know that the shape of a fighter jet is more suitable for combat, but in comics, humanoid mechas have that special appeal. Even if it's an interstellar civilization, they still have to use their fists when fighting. That makes sense, Captain America nodded, and then he asked in confusion, but what is Gundam? You don't even know Gundam. Peter put a hand to his face. Now I believe you really are Captain America. To be honest, Peter was already the type who really enjoyed watching old movies and cartoons, but he never imagined that there was someone more old-fashioned than him. But on second thought, it wouldn't be surprising if this person was Captain America. Meanwhile, since Captain America had already been deployed, Coulson and Natasha, the two SHIELD operatives, would naturally not remain idle. Both of them were equipped with special equipment, ready to fight those machines to the death. However, they also found that these robots seemed a little too vulnerable. Their shells were far from being as tough as Iron Man's armor, and their shock-absorbing capabilities were also very poor. Natasha stopped what she was doing and took out a device. You know, Ben gave me this just now. Coulson touched his almost bald forehead and thought that Primus had invented so many things, just like having a magic pocket. If this continued, they might even be able to invent a shampoo that could generate hair. It's not a new gadget, it's just a signal jammer. As she spoke, Natasha pressed the button on the device. The invisible electromagnetic field spread, interfering with the signals of all mechanical armors. In an instant, all the armors crashed. Natasha casually patted her thighs with both hands, looking completely at ease. Easiest mission I've ever done. Is it really over? Coulson asked, eyes scanning the frozen robots around them. They were all locked in place like they'd suddenly crashed, but he wasn't convinced. And for good reason, his phone still worked perfectly with full signal bars. That's because you're using a Primus phone, Natasha replied with a smirk. Hammer's junk doesn't even compare to Primus tech. Fair point, Coulson admitted. But doesn't this mean anyone relying on electronic systems is probably in deep trouble right now? Natasha shrugged. Then we just develop a specialized jammer to deal with that. Coulson nodded thoughtfully, of course. Primus would invent a new phone, then invent a jammer to counter the threats, then invent a phone immune to that jammer, and the cycle would go on and on. That was just how Primus operated. Look, this is what it means to make money. However, it seems that these robots from Hammer Industries are not very good in terms of software or hardware. The military spent so much money, but they didn't expect to get such junk. He shook his head, grinning from ear to ear, feeling sorry for the military. There had always been an invisible competitive relationship between SHIELD and the military. On the surface, they were all serving the country, but behind the scenes, the two sides were confronting each other in a fight for more military funding. This time, these products from Hammer had obviously made the military a laughingstock. It was conceivable that military spending would probably shrink in the future. The total amount of funds was limited, and the military was a behemoth, so the money saved, even if it was just a fraction, was an astronomical figure. SHIELD could fight for this money. Coulson didn't know how happy Nick Fury would become after knowing this news, but he knew that he had the budget to modify his beloved car. At the same time, Justin Hammer bent over like a mouse and hid in the Primus venue along with the crowd. He had already cursed Ivan Vanko hundreds of times in his heart. If words could kill, Ivan would probably have turned into dust by now. He really didn't expect that Vanko would give him such a big surprise with this stunt. Although he had told Vanko at the time that he wanted Tony Stark, the arrogant egomaniac, to die. But to be honest, for a businessman, he had not been referring to the death of Tony Stark himself, but the death of Stark Industries. With this Russian madman's behavior, it wasn't Stark who would be killed, but his Hammer Industries. Even if Ivan could kill Tony Stark, what would be the point? He would also lose everything because of this attack. Hammer Industries had now accepted orders from the military. This represented national strength. I am dead. His face was pale and his whole appearance was gloomy. Although he was dressed in a suit and looked respectable, he appeared as miserable as a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to kill. Obviously, Justin Hammer was aware of what his next ending would be. For a crime like this, even if he wasn't executed, he would at least be sentenced to several hundred years in prison. Even if his sentence was reduced again and again, he would never see the light of day again. As for being rescued by someone else, that was even more impossible. The fall of Hammer Industries was like the fall of a towering tree. Countless smaller companies underneath were waiting to absorb its resources, then grow branches and leaves and cover the entire market. Justin Hammer wasn't a genius scientist, nor was he a super villain. Without Hammer Industries, he was nothing, and no one would bother to save a loser. But he still couldn't suppress his anger toward Ivan Vanko. That hateful guy, a bastard from Russia. If it weren't for him, Vanko would have died in prison a long time ago. He had been kind enough to rescue him, but this was how he was repaid. If he could do it again, Justin Hammer would rather the person who was killed in the prison had not been a scapegoat. But now it was too late to say anything. No one could save him. He crouched down and kept dodging, fearing that he would be recognized by others. Although he knew that he would not be able to escape from prison, at least he could stay alive in prison. If he was discovered by these people, they would probably rush over and beat him to death with one punch each. Ben had noticed him a long time ago, but he ignored the clown and was discussing the next steps with Norman Osborn backstage. After we take control of Hammer Industries, we can expand the ecological park. By then, the accumulated orders can be completed as soon as possible, and Primus will become a company as powerful as the Osborn Group. After saying this, Norman still felt like he was in a dream. Too fast, it had only been a few months since Primus was founded. In a few months, it would become one of the top companies in the country. This speed of development had left Norman, who had started from scratch, speechless with surprise. In addition to good luck, the decline of Osborn and Hammer Industries had given Ben an opportunity, but more importantly, Ben himself had the ability to capitalize on it. But Norman also noticed that Ben seemed a little anxious. He immediately asked the reason. Norman Osborn didn't know that soon the Earth would be filled with monsters and demons, and people with all kinds of strange powers would appear on the scene. Ben needed to quickly build a power base. Another reason. Ben gave a slight smile, turned to Norman and asked almost casually but with unmistakable intent, "Tell me, Uncle Norman, ever thought about becoming mayor?" Norman was stunned. He really hadn't expected Ben to ask this question. But when he thought about it carefully, he found himself genuinely tempted. On one hand, Norman had poured years of effort into building Osborn Industries into what it was today. But its growth had reached a plateau. It would be difficult to expand it much further without external help. He was a man who had already conquered the business world, and now, with Ben and Primus backing him, rising back to the top was far easier than he'd imagined. What he hadn't yet experienced was a career in politics. As for Ben, he had once entertained the idea of becoming Earth's commander-in-chief, like in the stories he'd read where the protagonist ends up ruling the planet. But in the end, he decided it sounded like too much of a hassle. Still, if he couldn't rule the entire world, why not start with New York? He didn't have the appetite for politics himself, but he knew someone who absolutely did. Norman Osborn. In Marvel Comics, many people had served as mayor of New York City. For example, Kingpin and even Daredevil in some storylines. If these two guys could be mayors, then Norman Osborn could be too. Not only could he be mayor, but he could also even be president. It just so happened that both Osborn Industries and Primus Technologies could support him in taking office. Norman Osborn had been able to make so many sacrifices for Primus. From this point of view alone, Ben had already regarded him as family. Moreover, this would also bring great benefits to the future development of both companies. However, the two didn't say much about this matter. Just a glance was enough to understand each other's meaning. At this moment, the war outside had come to an end. The moment Natasha activated the signal jammer, the battle was effectively over. As for Ivan Vanko, honestly, it would have been embarrassing if Tony hadn't been able to handle him on his own. Ben didn't bother staying for the wrap-up. Instead, he slipped away early with Mary Jane and Felicia and took them to the movies. It was a welcome break from the high-stakes tension of the expo. When they stepped out of the theater, everything was settled. Justin Hammer was already in custody. The evidence against him was overwhelming, no room for denials, no chance of a comeback. Tony had called Ben afterward, but the call was intercepted by Eunice. Left with no other option, Tony had recorded a message instead. From the tone of his voice, he seemed pleased with how things had played out. He even mentioned that he'd spoken to Pepper and agreed to help Primus acquire Hammer Industries. But Ben wasn't concerned with those details. Norman was handling all the arrangements. And from what Ben could tell, the older man was enjoying himself, relishing the power plays, the corporate maneuvering, and the quiet thrill of dismantling a rival piece by piece. Compared to Ben's calm detachment, the fallout from the attack was immense. Civilian companies were rattled, but it was the U.S. military that suffered the greatest embarrassment. They had poured an enormous budget into contracts with so-called weapons giants like Hammer Industries, all based on promises that now lay in ruins. Back then, Justin Hammer had sworn up and down that there would be no issues. But the result? Disaster. Hammer Industries didn't possess any real armor technology. The arrest of Ivan Vanko exposed the truth. The robots Hammer had paraded around were nothing but hollow shells. Even with arc reactor energy powering them, they were useless. Oversized trash with no functionality, barely even combat capable. It was a textbook example of failure wrapped in a shiny suit. But as always, when one side wept, another side smiled. The military was in damage control. SHIELD, on the other hand, was quietly pleased. When Nick Fury heard the news that military spending was about to be cut, he perked up almost instantly. It was as if the psychological trauma he'd brought back from Primus had finally lifted. He looked lighter, even cheerful. "Well, it's not like the military walked away empty-handed," he said, eyes still glued to the tank battle game he was playing on the helicarrier's command console. "I heard the captain say those machines weren't even as tough as real tanks. But hey, they did recover several hundred tons of scrap metal." Natasha, standing nearby, added dryly, "Primus bought all that scrap back, paid for it at the going rate for a tank." "That high?" Nick raised an eyebrow. She shrugged. "Scrap tanks from World War II." Nick leaned back with a grin, looking like he was one step away from bursting into song. To be fair, the military didn't walk away with absolutely nothing. They did get a Mark III after all. But anyone paying attention could tell that armor had been left behind more for Rhodes than for the Pentagon. It wasn't a military asset, it was a personal gesture. And as long as this Iron Patriot existed, the military would be unable to do anything to Rhodes. Of course, there was nothing that could be done about the armor's technology being studied. Fortunately, Tony developed armor faster than Apple released new phones. By the time the military had spent more than years to master the Mark III, he would have even developed nano-armor suits and time machines, so he no longer cared about the copyright. This also showed that the military's development status was not good. In terms of funding, the military had far more funding than SHIELD. However, few of those high-ranking soldiers were capable of conducting scientific research, and most of them ended up spending the money on outside companies. However, those companies were more unreliable than each other. Not to mention Hammer Industries, even the previous Osborne had made very slow progress in human enhancement project. They had finally come up with a lizard serum, but it had side effects and had almost turned all of New York into prehistoric times. In the 21st century, talent is the most important thing, Nick Fury sighed and felt that his Avengers plan was correct. The only pity was that so far there were only a handful of Avengers members. The candidates currently on the shortlist were Ben, Tony, and 2 Spider-Men. Up to this point, Nick Fury still didn't know Spider-Man's true identity. That kid's pretty good. When Captain America heard Nick talking about Spider-Man, he immediately thought of the young man he'd met at the expo. He's strong, smarter than he looks. Honestly, in a lot of ways, his abilities outclass mine. More importantly, he respects his elders. The last line was said with a smile, but it was still genuine praise. "I bet he could even lift Thor's hammer," Cap added. "Is that so?" Nick raised an eyebrow. "If he can't, then who can?" No one answered, but the thought lingered. Everyone had the same name in mind. After a short pause, Coulson cleared his throat. "Speaking of Thor." "I didn't say anything about Thor," Nick cut in quickly. "Coulson, you're walking a dangerous line. That's disrespecting a god. I don't think dumping him at a construction site and asking him to haul cement is very respectful either, boss," Coulson replied dryly. Ever since Thor had stayed on Earth, he hadn't exactly been living in comfort. Nick Fury wasn't about to give him free room and board. Not when the guy could eat a small town's worth of food and smash plates like it was tradition. So in true Fury fashion, he'd spun it as a divine trial and dropped Thor off at a local construction site. He's strong enough to earn 3 days' pay in one. That makes him a model worker, Nick said with a shrug. Then Nick mentioned Tony again. Is Stark okay? Since Ivan Vanko had been arrested in order to improve relations, Nick had told Tony about Howard's past, including the history of Howard and Ivan Vanko's father jointly developing the reactor. In a sense, it wasn't wrong for Vanko to call Tony a thief. Natasha shrugged. He doesn't care. He told Vanko, only a fool would stop at past achievements. You're still dwelling on this while someone else has discovered a whole new element that completely changes the reactor equation. It seems that this incident has not hit him as hard as Ben Parker's new element did, Nick said, and then a regretful expression appeared on his face. Tell me, why is he unwilling to cooperate with us? After a while he seemed to remember something, stood up suddenly and pinched his chin. Wait, Ben Parker, Parker. The pieces were starting to click together in Nick's mind, but he wasn't quite ready to voice his suspicions yet. Half a month later, Ben sat with his legs crossed on the top floor of the former Hammer Industries building, now the Primus Technologies building, overlooking the modest houses in Queens. The feeling of standing at the top was amazing, as if everything was under his control. He was the ruler of this world. Sir, in addition to this building, a total of 90 iron soldiers have been recovered, Eunice reported. Because Ben had tampered with those machines, everyone thought that the machines produced by Hammer were almost useless scrap metal. When the military heard that Primus was willing to spend money to recycle it, they were so happy that they could barely contain their excitement. Without hesitation, they packed up all the debris and sent it to Ben, as if they were afraid that he would go back on his word. But in fact, no matter how weak Hammer's steel warriors were, they weren't worse than old-fashioned tanks and planes. It was just that Ben had done something to them, limiting the rotation speed of the reactor cores of these machines. In addition to these, there were also hundreds of production lines that had originally belonged to Hammer Industries and now belonged to Primus. Connors was also happy. Because from today on, he no longer had to squeeze into a small cubicle and watch the few small reptiles crawling around in glass containers. Now Ben had specially opened up 2 floors of space for him to cultivate mutant animals and do research. You know, this kind of treatment was something he couldn't even have imagined when he was at Osborne Industries before. But when Ben saw Connors' amazed look, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Where were they now? He'd buy a few islands and create a Jurassic Park later. But I remember that dinosaurs seemed to have existed in the Marvel world. Ben wasn't sure. The only thing he was sure of was the start date of school. After going through so much, school was finally about to reopen. A few days after the Stark Expo incident, Ben and Mary Jane walked toward their usual bus stop together, their breath visible in the crisp morning air. Peter had already sprinted ahead with typical Parker punctuality, claiming the best spot on the platform while they took their time. Mary Jane's eyes sparkled with amusement as she adjusted her messenger bag. You know, I still can't wrap my head around the fact that you take the school bus like the rest of us peasants when you literally own a multi-million-dollar company. Ben shrugged, hands buried deep in his jacket pockets. I'd rather not paint a target on my back. Besides, the whole mysterious teenage billionaire thing gets old fast. His expression grew more serious. Plus, Mom and Dad are still in Queens. If my identity gets out, their lives get complicated real fast. The thought of May Parker being swarmed by reporters or worse made his stomach churn. He could already picture Mary Jane's Aunt Anna crossing the street to avoid talking to May, intimidated by the Parker family's sudden elevation in status. Smart thinking, Mary Jane nodded approvingly. Though I have to ask, aren't you worried about security? I mean, kidnapping rich kids is kind of a classic villain move. Ben's lips curved into a knowing smile. Let's just say I've made some upgrades to our home security system. Over the past few days, Ben had been working tirelessly on modifying the Hammer Tech robot drones he'd acquired. Using upgrades' technological intuition combined with the analytical capabilities of gray matter, he'd completely overhauled the clunky military hardware. The original steel robots had been designed for one thing, looking intimidating while firing indiscriminately at enemies. Everything about them screamed weapon of war, from their bulky armor plating to their excessive firepower. Ben had stripped away all the unnecessary bulk, starting with the heavy outer shells that Hammer had only included to differentiate them from Stark's sleeker designs. The weapon systems had been the next to go. Ben wasn't building an army, he was creating guardians. The crude missile launchers and machine guns were replaced with precision laser systems that could incapacitate threats without leveling city blocks. The former ammunition compartments now housed advanced medical kits and emergency supplies. But the real genius was in the software. Ben had programmed them with extensive databases on emergency medicine, threat assessment, and civilian protection protocols. They could provide first aid, call for backup, and most importantly, distinguish between actual threats and nosy reporters. The only remaining issue was their size. Even streamlined, the robots were too conspicuous to follow May and Ben SR around Queens. Instead, Ben had equipped his adoptive parents with discreet panic buttons that would summon the Iron Guard within minutes. "Here comes our chariot," Mary Jane announced as the familiar yellow school bus rumbled into view, belching exhaust into the morning air. Peter waved at them from his spot near the front, his camera bag slung over his shoulder as always. Ben noticed the slight bags under his cousin's eyes, another late-night patrol, no doubt. They climbed aboard to find Flash Thompson practically vibrating with excitement in his seat. The moment he spotted Ben, he shot up like a rocket, nearly hitting his head on the bus ceiling. "Ben. Dude, tell me you made it to the expo." Flash's voice carried his trademark mix of enthusiasm and hero worship. "I heard Spider-Man showed up and everything. I can't believe I missed it because my mom dragged me to some boring family dinner." Flash's face was a masterpiece of teenage regret. His usual confident swagger was replaced by the kind of anguish reserved for missing once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. Ben slid into a seat across the aisle, Mary Jane settling beside him. "Yeah, I was there. Spent most of my time in the Primus Technologies venue, though. Didn't catch any superhero action firsthand." The identity of Primus's mysterious young CEO remained one of New York's best-kept secrets, and Ben intended to keep it that way. The fewer people who connected Ben Parker to his corporate empire, the better. Flash's shoulders sagged dramatically. "Man, what a waste. You were right there and missed the action." Actually, Flash perked up again, leaning forward with the intensity of a sports commentator. "Speaking of Spider-Man, did you hear about that new guy? Prime, the Black Spider-Man. The Daily Bugle says Spider-Man called him that during the fight." "I caught something about it on the news," Ben replied carefully. "Why?" Flash's question immediately drew the attention of half the bus. Conversations about superheroes were like catnip to their fellow students, and Ben could feel multiple pairs of ears tuning in. "We've been having this epic debate," Flash continued, his voice taking on the tone of someone about to deliver a TED Talk. "Who do you think would win in a fight, Spider-Man or this new Prime guy?" Ben caught Peter's eye in the reflection of the bus window. His cousin looked genuinely curious about what he'd say, probably still nursing some insecurity about his performance against the Green Goblin. Ben had tried to explain that holding back to avoid casualties wasn't the same as being weak, but Peter was still his own harshest critic. "That's easy," Ben said without hesitation. "Spider-Man, no contest." Peter's eyebrows shot up in surprise, clearly not expecting that answer. He'd been comparing himself to Ben's more aggressive Prime persona for weeks, always coming up short in his own mind. Flash, meanwhile, practically glowed with vindication. "See. I told you guys, Ben gets it. He's obviously got good taste in heroes." But their classmate Eddie Brock, who'd been eavesdropping from 2 rows back, wasn't convinced. "Come on, that's ridiculous. Spider-Man's been playing tag with the Green Goblin for over a month and getting nowhere. This Prime guy shows up once and boom, problem solved. Results don't lie." "That's exactly what I'm talking about," Flash shot back, his voice rising with passion. "You're all thinking about this wrong." He stood up, nearly losing his balance as the bus hit a pothole, and gestured dramatically at his Spider-Man t-shirt. "You want to know why Ben's right? Because you're all judging Spider-Man like he's some kind of video game character where higher numbers equal better hero." Ben watched, fascinated, as Flash Thompson, notorious school bully and general meathead, transformed into Spider-Man's most articulate defender. Sure, maybe Prime hits harder, maybe Iron Man has better tech, but Spider-Man? Flash's voice took on an almost reverent quality. "Spider-Man's the real deal. He's the only hero who actually cares about regular people. While all the big shots are off fighting mutant bird and robots, Spider-Man's the guy who'll help you get your cat out of a tree." The bus had gone completely silent. Even the driver was stealing glances in the rearview mirror. "When's the last time you saw Iron Man stop a purse snatching?" Flash continued, warming to his theme. "Or help some kid who's lost. Spider-Man doesn't just fight the big villains, he makes sure everyone in New York knows they matter. He's not just a superhero, he's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Ben felt a genuine smile spread across his face. For all his faults, Flash Thompson understood something that most people missed about Spider-Man. It wasn't about power levels or win-loss records, it was about heart. Peter, meanwhile, looked like he might cry. Ben could practically see the weight lifting off his shoulders as Flash's words sank in. Sometimes you needed to hear from someone else that your approach was right, that protecting people was more important than looking impressive. "Peter, you look like you're about to hurl," Flash said, noticing Peter's emotional expression and immediately reverting to his usual blunt self. "Whatever, just sit somewhere else." As Peter shuffled away, still processing Flash's unexpected tribute, Ben felt a different kind of emotion building in his chest. It started as pride in his cousin, but quickly morphed into something much less pleasant. Ben reached over and clapped Flash on the shoulder, perhaps a bit harder than necessary. "Hey Flash, where exactly did you get that Spider-Man shirt?" Flash looked down at his chest, clearly confused by the sudden change in Ben's tone. "This, got it from Nike. They've got a whole superhero line now. I heard they're working on a Prime version too, and they're trying to get the rights for Iron Man merchandise." Ben's grip tightened slightly on Flash's shoulder. "Rights? What rights? You know, licensing deals and stuff. Though I guess it's harder with the masked guys since nobody knows who they are to ask permission." Ben felt his jaw clench. While Peter was out risking his life every night, barely scraping together enough money for web fluid, some corporate executives were making bank off his image. The same image that J. Jonah Jameson spent every day trying to tear down. "Flash," Ben said, his voice taking on a deceptively calm tone, "do you realize that's a bootleg?" "What? That shirt, it's stolen merchandise. Nike doesn't have the rights to Spider-Man's image any more than they have the rights to use Mickey Mouse or Star Wars." Flash's face went through several expressions in rapid succession: confusion, disbelief, and finally horror. But they're selling them in stores." "That doesn't make it legal," Ben replied, already pulling out his phone to text Eunice. "Spider-Man's image is his intellectual property. Just because he's anonymous doesn't mean companies can steal from him." Ben's fingers flew across his phone screen, sending detailed instructions to his AI assistant. By the time he was done, Eunice would have legal papers ready to file against every company manufacturing unauthorized Spider-Man merchandise. Flash started to pull at his shirt, clearly ready to tear it off then and there, but Ben stopped him. "Don't worry about it, the damage is done. But for future reference, Spider-Man just signed an exclusive licensing deal with Primus Technologies. Any legitimate Spider-Man merchandise will be through them from now on." Peter's head snapped up from across the aisle. "He what now? Spider-Man and Primus," Ben repeated smoothly. "Makes sense, really. Primus has been supporting local heroes with equipment and technological resources. Natural partnership. It wasn't entirely a lie. Primus had been providing Peter with upgraded web shooters and suit modifications for weeks. A licensing deal was just making it official." Flash nodded eagerly, clearly ready to support his hero's business ventures. "That's awesome, I'll definitely buy the official stuff, but wait." His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "How do you know about a secret licensing deal? Are you, like, connected to Primus or something?" Ben felt his stomach drop. 2 minutes ago he'd been smoothly handling the situation, and now Flash was connecting dots that Ben really didn't want connected. "Could you be?" Flash's voice dropped to a whisper. "Spider-Man?" "No," Ben said quickly, perhaps too quickly. "I mean, obviously not. Do I look like I can stick to walls?" Flash studied him for a moment, then shook his head. "Nah, you're right, you're way too tall. Spider-Man's more compact, athletic build, plus your voices are completely different." Ben mentally thanked whatever cosmic force was looking out for him. "Exactly, I just have a friend who works for Primus, inside information and all that." Before Flash could ask more probing questions, Ben glanced over at Peter, who was trying very hard not to laugh at the entire situation. The sight of his cousin's barely contained amusement sparked an idea. "Actually," Ben said, loud enough for Peter to hear, "my friend mentioned they're always looking for good photographers. Someone who can get exclusive shots of Spider-Man for marketing materials. Know anyone who might be interested?" Peter's eyes widened as he realized what Ben was doing. A steady income from Spider-Man photography backed by Primus's resources would solve a lot of problems. "I might know someone," Peter said carefully. "Perfect, I'll put in a good word." By the time the bus pulled up to Midtown High School, Ben had successfully redirected the conversation, set up a revenue stream for Peter, and begun the process of legally protecting his cousin's image rights. Not bad for a 20-minute bus ride. But as they filed off the bus, Ben couldn't help but stare at the school in front of them. The transformation was so dramatic that several students had stopped in their tracks, gaping at what used to be their modest public school. Holy. Mary Jane breathed, her voice trailing off as she took in the sight. Midtown High School had been completely rebuilt from the ground up. What had once been a standard brick building with narrow hallways and flickering fluorescent lights was now a gleaming modern campus that looked more like a private university than a public high school. The entrance alone was impressive, a grand archway made of polished stone and glass that rose 3 stories high. Bronze plaques commemorated various academic achievements and donor contributions, with Norman Osborn's name prominently featured. "It's like someone took a normal school and fed it steroids," Peter muttered, adjusting his camera bag as he prepared to document the transformation. "And money," Ben added, "lots and lots of money. This is all because of Harry's dad." Mary Jane asked, still craning her neck to take in the full scope of the renovation. Ben nodded. Uncle Norman wanted Harry to transfer here from his private school, figured the best way to ensure Harry got a good education was to make sure the school could provide one. It was typical Norman Osborn logic. Identify a problem, throw money at it until it goes away, then throw more money at it to make sure it stays away. "I heard he's also compensating Dr. Connors for the damage to the original building," Ben continued as they walked through the impressive entrance. Apparently Norman felt responsible since the lizard incident started with his research. Inside, the transformation was even more dramatic. The narrow, cramped hallways had been replaced with wide corridors lined with natural light from strategically placed skylights. The old linoleum floors were now polished hardwood, and the walls were decorated with rotating displays of student artwork and academic achievements. "Okay, this is getting ridiculous," Peter said, pointing to an escalator that led to the second-floor cafeteria. "Who needs an escalator for 2 floors?" "The same person who apparently thinks students can handle 6 flights of stairs to get to the dorms," Mary Jane replied, gesturing toward the traditional staircase that led to the newly constructed boarding facilities. Ben chuckled. "You're thinking about this wrong. The administrators don't live in the dorms, but they do have to eat lunch. Guess which one got the convenience upgrade?" "Capitalist logic at its finest," Mary Jane said dryly. "Though I have to admit, I'm hoping some of that money went toward fixing the air conditioning in the classrooms." "Speaking of which," Ben said, checking his watch, "don't you have band practice today?" "I should probably come check it out, for moral support and definitely not because I'm looking for future talent to sign to Primus Entertainment." Mary Jane shot him a look that was half amused, half exasperated. "First of all, there is no Primus Entertainment. Second, I told you I'm not interested in becoming a professional musician." "What changed your mind?" Ben asked, genuinely curious. A few months ago, Mary Jane had been all about pursuing a career in entertainment. Mary Jane's expression darkened. "I was talking to Felicia about the industry, and she gave me some pretty harsh reality checks. Apparently, making it as a female performer has less to do with talent and more to do with, let's call them compromises." Ben's jaw tightened. He knew exactly what she was talking about, and the thought of Mary Jane being subjected to that kind of treatment made his protective instincts flare. "The whole system's disgusting," Mary Jane continued, her voice rising with indignation. "According to Felicia, most of the successful actresses and singers had to deal with some form of harassment or worse just to get their careers started. I'm not about to sell my soul for fame." "That's easily solved," Ben said, his tone matter-of-fact. "I happen to be capital." "Miss Watson, would you be interested in letting me be your patron?" Mary Jane's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Benjamin Parker, are you trying to proposition me?" "I'm trying to offer you a legitimate business opportunity," Ben replied, though his grin suggested he was enjoying her reaction. "Primus could use a good spokesperson, and you've got the talent and the look. No compromises, no harassment, just good old-fashioned nepotism." "Oh, well, when you put it like that." Mary Jane's mock-serious tone cracked as she started to smile. "I mean, I suppose I could be persuaded for the right price." "I'll have my people call your people," Ben said solemnly. "I don't have people. I'll buy you some people." Their banter was interrupted by the arrival of their homeroom teacher, Ms. Ramos, who was clearly still adjusting to the school's new reality. "All right, everyone, I know the new building is impressive, but we still have actual learning to do," she announced, though she seemed just as distracted by the upgraded facilities as her students. As they filed into their newly renovated classroom, complete with individual climate control and state-of-the-art smartboards, Ben caught Peter's eye and nodded toward the window. In the distance, he could see one of his modified Guardian drones conducting a routine patrol, its sleek form barely visible against the morning sky. The pieces were falling into place. Peter's financial situation was about to improve dramatically, his secret identity was better protected than ever, and Ben had successfully begun the process of turning superhero merchandising into a legitimate revenue stream. Of course, he still had to figure out how to explain to Peter that he'd just committed Spider-Man to a licensing deal without asking. But that was a problem for later. For now, Ben was content to settle into his desk and pretend to be a normal high school student. Even if his definition of normal included running a multi-billion-dollar corporation and secretly protecting the city as an alien shapeshifter. Just another typical day in the life of Ben Parker. After all, with great power came great responsibility and apparently great paperwork. Inside the SHIELD base, Nick Fury rummaged through boxes and drawers and finally found a long-forgotten document. Richard Parker and Mary Parker. Maria Hill looked at the document and read it again with a frown. Parker, are they related to Ben Parker? It has nothing to do with Ben Parker. In the United States, there were countless people with the last name Parker, not to mention ordinary people. Even superheroes often encountered people with the same name. But it is related to his cousin, Peter Parker. Nick Fury waved his hand and immediately projected Peter's information in the air. In the holographic display, the past 16 years of Peter Parker's life were clearly shown. They are Peter Parker's parents, Nick said. At this time, Coulson on the side was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the information of the parents of an ordinary teenager could be included in SHIELD's classified files. So, they're also agents of SHIELD, Nick shook his head. They worked for the CIA. They were intelligence analysts for the CIA before they worked for Osborne Industries. That's not the point. The point is, he paused for a moment and scanned everyone present with his remaining eye. Hill, Coulson, Natasha, Barton, and Captain America. Each of them was his confidant, someone he could absolutely trust. Then Nick slowly spoke. The point is that later on, the plane they were on was attacked and both of them died in the plane crash. Captain America frowned. Then he heard the name that he could never forget even in his dreams. It doesn't make much sense to some people, but my guess is Hydra. The moment he heard the name, Steve's body swayed and his eyes became a little dazed. This was the first time he had heard this name from someone else since he had been thawed. All of a sudden, he felt his palms sweating and his lips trembling. He asked, but wasn't Hydra destroyed? Nick repeated his words in a surprised and exaggerated tone and then said, yes, most people think that Hydra has been destroyed or even that all of them have died, but this is impossible. Cut off one head and two more will take its place. Maybe they have disappeared from public view, but they have never completely disappeared. Over the years, some remnants of Hydra can still be found occasionally. Nick pinched his eyebrows and sighed. Why did he need so much funding to build a safe house for himself? It was because he had now noticed something wrong. Sometimes, he felt that there was a ghost called Hydra hovering over SHIELD. He was already sharp, but not sharp enough, because the ghost of Hydra wasn't hovering over SHIELD. In fact, SHIELD was Hydra. Over the past few decades, that terrible organization had unknowingly penetrated into SHIELD's body through every wound of SHIELD and eaten up everything of SHIELD, leaving only the skin. They had resurrected from the dead and suddenly turned from losers into controllers. Even in the Security Council, there were Hydra people. Today's SHIELD was essentially worse than a compromised intelligence agency. At least the spies in most organizations came from different groups and could scheme against each other without knowing each other. So, you took out this information. Are you planning to use it as a bargaining chip and get Ben to join your superhero team? Natasha looked at him as if he were a scumbag. What are you saying? Nick shouted as if he was wronged. I'm just trying to be nice, understand? Although my purpose is indeed as you said, I will not force him. I will just give this thing to him or to Peter Parker and then tell him that we have a common enemy. Peter Parker, Captain America frowned. You shouldn't have brought a child into this. Although Peter's parents had died in an attack by Hydra, Captain America believed that Peter wasn't aware of this, and the other party was just a child. Even if he knew, it would be useless and might put him in danger. They should be the ones to deal with Hydra. Nick Fury's actions left him greatly disappointed. Child, he is not an ordinary child. Nick Fury covered his face and said, Captain, you were saying a few days ago that he has excellent abilities, amazing strength, is kind and cares for the elderly. What? Wait, you mean he's Spider-Man? Captain America was stunned for a moment. Not only him, several other people were also very surprised. Nick explained, I didn't notice it at first until Steve told me that Spider-Man was from Queens, and when I found the information about Richard Parker and Mary Parker, all the clues became a web. He threw the document on the table, and the page he opened just happened to record Richard's research at Osborne Industries. He and Dr. Connors studied cross-species biogenetics, and the subjects of their research just happened to be spiders. When I traced back to the earliest time of Spider-Man and connected it with Peter Parker's experience, I found that Peter Parker attended an exhibition at the Osborne Group a month before Spider-Man was born, and at the same time, he had some accident. Then Nick looked at the captain and said, and just like you, he got taller and stronger. Everything has a trace. He leaned back in his chair. The surprised expressions on everyone's faces made him feel very satisfied. as if he was the legendary Sherlock Holmes who placed incredible evidence before their eyes while everyone was still confused. After walking around for a while, Coulson came back to his senses and said, "Boss, according to what you said, Peter Parker's identity should not have been hidden for so long. These clues cannot have escaped our observation. That's the problem." Nick was very satisfied with what Coulson said. A good detective needs a good supporting actor. During this period of time, someone has been helping Peter Parker hide his identity, and I think everyone has guessed who this person is. "So, he is really a good cousin," said Natasha. "Not just a good cousin, but another Spider-Man," said Nick Fury, but this made them confused again. Since Peter Parker is Spider-Man, it makes sense that his cousin might be Spider-Man too, but they are not related by blood. Captain America picked up the stack of information, took a look at it, and then continued. The information says that the reason why Peter's mutation is stable is because Richard tampered with his genes. So how did Ben also get spider powers? I need to remind you, Captain, you are doubting that a genius who invented a self-healing serum and discovered new elements on his own can't solve these problems. After hearing this, Steve realized that he had asked a stupid question. Although Ben's personal profile showed that his academic performance was only in the upper middle range after entering high school, no one thought there was anything wrong with it. Because he had shown a very mature way of thinking at a young age, this ordinary result seemed more like a disguise he had created for himself. Later, as Peter Parker showed superpowers, Ben began to worry about his cousin, so he finally decided not to disguise himself anymore, and with his intelligence he founded Primus Technologies. Nick Fury spoke with certainty as if it were fact. If Ben knew how highly he thought of himself, he would have to thank him. Aside from that explanation, Nick Fury had no better way to justify how Ben had suddenly become a genius overnight, developing tech and inventions at a pace that defied belief. A superpowered kid with brains on par with Tony. We basically got buy one get one free by bringing him in, and on top of that, he's loaded. Fury leaned back, folding his arms with a smirk. Now do you see why I need him on the Avengers? Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, Wilson Fisk, known to the criminal underworld as Kingpin, put out the cigar in his hand and spoke loudly to the group of people under his command. "Now you know why I must get rid of Spider-Man." The massive man was furious. He'd already been at odds with the Hand over the serum operations, and their ongoing conflict had cost him dearly. Resources lost, territory shaken, his grip on Hell's Kitchen was already slipping. And then Spider-Man showed up and made everything worse. The kid had made a spectacle of it, webbing up smuggling rings one after another and dropping them neatly outside the police station like wrapped gifts. Now half the streets were cleared, and his operations were grinding to a halt. At this rate, Hell's Kitchen would be so clean and peaceful, it might actually qualify for a 5-star rating as a model civilized neighborhood. And that was unacceptable. His criminal empire was crumbling. If things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before it collapsed entirely. "But what do we do?" one of his men asked anxiously. "We can't even track Spider-Man, let alone ambush him, and if we try to draw him out, what if the one who shows up is Prime?" Ben's Spider-Man persona called Prime had only appeared once, but that was more than enough. For the criminal underworld, that single appearance was burned into their memories, alongside the image of him effortlessly bringing down the Green Goblin like it was nothing. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. But Kingpin wasn't intimidated. He leaned forward, massive hands folded, his voice low and cold. "Everyone has a weakness, gentlemen. If Spider-Man isn't operating alone, then we have a way in." There was a dangerous gleam in his eye, calculated, cruel. "I'm willing to bet he has family, friends. Maybe even a brother." His lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Find them. If we can't break Spider-Man, we'll break what he cares about, and then he'll come to us." In the endless expanse of dark space, a sleek spacecraft cut through the space void like a silver needle threading through black velvet. Though it hadn't engaged its jump drive, the ship's advanced propulsion system pushed it forward at tremendous velocity, its hull gleaming faintly against the starlit backdrop. "Bill, are you absolutely certain your people were here?" Luma's voice carried a note of growing impatience as she piloted the ship with practiced precision. Her 4 scarlet eyes swept across the navigation displays, scanning the empty darkness for any trace of the missing Corbinite fleet. The void stretched endlessly in all directions, offering nothing but the cold silence of space. The horse-faced warrior, Beta Ray Bill, emerged from the ship's rear compartment, his expression etched with frustration and mounting anxiety. His usually composed demeanor had cracked under the weight of uncertainty, and when he spoke, his voice carried the tremor of barely contained desperation. "This is where I said farewell to them," Bill replied, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. After that final moment, my team and I deliberately provoked Surtur's fire demon warriors to draw them away from the evacuation route. We lost all contact with the main fleet after that engagement. The logic should have been simple, straightforward. Every Corbinite civilian aboard their massive arc ship had been placed in cryogenic suspension, their bodies frozen in peaceful slumber while the automated systems guided them along the predetermined course Bill had programmed. The ship should have been following that exact trajectory, moving with the steady predictability of clockwork. But they had traced the entire route without finding so much as a debris field or energy signature. The absence gnawed at Bill's consciousness like a persistent wound, each passing moment amplifying his unease. Could it be that someone awakened early and altered the course? Korg suggested from his position at the communication console, his rocky features creased with concern. The stone-skinned Cronin had witnessed enough disasters to know that even the most carefully laid plans could unravel in unexpected ways. The possibility seemed remote. The cryogenic protocols were designed to prevent such occurrences, but in their current predicament, Bill found himself grasping at even the most unlikely explanations. It was easier than contemplating the alternatives. He turned toward Luma, his expression softening with genuine gratitude despite his inner turmoil. Princess Luma, I cannot express how deeply I appreciate your assistance. I should handle the remainder of this search myself. You've already done more than I had any right to ask. Initially, Luma had harbored no intention of bringing Bill along on this venture. Her schedule was already packed with preparations for her upcoming wedding to Ben, and she had been consumed with the task of assembling the perfect collection of betrothal gifts. Every moment spent away from that crucial mission felt like time stolen from her future happiness. But as she had worked on constructing the ship's enhanced engine systems, a different consideration had taken root in her mind. She was now a member of the Plumbers, and mutual aid was precisely the kind of behavior that would please Ben. The decision to assist Bill in rescuing the Corbinite survivors had seemed like the perfect opportunity to demonstrate her commitment to their shared values. Additionally, the prospect of engaging Surtur's demonic forces in battle had held its own appeal. Combat always provided excellent opportunities to test new equipment and tactics. Unfortunately, the entire expedition had proven to be a complete failure on that front. Without enemies to fight or challenges to overcome, Luma's interest had begun to wane considerably. Though she genuinely wanted to help Bill reunite with his people, her inability to locate them left her feeling powerless and increasingly restless. At that precise moment, the spacecraft's communication system chimed with an incoming transmission. Luma reached over and activated the display, causing a familiar green figure with short, dark hair to materialize in a shimmering holographic projection. Luma's expression immediately soured, her lips pulling into a slight frown of distaste. She had never particularly liked Loki, considering him weak and unreliable compared to the more straightforward warriors she preferred to associate with. "I'm here to provide a warning," Loki began without preamble, completely ignoring the obvious disapproval in Luma's gaze. To be perfectly honest, most Asgardians regarded him with similar expressions of disdain, so he had long since become immune to such looks. "You need to maintain heightened vigilance in that sector." He paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing with greater urgency. "Our ship's sensors have detected traces of a very specific energy signature lingering in the surrounding area. If my analysis is correct, it was most likely left behind by the Collector." Loki possessed considerable knowledge regarding the Collector, one of the ancient beings known as the Elders of the Universe. The Collector, Luma's 4 eyes suddenly blazed with an intensity that resembled polished rubies catching firelight. Who exactly is that? Even without knowing the specifics, the name alone suggested someone who possessed extensive collections of valuable items. Perhaps she could obtain the perfect betrothal gifts directly from this mysterious figure's hoard. The more she considered the possibility, the more her excitement built. Loki immediately recognized the dangerous gleam in her eyes and felt a chill of alarm. "Please tell me you're not seriously considering robbing the Collector." Even someone as accustomed to chaos and mischief as Loki found himself genuinely frightened by Luma's audacious line of thinking. He had initially intended to emphasize just how terrifying and dangerous the Collector could be, but he quickly realized that such descriptions would only make the ancient being sound like more tempting prey to someone with Luma's aggressive mindset. Hastily changing his approach, he continued, "From what I understand, the Collector has always maintained a particular fascination with endangered species and rare creatures. If those Corbinite refugees were discovered and taken by him, their lives should be relatively safe. In the comic book, The collector's motivation for preserving endangered species stemmed from Thanos' universe-wide campaign of genocide. The Mad Titan had been systematically exterminating life across the cosmos as offerings to Death herself. To preserve the biological diversity that Thanos sought to destroy, the Collector had been gathering representatives of threatened species and housing them within his vast exhibition halls. From that perspective, the Collector's mission aligned almost perfectly with the goals of Plumbers. Both sought to preserve life that might otherwise be lost to space threats. In that case, we should seek out this Collector immediately, Luma declared with decisive authority. Loki, transmit his coordinates to me at once. The Collector's current location should be in a place called Noher, Loki replied, but his expression grew troubled as he continued. However, he studied Luma's eager face and seemed to struggle with something he was reluctant to say. He knew that most elders of the universe possessed abilities that bordered on the godlike, with immunity to conventional physical attacks being merely their most basic defensive capability. Luma's straightforward combat style would likely prove ineffective against such an opponent. Moreover, as a rare species called Tetramand, Luma herself might become an irresistible addition to the Collector's exhibition. The rarity that made her valuable to their cause could equally make her a target. Although he found Luma's domineering personality grating, Loki was acutely aware of her relationship with Ben. He could never allow her to walk into such obvious danger, not when it might jeopardize the delicate alliances they had worked so hard to build. After a moment of internal debate, he made a decision that would have horrified his ancestors. He chose to deliberately deceive her for her own protection. "Your Highness Princess Luma," he began with careful casualness, "I recently learned about a planet that serves as home to numerous ice and snow creatures that might interest you far more than a dangerous encounter with an elder of the universe." Even as he spoke, Loki offered a silent, thoroughly insincere apology to his biological father. He felt no genuine remorse for what he was about to do. Laufey had abandoned him as an infant, leaving him to die in the ruins of war, and therefore had forfeited any claim to paternal loyalty. Loki had never wanted to acknowledge his identity as a frost giant, and he certainly felt no obligation to protect Jotunheim from potential invasion. Ice creatures, Luma's excitement reached fever pitch, her entire demeanor transforming as if she had been injected with pure adrenaline. The prospect of obtaining rare frozen specimens for her betrothal collection made her practically vibrate with anticipation. "I've already transmitted the coordinates to your navigation system," Loki continued smoothly. "In Asgardian territories, that planet is known as Jotunheim. Besides the frost giants, numerous other species of giants inhabit that realm. Successfully conquering that planet would be equivalent to obtaining the ultimate ice-based treasures for your collection." To Loki's surprise, Luma shook her head firmly and rejected his suggestion outright. This response initially pleased him. At least she hadn't completely lost her rational thinking to excitement and wasn't planning to single-handedly assault an entire planet. However, his relief proved to be premature. "Combat is certainly appealing," Luma said with obvious disdain, "but what real value would there be in conquering some frozen wasteland? I require truly valuable treasures, something worthy of my extraordinarily brave husband." She raised all four of her fists into the air and shouted her declaration with passionate conviction. "Very well, Bill, I'll transport you to know her as requested." Luma spun around abruptly and strode toward the ship's exit with purposeful steps. "This ship is yours to command. I'll be departing in one of the smaller scout ships." Loki breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Luma seemingly abandon her plan to confront the Collector in favor of conquering Jotunheim. He had calculated that Luma's power exceeded those of Thor before he had lost Mjolnir. Even if something went catastrophically wrong, she possessed the strength to hold her ground until reinforcements could arrive. In truth, as long as the truly space-level threats didn't involve themselves personally, Luma could navigate most dangers the universe might throw at her. The combined power that their alliance had assembled represented a significant force throughout the known universe. Within minutes, Luma had departed in a compact but well-armed scout ship, following the coordinates that Loki had provided. Inside the main ship, Loki's holographic projection remained active, inputting the navigational data for Noher into Bill's system. "Although I have never personally visited Noher," Loki cautioned as the coordinates loaded, "it's widely known as a gathering place for beings from across the galaxy, many of them dangerous. You would be wise to exercise extreme caution. The reason I sent Luma away is precisely because she has an unfortunate tendency to initiate conflicts with others. If your mission devolved into a massive battle, it would complicate everything unnecessarily." Bill nodded in understanding, his expression grave but composed. Unlike Luma's volatile nature, he possessed a much calmer and more analytical temperament. Diplomacy and careful negotiation would serve him better than brute force in the complex environment they were about to enter. With their team now split into two separate missions, both groups began moving toward their respective destinations. Before terminating the communication link, Loki seemed to remember something important and added almost as an afterthought. By the way, when you reach Noher, make certain to collect some soil samples from the surface. With that cryptic instruction, he severed the connection without providing any further explanation, leaving Bill and Korg to puzzle over his meaning. Korg looked thoroughly confused by Loki's parting words, his rocky features creased with bewilderment. What could he possibly want with dirt from that place? Legend claims that Noher was once the head of a celestial, Loki explained, his voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. After this celestial death, his massive skull became the foundation for what we now call Noher. Hearing this explanation, Bill began to understand the implications. As someone who had witnessed Ben's remarkable transformations firsthand, he was familiar with the mysterious nature of his leader's abilities. The last time we saw Ben in combat against the Kaera, he took on the appearance of a shadow people, Bill mused thoughtfully. Do you believe he possesses the power to transform into members of other species entirely, maybe using their gene? Loki nodded slowly, his expression turning contemplative. That seems to be the most logical explanation for what we've observed. Ben had ever revealed the true secret of the Omnitrix to their allies, but both Loki and Bill had managed to deduce portions of the truth through careful observation and analysis. However, they had incorrectly concluded that the transformations were the result of some innate superpower rather than advanced alien technology. Is the power of this celestial particularly formidable? Bill asked with genuine curiosity. Loki leaned against the ship's wall, his expression growing distant as he considered the question. I cannot say with absolute certainty, but logic suggests that any creature of such immense proportions would possess considerable strength. Even if the actual combat capabilities prove underwhelming, the sheer size alone would serve as an enormous psychological deterrent. While Loki's strategic thinking was sound and his concern for Ben's welfare was genuine, his understanding of the situation contained a crucial flaw. The soil of Noher likely contained no usable genetic material from the ancient celestial being. Noher had existed as a stable location for countless millennia, its gravitational field steadily attracting and accumulating space dust and debris from across the galaxy. The surface soil consisted primarily of this accumulated matter rather than organic remains. If any traces of the original celestial's essence still existed, they would be found in the mineral deposits deep within the void's structure. Those mineral veins represented the true skeletal remains of the godly being, and they had earned Noher its secondary designation as the mine. Meanwhile, far from the space adventures of the Plumbers members, a different kind of crisis was unfolding in the familiar streets of New York City. With a thunderous crash that shook the entire building, the reinforced wall of the Daily Bugle newspaper office exploded inward, sending chunks of concrete and twisted metal flying across the newsroom floor. Through the smoking breach leaped Craven the Hunter, his muscular frame draped in the primitive pelts and savage trophies of countless successful hunts. His wild mane of dark hair flowed behind him as he moved with predatory grace, his eyes gleaming with the focused intensity of an apex predator who had finally cornered his prey. Without hesitation, Craven's powerful hand shot out and seized Jonah Jameson by the collar of his expensive suit jacket. The elderly newspaper editor, who had spent years using his publication as a platform to wage a relentless propaganda campaign against Spider-Man, suddenly found himself lifted off his feet like a rag doll. Craven carried the struggling publisher to the edge of the building's shattered wall, where the cold wind whipped through the opening and the streets of Manhattan stretched out far below. Jameson's legs dangled helplessly in the air, his usually authoritative voice reduced to panicked gasps as he stared down at the deadly drop. Despite his obvious terror, the old man's characteristic stubbornness remained intact. His weathered face had flushed bright red with a mixture of fear and indignation, but he refused to show any sign of submission to his captor. "What do you want from me?" Jameson demanded, his voice cracking slightly but still carrying its familiar tone of aggressive defiance. Outside in the main newsroom, the Daily Bugle's staff members had gathered in horrified clusters, watching the scene unfold with helpless fascination. After several moments of shocked paralysis, Robbie Robertson, Jameson's longtime friend and the paper's city editor, finally found the courage to step forward into the danger zone. Craven's wild eyes fixed on the terrified publisher with predatory intensity, his grip tightening on Jameson's collar as he posed his crucial questions. Tell me, old man who has been photographing Spider-Man, who knows where to find the web slinger? Tell me who has been photographing Spider-Man. Craven's voice cut through the air like a blade, cold and merciless. Who knows where to find the web slinger? The hunter's grip on Jameson's collar remained iron-tight as he dangled the publisher over the gaping hole in the building's wall. Far below, the streets of Manhattan stretched out like a concrete canyon, the drop easily spanning dozens of stories. One wrong move, one moment of weakness in Craven's grasp, and J. Jonah Jameson would become nothing more than a tragic headline in tomorrow's competing newspapers. Despite the mortal terror coursing through his veins, Jameson's mind remained surprisingly clear. In these potentially final moments, memories flashed through his consciousness like scenes from a film reel. His son John, who had achieved his dream of becoming an astronaut and now worked among the stars. His devoted wife Martha, who never failed to remind him to take his blood pressure medication each morning. The newspaper empire he had built from nothing, the life he had constructed through decades of stubborn determination. He thought about many things in those suspended seconds, but one thought never crossed his mind. He would never, under any circumstances, speak Peter Parker's name to this savage. I don't know, Jameson gasped, his voice strained but defiant. The photographs arrive anonymously. No return address, no contact information. Then, with a flash of inspiration born from desperation, he added, you know what, maybe the photographer is Spider-Man himself. Why else would he never show his face? Think about it, who else could get those close-up action shots? Jameson had no idea that his wild speculation had struck remarkably close to the truth. His only concern was protecting Peter Parker, a young man who was still just a student, from becoming a target for the dangerous criminals that Spider-Man's existence seemed to attract like magnets. Even suspended over certain death, torn between paralyzing fear and fierce protectiveness, Jameson found his hatred for Spider-Man growing stronger. If that costumed menace had never appeared in New York, his newspaper office wouldn't be under attack right now. Innocent people like Peter Parker wouldn't be dragged into such perilous situations simply because they happened to know the wrong person. The boy came from obviously modest circumstances. Anyone could see that from his clothes and behavior. Poor kid, now facing danger just because he had somehow become connected to Spider-Man's activities. Craven's eyes narrowed with skepticism, completely dismissing Jameson's desperate explanation. Don't waste my time with these pathetic lies, Jameson. I have no patience for games. At that crucial moment, Robbie Robertson burst through the destroyed doorway, his voice ringing with passionate conviction as he addressed the hunter. Sir, what Mr. Jameson told you is absolutely true. None of us has any idea who Spider-Man really is or where he can be found. As both a devoted fan of Spider-Man and a man guided by strong moral principles, Robbie understood exactly what was at stake. Like everyone else in the newsroom, he was aware that Peter Parker maintained some kind of connection to Spider-Man. It was hardly a secret among the staff. But like Jameson, he harbored no intention of revealing this information to someone who clearly meant the young man harm. Craven slowly turned his head toward Robbie, but as he did so, he deliberately extended his arm several centimeters further beyond the building's edge. Simultaneously, his powerful fingers tightened their grip around Jameson's throat, making it increasingly difficult for the publisher to draw breath. The hunter's expression remained utterly indifferent as he spoke. I wonder if this might help refresh everyone's memory. His threat wasn't directed solely at Jameson, it was a clear message to every employee in the newsroom. Each person present understood that their boss's life hung in the balance, dependent entirely on their collective silence. Jameson desperately tried to catch the eyes of his staff members, blinking and gesturing frantically in an attempt to communicate his determination that they should remain quiet regardless of the consequences. But with so many employees gathered in the newsroom, it was statistically impossible for every single person to possess the same level of courage and moral fortitude. Under Craven's predatory gaze, eyes that held the cold calculation of an apex predator, someone's resolve inevitably cracked. It's Peter Parker. The voice cut through the tense silence like a gunshot. He's a student at Midtown High School. Shut your mouth. Jameson's face flushed bright red with fury and betrayal as he began cursing at the traitor. I'm going to fire you, you spineless. His tirade was cut short when Craven's massive hand struck him across the face with enough force to render him immediately unconscious. Without ceremony, the hunter tossed Jameson's limp form back through the destroyed wall and into the newsroom as if discarding a piece of unwanted garbage. Then, with predatory grace, Craven launched himself from the building's edge and disappeared into the urban landscape below. Robbie moved quickly to catch Jameson's unconscious body, then immediately crawled to the blast-created opening and peered down at the street. In the brief span of a few seconds, Craven had vanished completely, leaving no trace of his passage. Betty Brant hurried over on her high heels, her professional composure shattered by the crisis. She helped support Jameson's weight while her voice carried urgent worry. Peter is in terrible danger now. We need to contact the police immediately, or better yet, reach Peter directly and warn him to hide until this blows over. It would be even better if we could somehow get word to Spider-Man, Robbie added grimly. Fortunately, because Peter had been spending considerable time at the Daily Bugle recently as an unofficial photographer, the newspaper maintained his contact information on file despite his lack of formal employment. Betty immediately began dialing Peter's number while Robbie called for an ambulance to transport the unconscious Jameson to the nearest hospital. Unfortunately, their urgent warnings never reached their intended target. Peter was still sitting in his afternoon classes, his phone silenced according to school policy. However, another individual received notification of the Daily Bugle attack almost immediately. Eunice contacted Ben within minutes of Craven's assault, her surveillance systems having flagged the incident as soon as it began. Since the Daily Bugle maintained constant associations with Spider-Man through its coverage, Ben had included the newspaper building among his priority monitoring targets. The moment Eunice's report reached him, Ben immediately understood what had transpired. Someone had failed to locate Spider-Man directly, so they had decided to target Peter as an alternative route. Before his acquisition of Hammer Industries, such a development would have caused him significant concern. But now, with defensive robots standing ready for deployment, any foolish villains who managed to trace the connection back to his parents would quickly discover the error of their ways. The Iron Guard would provide a very educational and final lesson in the consequences of threatening innocent people. Well, they'll know better in their next life, Ben thought with dark satisfaction. Of course, if the villains were targeting Peter specifically, that was an entirely different matter. Ben felt no particular worry about that scenario. After all, weren't these criminals seeking alternative approaches precisely because they couldn't defeat Spider-Man in direct confrontation? Instead of concerning himself with Peter's safety, he should probably worry more about Midtown High School, which had only recently completed repairs from their last superpowered incident. If the school suffered destruction again, the principal would probably collapse from either joy at the insurance money or despair at the paperwork. After departing from the Daily Bugle, Craven immediately transmitted his newly acquired intelligence to Kingpin through their established communication channels. As the undisputed underground emperor of New York City, Wilson Fisk naturally commanded an extensive network of capable operatives, and they quickly compiled all available surface information regarding Peter Parker. The profile that emerged painted a picture of an ordinary teenage boy from Queens, whose modest background reminded Kingpin of his own impoverished childhood. However, unlike the young Wilson Fisk, this Peter Parker appeared to lack the ruthless ambition necessary to transcend his circumstances. Kingpin's lips curved into a contemptuous sneer as he reviewed the intelligence. Capture him and extract Spider-Man's location through whatever means necessary. Without requiring explicit instructions, this directive aligned perfectly with Craven's existing intentions. The hunter felt no moral qualms about targeting a powerless student. When hunting dangerous prey, using effective bait represented standard tactical methodology. Craven moved through the city with predatory efficiency, leaping between rooftops and fire escapes until he located Midtown High School. Upon first glimpse of the institution's facade, with its elaborate architecture resembling a triumphal arch, he paused in momentary confusion. This is supposed to be a school. For a brief instant, Craven wondered if he had somehow taken a wrong turn in his navigation. Fortunately, it didn't take long for him to notice that behind the impressively luxurious entrance gateway lay the familiar structure of a typical public educational institution. Satisfied that he had reached the correct destination, he abandoned all pretense of stealth and charged directly through the main entrance. His savage appearance immediately attracted the attention of the school's security personnel, but even armed with riot shields and emergency weapons, they proved as effective as insects attempting to halt a charging rhinoceros. Craven dispatched all of them with a single devastating sweep of his arm. He felt no particular concern for the welfare of these ordinary individuals who weren't included on his hunting list, but neither did he deliberately seek to kill them. They were simply obstacles to be removed from his path. Inside the main academic building, Peter Parker remained unaware of the approaching danger as he sat through another routine afternoon class. Having already mastered the curriculum material being presented, his mind had begun to wander toward more engaging subjects. He found himself contemplating whether he should attempt to design some minor improvements to his Spider-Man equipment. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the suit Ben had created for him already incorporated every conceivable enhancement. Even if he wanted to upgrade the technology, he couldn't identify any areas that required improvement. His thoughts then drifted toward Dr. Connors's genetic research, and he wondered what results might emerge if someone used a genetic mutator on spider DNA. The theoretical possibilities seemed both fascinating and terrifying. Suddenly, an electric current seemed to flash through his brain, causing every nerve in his body to tingle with warning. Peter's spider sense had activated with unprecedented intensity. He stood up abruptly, drawing the attention of every student and the teacher in the classroom. The instructor regarded him with obvious disapproval. While Peter's excellent academic performance usually earned him considerable leeway regarding minor classroom disruptions, his sudden outburst had seriously interrupted the lesson. Peter, Mary Jane Watson, who shared several classes with him, noticed his apparent distraction and attempted to whisper a gentle reminder. "What's wrong?" But Peter ignored her concern entirely. After months of experience as Spider-Man, he had learned to trust his spider sense implicitly. The way his danger detection was currently screaming told him that something catastrophic was about to occur. Crash. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as fragments exploded across the classroom floor. A powerfully built figure burst through the window with explosive force, sending students and furniture flying in all directions. Instantly, the entire classroom erupted into panic as students and their teacher were confronted by this sudden, violent intrusion. However, living in a country where armed conflicts could erupt over the smallest disagreements had taught them well. With practiced efficiency, everyone immediately dropped to the floor and sought cover beneath desks and tables, their heads protected by their hands. Unlike Dr. Connors's previous attack on the school, which had been driven by madness and lack of clear objectives, Kraven possessed laser-focused purpose and maintained complete rational control. He wouldn't allow himself to be distracted by the presence of ordinary students. From the moment he entered the room, he had only one target: Peter Parker. Coincidentally, Peter remained the only person still standing in the entire classroom. Mary Jane crouched behind an overturned desk, using it as protective cover while she attempted to reach Peter's position. Her plan was to grab the stubborn member of the Parker family and force him to take cover like everyone else. Unfortunately, she was positioned too far away from Peter, and before she could take more than a few steps toward him, Kraven moved first. "You are Peter Parker." Kraven's voice carried the cold certainty of a predator who had finally cornered his prey. The hunter pounced forward with frightening speed, his muscular arms seizing Peter's collar and lifting the teenager off his feet as if he weighed nothing at all. The moment Peter laid eyes on Kraven, he immediately recognized him as one of the villains who had appeared during the courthouse incident. Every instinct urged him to fight back, to use his spider powers to escape this dangerous situation. But this was neither the time nor the place for such action. In full view of his classmates and teacher, he was Peter Parker, an ordinary high school student with no special abilities. Spider-Man's identity had to remain secret at all costs. "So tell me, boy," Kraven continued, his grip tightening, "where can Spider-Man be found?" Peter's mind raced as he formulated a response that might defuse the situation. "I don't know where he lives or anything like that, but I can help you contact him. How about this? Why don't you tell me when and where you want to meet, then go back and wait for my message? I'll pass along your request to him." The stark contrast between Peter's slight frame and Kraven's imposing physique made the teenager appear impossibly fragile in the hunter's grasp. "There's no need for such complicated arrangements," Kraven replied with predatory satisfaction. "If I simply capture you, Spider-Man will come to me anyway." Kraven prepared to carry out his plan immediately, but at that crucial moment, the sound of something cutting through the air caused him to duck instinctively. A classroom chair flew over his head, missing him by mere inches. Flash Thompson had risen from his hiding place behind an overturned desk. The school's notorious bully wearing unlicensed Spider-Man merchandise, and his face showed an expression of genuine heroic determination as he confronted the dangerous intruder. "Let Peter go right now, or I'll beat the living hell out of you," Flash declared with surprising courage. "Wait, Flash, don't do this," Peter called out, genuinely stunned by this unexpected development. He couldn't have imagined that Flash Thompson, of all people, would stand up to defend him in such a dangerous situation. While he felt touched by the gesture, he was also deeply worried about Flash's safety. Although Kraven and Flash possessed similar physical builds, the hunter's enhanced strength likely exceeded even Captain America's capabilities. Flash was just an ordinary teenager who would be seriously injured, or worse, if he attempted to fight such a formidable opponent. "Shut up, Parker," Flash replied, his voice carrying unusual seriousness as he raised his fists in a boxer's stance. "I'm not doing this to save you specifically. I'm doing what Spider-Man would do in this situation." He fixed Kraven with a defiant glare and continued, "Let Peter go. He doesn't know anything useful about Spider-Man. I'm a true fan, I'm the one you should be questioning." Kraven regarded Flash with obvious disdain, but the teenager couldn't tolerate being dismissed so casually. More importantly, he refused to accept that this criminal believed Peter Parker understood Spider-Man better than he did. Without further consideration, Flash charged forward and threw a powerful punch directly at Kraven's face. The result was entirely predictable. Flash was immediately knocked unconscious and collapsed to the floor. Kraven laughed contemptuously at the pathetic display and prepared to leave with his captured prize when Kingpin's voice crackled through his communication device. "Peter Parker has a brother," the crime lord's voice carried cold calculation. "Bring him to me as well." Kingpin understood the psychology of so-called superheroes all too well. These costumed vigilantes consistently demonstrated a willingness to sacrifice themselves for others' welfare. Not only that, but the people who lived alongside them day after day inevitably became influenced by similar moral principles. Just like the Daily Bugle's editor-in-chief and that reporter Robbie, both had chosen to risk their own lives rather than reveal Peter Parker's involvement with Spider-Man. Therefore, Kingpin suspected that Peter himself might prove equally stubborn under interrogation. Every person possessed weaknesses that could be exploited. Perhaps threatening Peter Parker's own life wouldn't produce the desired results, but threatening him with harm to his loved ones represented an entirely different approach. After listening to Kingpin's strategic analysis, Kraven immediately recognized the wisdom in this approach. During his brief encounter with Peter, he had detected something in the boy's eyes, a strength of character that suggested he wouldn't break easily under pressure. "He doesn't seem like the kind of spineless person who would be easily defeated," Kraven mused. Without hesitation, the hunter smashed through the classroom wall and proceeded toward his secondary target, carrying Peter like a piece of unwanted luggage. Originally, the students in Ben's classroom had only heard distant sounds of destruction and remained unaware of the specific nature of the threat. Now, faced with the same explosive entrance, the entire room fell into identical panic. Kraven surveyed the cowering students while maintaining his grip on Peter, then called out in a commanding voice, "Which one of you is Ben Parker?" No verbal response was necessary. Kraven quickly discovered that courage seemed to run in the Parker family bloodline. He studied Ben's composed expression and felt his lips curve into a predatory smile. "It appears I've found you." Ben completely ignored the hunter's intimidating presence, instead focusing his attention on the captured Peter. Peter could only offer an awkward, apologetic smile in response. Mary Jane Watson, who had witnessed Kraven demolish a solid wall with his bare hands before targeting Ben, abandoned her cover and rushed forward while shouting a desperate warning. "He's here to get you." Her cry caused Felicia Hardy to go pale with terror. She immediately grabbed Ben's arm and attempted to pull him toward the nearest exit, her usual confident demeanor completely shattered by the unfolding crisis. Ben gently placed his hand over Felicia's to provide comfort and reassurance, while simultaneously making eye contact with Mary Jane and the other students behind Kraven. His expression clearly communicated that they should avoid any rash actions that might result in injury. Gwen Stacy, still struggling to comprehend the rapidly developing situation, quickly began dialing her father's number on her cell phone. What she didn't realize was that Police Captain George Stacy was already en route to the school, having been alerted by the initial security breach. When Ben heard Mary Jane's warning about Kraven's intentions, his reaction was one of complete bewilderment rather than fear. He had never imagined that Kraven would be targeting him specifically. The revelation was so unexpected that it struck him as almost comical rather than threatening. Okay, after all this time, you're actually coming for me." Rather than feeling anger or concern, Ben found himself genuinely amused by the irony of the situation. In fact, when Kraven first appeared before him, even Ben had been momentarily stunned by the development. After all the careful preparations he had made to protect his parents from being targeted by Spider-Man's enemies, these villains had somehow decided to focus their attention on him instead. Out of all the potential targets they could have chosen, they had selected him, the one person in Peter's circle who possessed the greatest capacity for retaliation. "You really do have a death wish, don't you?" A sudden realization struck Ben like a bolt of lightning, causing him to pause mid-thought as an entirely new possibility crystallized in his mind. Wait a minute. Could it be that I'm the actual catalyst for the Spider-Man canon event in this universe? The development of events had veered so dramatically from his expectations that he found himself questioning his fundamental assumptions about this reality. Perhaps it wasn't his father, Uncle Ben to Spider-Man that would be the catalyst to the canon event. Perhaps the catalyst had always been himself. To be completely honest, if it weren't for the advanced alien technology strapped to his wrist in the form of the Omnitrix, he would likely be facing imminent death at this very moment. The irony wasn't lost on him. If his suspicion proved correct, Ben realized he would actually feel considerably more relaxed about their current predicament. Throughout this entire Second Life, his greatest source of stress had been the constant need to protect his parents, two completely ordinary people who had no means of defending themselves against superpowered threats. However, if the universe had predetermined that he would be the target of Spider-Man's rogues gallery, or that he would be Spider-Man canon event, then Ben was genuinely curious to discover which of these supposedly formidable villains could withstand even a single punch from four arms. The prospect was almost entertaining. Truthfully, he had been growing somewhat bored lately. Craven, of course, had absolutely no idea what thoughts were racing through his captive's mind. With no one present capable of stopping him, the hunter simply reached out with casual confidence, seized Ben by the arm, and began walking away while dozens of terrified students and faculty members watched helplessly. Witnessing this brazen abduction, both Felicia and Mary Jane abandoned any concern for their personal safety and rushed forward in a desperate attempt to intervene. Unfortunately, Craven's enhanced physical capabilities allowed him to disappear across the city's rooftops in a series of powerful leaps, leaving the two girls completely unable to pursue. They could only lean against the shattered window frame, overwhelmed by their own powerlessness as they watched their friend vanish into the urban landscape. What exactly happened here? Gwen asked as she finally ended her phone call with her father. Only now did she have an opportunity to fully assess the chaotic situation that had unfolded around her. Mary Jane's voice carried urgent anxiety as she explained, "That maniac wants to use Ben and Peter as bait to lure Spider-Man into some kind of trap. Lure out Spider-Man." Gwen repeated, her expression reflecting genuine bewilderment. But then the full weight of the realization settled in, and her worry slowly began to shift, first into confusion, then into something that bordered on incredulous amusement. Peter was Spider-Man. And if Peter was Spider-Man, then Ben was almost certainly the second one, the masked figure who had appeared out of nowhere and taken down the Green Goblin with shocking ease. Two Spider-Men, two Parkers. Honestly, once you knew what to look for, the pattern wasn't all that hard to see. When Gwen had first deduced Peter's secret identity, she had immediately suspected that the other Spider-Man was probably Ben. The timing, the capabilities, the convenient alibis, everything pointed toward the Parker family harboring not one but two costumed heroes. "So let me understand this correctly," Gwen said, struggling to keep the disbelief out of her voice. "The villains can't defeat Spider-Man in direct combat, so their brilliant strategy is to capture Peter and Ben in order to lure Spider-Man into a trap." The sheer absurdity of the situation was staggering. These criminals couldn't handle one Spider-Man, so they had decided to kidnap both Spider-Men simultaneously. The dramatic irony was almost too ridiculous to believe. The realization completely dispelled Gwen's initial worry, replacing it with something between amusement and sympathy for the villain's inevitable fate. She quickly moved to comfort her distraught friends. "Don't worry," she said with barely concealed confidence. "I'm absolutely certain that Spider-Man will rescue them both." Her reassuring words seemed to have the desired effect, as both Mary Jane and Felicia visibly relaxed despite their continued concern. "You're right," Felicia said, taking a deep breath to steady herself. "Ben has invented so many incredible devices and technologies. He probably has multiple safety measures and emergency protocols. What we need to focus on right now is making sure this news doesn't reach Uncle Ben and Aunt May." Mary Jane immediately understood the wisdom in this approach. "Absolutely. They're old, and if they learned that both Ben and Peter had been kidnapped, the shock could seriously harm their health." "I just wish I had superpowers too," Felicia said, clenching her fists in obvious frustration. "If I had some kind of abilities, I never would have let them take Ben away from us." In that moment of passionate determination, she found herself seriously considering searching for any remaining samples of Dr. Connors's lizard serum. Even if using it meant transforming into some kind of monster, she would gladly accept that price if it meant gaining the power to rescue Ben. Gwen found herself genuinely impressed by this display of fierce loyalty. She had originally assumed that Felicia possessed a quiet, reserved personality, but this crisis had revealed hidden depths of courage and determination. "Try not to worry too much," Gwen offered gently. "My father and his officers are already responding to the emergency." Of course, everyone present understood that police intervention represented little more than a symbolic gesture in situations involving superpowered criminals. It wasn't really fair to blame law enforcement for their apparent ineffectiveness. Their training and equipment simply weren't designed to handle threats that could demolish buildings with their bare hands. For adversaries like Craven, the entire criminal operation could be completed in a matter of minutes, long before any conventional response team could arrive on the scene. "We're going to have to rely on ourselves and our resources," Mary Jane declared, her voice carrying renewed determination. "Felicia, can you contact Primus and request assistance?" Both Mary Jane and Felicia had learned about the advanced AI system during their previous interactions with Ben's technological innovations, though Mary Jane had not yet visited the company's facilities personally. "I think they should deploy those security robots," Mary Jane continued. "They might be able to track down the kidnappers and provide support until Spider-Man arrives." "That won't be necessary," a new voice interrupted their planning session. Harry Osborn emerged from the corridor leading to the administrative offices, his face flushed with anger and his entire demeanor radiating barely controlled fury. Originally, Harry had been in the middle of completing his transfer paperwork to officially enroll at Midtown High School. Norman had specifically requested this move because he wanted his son to maintain closer relationships with both Ben and Peter. However, Harry's first day at his new school had been catastrophically disrupted by this crisis. He had rushed from the principal's office the moment alarms began sounding throughout the building, but he had arrived just moments too late to prevent the abductions. The failure to protect his friends filled him with an almost overwhelming rage. Setting aside his relationship with Ben for a moment, though that friendship had become incredibly important to him, especially since it had finally earned him a measure of respect from his demanding father, Peter Parker represented something even more significant. He had been Harry's closest friend since childhood, and Harry had always felt a protective, almost brotherly responsibility toward him. Peter's vulnerable appearance and genuine kindness had always triggered Harry's natural protective instincts. The thought of his friend in danger at the hands of violent criminals was absolutely intolerable. Now that both Peter and Ben faced immediate threats, Harry refused to remain passive. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Primus's main number. "Eunice, I need you to locate Ben's position immediately and transmit the coordinates to me." Simultaneously, Harry placed a compact metallic case on the nearest desk and pressed a concealed activation button. The container opened with a soft hiss as pressurized coolant escaped, revealing sophisticated mechanical components nestled within protective foam. When the case fully opened, a wave of frigid air washed over everyone nearby, carrying the distinctive smell of advanced engineering and cutting-edge technology. Contained within the specialized storage compartment was a complete set of lightweight green goblin armor, its surface gleaming with an almost organic sheen. "Wait, isn't that green goblin equipment?" Gwen asked, her voice filled with shock and confusion. "What's the problem with that?" Harry replied matter-of-factly as he began extracting components from the case. Mandel Storm's equipment was originally stolen from Osborn Industries in the first place. "We're simply reclaiming our own intellectual property." Ever since Green Goblin's capture, Osborn Industries had been systematically recovering and analyzing every piece of technology they could locate. The engineering team had then worked to modify and improve the designs based on the original specifications. The previous iteration of Green Goblin armor had been specifically calibrated for Mandel Storm's enhanced physical capabilities, making it somewhat difficult for ordinary individuals to operate safely. This new version incorporated numerous improvements and safety features that made it accessible to users without superhuman strength. Harry had originally intended the Green Goblin armor to serve as a surprise gift for both Peter and Ben. He had convinced Norman to authorize the construction of 3 complete sets, with the goal of forming a superhero team that could operate alongside the 2 Spider-Men. That was precisely why he had brought the armor to school today. He had planned to reveal it to his friends after classes ended and gauge their interest in forming an official superhero team. He had never imagined that the first deployment would occur under such desperate circumstances. "Mr. Harry," Eunice's voice emanated from his phone's speaker after a brief delay. "I have successfully located Mr. Ben's position and am prepared to transmit the coordinates to your device." What Harry didn't know was that Eunice had immediately consulted with Ben before revealing his location. The AI had also informed Ben about Harry's current situation and his intention to deploy the Green Goblin armor in a rescue operation. After learning that Harry had decided to use the Green Goblin armor, Ben had given his approval for the mission and authorized Eunice to provide the requested assistance. Truthfully, Ben felt somewhat surprised by Harry's sudden transformation into a costumed hero, but the more he considered it, the more sense it made. In the new Ultimate Spider-Man, Harry's version of the Green Goblin had indeed served as a heroic figure rather than a villain. Whether it was the Green Goblin, Hobgoblin, or American Son, as long as Harry avoided the descent into madness that had characterized some alternate versions, his involvement could only be beneficial. This also seemed like an appropriate time to reveal Spider-Man's secret identity to Harry. They were all close friends, and there was really no valid reason to maintain such secrets among trusted allies. Sometimes complete honesty prevented the kind of tragic misunderstandings that had plagued other versions of these relationships. Harry finished equipping the new Green Goblin armor around his body, and immediately a holographic radar display materialized above his wrist-mounted interface. A pulsing red dot indicated the target's location and movement patterns in real time. He stepped onto the armor's signature glider, and flames erupted from the propulsion system as his entire body slowly lifted into the air. The sensation of powered flight filled him with a mixture of exhilaration and grim determination. "Wait for good news," Harry called down to the assembled students before accelerating through the shattered window and disappearing into the afternoon sky, following the trail left by Craven's retreat. Meanwhile, far from the crisis unfolding at Midtown High School, news of the abductions had reached Nick Fury at SHIELD headquarters. Originally, the Nick Fury and his trusted agents had been engaged in strategic discussions about whether to reveal the truth regarding Richard and Mary Parker's deaths in order to secure Peter's cooperation with their initiatives. However, before they could implement any of their carefully planned recruitment approaches, they received urgent intelligence reports confirming that both Peter and Ben had been captured by unknown hostile forces. The intel had come in from undercover agents Nick had planted to quietly monitor the Parker family's activities. Not only had they witnessed the abductions firsthand, but they'd also stumbled upon something even more critical, something they hadn't been looking for. According to their report, Harry Osborn had been seen donning a modified version of the Green Goblin armor, complete with its signature glider. "Look at this," Nick said, his expression lighting up with the enthusiasm of someone who had just won the lottery. Another superhero emerges from the situation. If SHIELD could successfully recruit all of these young heroes into the Avengers initiative, they would possess the foundation for an extremely formidable team. But what made him even more optimistic was the strategic error committed by the criminal organization. He couldn't imagine which genius had conceived the plan to kidnap both Ben and Peter simultaneously. "According to our analysis, Spider-Man's combat capabilities may actually exceed Captain America's," Nick remarked, a trace of amusement in his voice. "And Ben, well, he doesn't have Peter's soft-hearted nature. I seriously doubt those criminals will walk away in one piece." Craven moved swiftly through the city's industrial district, carrying his captives to a predetermined rendezvous point within an abandoned manufacturing facility. Although his targets were merely two high school students, the cautious Wilson Fisk had chosen not to appear personally at the location. Inside the deteriorating factory building, several other notorious villains emerged from the shadows as soon as Craven announced his successful return. In addition to Bullseye and Craven, who had participated in previous operations, Ben was surprised to discover that the gathering included several other famous adversaries from Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery. Among them was Alexei Sitsevich, better known as the Rhino, whose massive frame was encased in a heavily modified combat suit that had been upgraded with robotic enhancements. "It appears that you've been making significantly more enemies during this period," Ben observed quietly to Peter, his tone carrying a note of dry amusement. Normally, he didn't pay particularly close attention to Peter's superhero activities, but it was clear that the number of individuals seeking Spider-Man's destruction had increased dramatically since the Green Goblin's defeat several months earlier. "Spider-Man always collect enemies," Peter replied with resigned acceptance, as if this was simply an inevitable consequence of the heroic lifestyle. "What are you two whispering about over there?" Shocker interrupted their quiet conversation, his voice carrying obvious menace. "I strongly advise you to be cooperative and contact Spider-Man immediately otherwise," Herman Schultz raised his gauntleted hands and clenched his fingers toward a massive oil drum located several meters away from their position. Boom! Invisible sonic waves suddenly erupted from his weaponized equipment. In an instant, the empty metal container was compressed into a compact sphere by the devastating vibrations, crushed as easily as an aluminum can. Otherwise, Shocker concluded with sadistic satisfaction, you'll both die very unpleasant deaths. Herman Schultz, better known in criminal circles as the Shocker, had once been nothing more than an ordinary man with an extraordinary talent for invention. His talent had led him to develop a sophisticated high-frequency vibration device that granted him devastating destructive capabilities far beyond those of any normal human being. Before joining this particular criminal conspiracy, Schultz had attempted to rob several major banks throughout New York City, only to find his carefully planned heists foiled by Spider-Man's intervention. After suffering multiple defeats at the web-slinger's hands, he had learned that the notorious crime lord Wilson Fisk was actively seeking individuals capable of eliminating the costumed hero permanently. The opportunity had seemed perfect. Not only would he finally get revenge against his persistent nemesis, but he would also receive a substantial financial reward from Kingpin's organization. It was exactly the kind of mutually beneficial arrangement that appealed to Schultz's pragmatic nature. When Peter saw Shocker's display, crushing a metal drum with raw vibrational force, he instantly shifted into character. His eyes widened, his posture stiffened, and he raised his hands as if in panic. He looked every bit the terrified civilian. "Boo butt," he said, his voice trembling just enough to sell it. "Which Spider-Man are you looking for?" "Both of them, obviously," Kraven replied without the slightest hesitation, his predatory confidence radiating from every word. "Wait just a moment, Kraven," Bullseye called out from his elevated perch among the factory's exposed steel beams. "We cannot handle two Spider-Men simultaneously. Today we have only one target here." "You are wrong about that," an unexpected voice rang out across the abandoned facility. The declaration was immediately followed by a distinctive crystalline sound that echoed through the empty industrial space, like a glass sphere rolling across concrete flooring. Accompanying this audio cue came the unmistakable electronic beeping of an armed explosive device. The sound instantly put every criminal present on high alert. As individuals who had spent their careers operating within the violent underworld, they were all intimately familiar with the acoustic signatures of dangerous weaponry. This particular sound pattern was unmistakably that of an active bomb. Bullseye's trained eyes immediately swept the area and located a bright yellow spherical object rolling directly toward the Rhino's position. Boom! Before Alexei Sitsevich could react to the approaching threat, intense flames and superheated gases from the explosion completely engulfed his massive armored form. Then, like an emerald specter materializing from the shadows, a green figure burst through the factory's deteriorating ceiling. Harry Osborn descended on his signature glider, his voice ringing with heroic determination as he shouted, "You're the target now." The sudden appearance of this new superhero caught everyone completely off guard, but no one was more shocked than Peter Parker himself. He couldn't comprehend why the Green Goblin, who had been officially declared dead following Norman Osborn's public downfall, would suddenly reappear in this critical moment. However, the newcomer's subsequent actions only deepened Peter's confusion. Rather than attacking him, this Green Goblin began hurling pumpkin bombs with deadly precision at the assembled villains. Harry felt no concern about accidentally harming Peter and Ben with his explosive arsenal. Although the Green Goblin armor's auxiliary AI system couldn't match Eunice's sophisticated capabilities, it was more than adequate for calculating optimal bomb trajectory, explosive yield, and safe detonation distances. "Are they fighting among themselves?" Peter asked, turning toward Ben with genuine bewilderment. "Could you possibly be any more dense?" Ben replied, rolling his eyes with obvious exasperation. "That's Harry." "Harry," Peter blurted out in shock, then immediately caught himself. "But why is he wearing the Green Goblin's armor?" Even as the words left his mouth, Peter realized he had asked an incredibly stupid question. The Green Goblin technology had originally been developed by Osborn Industries. Sure enough, after completing his initial bombing run, Harry immediately called out to his friends, "Peter, Ben, are you both all right?" "We're fine," Ben replied calmly as he applied gentle pressure to his restraints and easily snapped the ropes that Kraven had used to bind them. Meanwhile, Shocker reacted to the incoming pumpkin bombs by raising his gauntleted arms and releasing concentrated vibration waves to detonate them safely in midair. Bullseye simultaneously opened fire with his sidearm, sending precisely aimed bullets toward Harry. Kraven chose a different approach entirely. Rather than attempting to destroy the explosives, he used his enhanced agility to leap clear of the blast radius, then employed the factory's exposed structural beams as springboards to launch himself directly at Harry's position. Harry manipulated his glider with desperate skill, barely managing to evade Craven's pouncing attack. However, another shot from Bullseye struck him squarely in the back, nearly knocking him from the air. Fortunately, the glider's magnetic restraint system kept his feet securely locked in position, preventing what could have been a catastrophic fall. For someone who was essentially an ordinary human being beneath his technological armor, losing his air advantage against these superpowered criminals would almost certainly prove fatal. From the communication device clipped to Bullseye's tactical harness, Wilson Fisk's voice crackled with barely controlled rage. "I don't care who this new player thinks he is," Kingpin snarled through the static. "Kill him immediately." As if summoned by those words, a thunderous roar erupted from within the lingering flames of the initial explosion. The Rhino emerged like a burning armored tank, his massive hands seizing a nearby oil drum and hurling it toward Harry's position with devastating force. Harry twisted his glider into a sharp evasive maneuver, narrowly avoiding the improvised projectile. Recognizing that his opponents possessed overwhelming advantages in raw power, Harry immediately called out to his friends, "Peter, Ben, you need to get out of here now. I'll hold them off as long as possible." In the current situation, protecting both Ben and Peter while simultaneously defending himself was simply impossible. Harry was discovering that he could barely protect himself, let alone anyone else. With his current level of experience and equipment, he was clearly outmatched by these seasoned criminals. Furthermore, fighting within the confined space of the factory severely limited his ability to utilize the glider's advantages. "Ben, maybe we should retreat for now," Peter suggested, giving Ben a meaningful look. His expression clearly communicated that it was time for Spider-Man and Prime to make their dramatic entrance. "I understand the logic behind that," Ben replied thoughtfully, "but is retreat really necessary? I seem to remember that you always wear your costume underneath your regular clothes." Peter looked thoroughly confused. He distinctly recalled that Ben had been the one insisting on maintaining secret identities. What had changed to make him suddenly advocate for public transformation? "Harry is one of us now, so it's perfectly acceptable for him to learn the truth," Ben explained with cold pragmatism. "As for these criminals, please don't tell me you're planning to let any of them leave here alive." Ben placed his hand on the Omnitrix's interface, causing the device's selection dial to pop up with its familiar electronic chime. Simultaneously, his voice took on a tone as sharp and cold as a blade, carrying unmistakable lethal intent. "You want to kill them?" Peter asked, covering his mouth in shock at the suggestion. "What's the problem with that approach?" Ben responded matter-of-factly. "If they're bold enough to target us today, what's to stop them from going after our family tomorrow? Or Mary Jane and Felicia, or even your Gwen?" "What do you mean, my Gwen?" Peter began to protest, but Ben continued without acknowledging the interruption. "Think about this logically, Peter. How many times have these same individuals attacked you in the past? That criminal called Shocker has been arrested by you multiple times, but he keeps escaping from prison without facing any real consequences. The others follow exactly the same pattern. You can show mercy once, twice, or even repeatedly, but if they refuse to reform their behavior, what's the actual point of imprisonment? They never face any meaningful punishment because there are always people willing to provide bail money and legal assistance so they can continue their criminal activities. Your so-called moral principles are actually sending them a message. Go ahead and commit whatever crimes you want. Spider-Man can't really stop us permanently. This only encourages them to become more reckless and destructive." Peter found himself speechless in the face of Ben's logical arguments because he knew that every word was absolutely true. Legal systems were designed to serve as deterrents against criminal behavior, like the mythical sword of Damocles hanging over potential wrongdoers, inspiring fear and encouraging lawful conduct. However, when people realized that this symbolic sword possessed no actual cutting power, who would continue to fear its presence? Ben placed his hand on Peter's shoulder and spoke with deadly seriousness. "Eliminate evil completely, Peter, no half measures." During the brief moment that the two had been engaged in their philosophical discussion, Harry's situation had deteriorated significantly. Among the various threats he faced, most were manageable individually. Bullseye's bullets proved ineffective against his armored protection. Craven's attacks were powerful but telegraphed, making them relatively easy to evade through superior mobility. As for Alexei, the massive Rhino possessed virtually no anti-aircraft capabilities, and his crude strategy of hurling heavy objects served more as a distraction than a genuine threat. However, Shocker represented a different category of danger entirely. His vibrational attacks were essentially invisible, and the distorted air patterns they created were nearly impossible to detect within the factory's dim lighting conditions. No matter how carefully Harry monitored his surroundings, he occasionally failed to notice the incoming attacks until it was too late to avoid them completely. After several minutes of intensive combat, he was clearly losing ground against the coordinated assault. Under normal circumstances, if Harry found himself outmatched in battle, he would have immediately chosen to retreat. With his glider, few opponents could prevent his escape if he chose to disengage. But the presence of Ben and Peter changed everything. If he abandoned them now, his two closest friends would face almost certain death at the hands of these ruthless criminals. The impossible situation filled him with frustration and growing desperation. "What are you two doing over there?" he called out while executing another evasive maneuver. Harry was beginning to feel genuinely annoyed with his friend's apparent paralysis. He could see Peter and Ben standing in relative safety, engaged in some kind of conversation, as if they were completely oblivious to the life-or-death battle raging around them. They seemed to have activated some kind of dramatic heroine syndrome from a romantic television series, clearly representing burdens he couldn't afford to carry, yet stubbornly refusing to flee to safety. The absurdity of their behavior made Harry's blood boil with indignation. If he possessed the strength necessary to carry two full-grown individuals, he would have simply grabbed both Ben and Peter and flown them to safety regardless of their protests. Peter continued to hesitate, torn between his moral principles and the harsh realities of their situation. But Ben had reached the end of his patience with deliberation and delay. "Eunice," he commanded, "immediately hack and disable all surveillance systems and communication networks in this area." Since he wasn't wearing his Spider-Man battle suit, Ben intended to transform into one of his alien hero forms for combat. However, before taking such action, he wanted to ensure maximum operational security by eliminating any possibility of his transformation being recorded or transmitted. The next moment, the Omnitrix's genetic matrix began its fundamental restructuring process, covering his entire body in its characteristic emerald radiance. His human form started mutating as alien DNA overwrote his baseline biology. Strange, segmented appendages emerged from both sides of his face, while a pair of gossamer wings unfurled from his back like some nightmarish butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. However, rather than resembling any beautiful butterfly, the transformation created something far more reminiscent of a predatory insect. What exactly is that thing?" Peter asked, immediately pinching his nose and backing away as an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses. The nauseating odor completely dispelled any confusion or hesitation he had been experiencing. Out of brotherly consideration, Peter tactfully refrained from using more descriptive terms like absolutely disgusting. "It's stinkfly." Ben's voice had become high-pitched and chittering, resembling the communications of an oversized insect. Among the original 10 alien heroes contained within the Omnitrix, stinkfly represented Ben's least frequently used transformation. This relative neglect wasn't entirely surprising. Although stinkfly possessed flight capabilities, his flying speed was disappointingly slow compared to alternatives like Heat Blast. For most situations requiring mobility or combat effectiveness, other transformations offered superior performance. If Ben hadn't specifically examined the selection dial's interface this time, stinkfly might have remained unused indefinitely. However, now that the transformation was complete, Ben had no intention of switching to a different form. For dealing with these minor criminals, stinkfly's unique abilities would prove more than adequate. "Go to hell?" Shocker's voice echoed through the abandoned factory as he continued his relentless assault, dodging between the industrial machinery while raising his gauntleted arms to unleash devastating attacks. Every time Herman Schultz activated his vibroshock units, high-frequency vibration waves blasted outward like invisible cannon fire. The tremendous impact force turned the factory's ceiling into a Swiss cheese pattern of holes and structural damage, raining debris down onto the combat zone below. Harry maneuvered his glider with desperate skill, weaving between the attacks in a deadly aerial dance, but several vibration blasts had already found their mark. If it weren't for the Green Goblin armor's advanced defensive capabilities, his internal organs would have been liquefied by the devastating power of those sonic assaults. "Knock him down!" The Rhino bellowed in frustrated rage, his massive frame trembling with barely contained violence. To Alexei Sitsevich, Harry represented nothing more than an annoying flying insect that he couldn't reach. The hulking criminal could barely contain his desire to grab the flying insect and crush him with his bare hands. Although the rhino possessed a specially modified physiology, his body enhanced with experimental compounds and his skin covered with virtually impenetrable armor plating, he wasn't invulnerable to pain. The pumpkin bomb explosion had left him scorched and aching, and his fury only continued to build with each passing moment. While Shocker showed no outward reaction to the rhino's suggestion, Bullseye suddenly experienced a moment of tactical inspiration that brought a cold smile to his lips. His physical capabilities couldn't match those of his fellow criminals, and conventional bullets proved ineffective against the Green Goblin's protective systems, but he still possessed ways to contribute to the battle. Without hesitation, Bullseye raised his weapon and fired a single, precisely aimed shot, but rather than targeting the Green Goblin himself, he aimed for the glider's propulsion system. Crack. The bullet struck home with perfect accuracy, embedding itself directly in the glider's turbine mechanism, and causing the entire system to seize up instantly. Harry completely lost control of his glider and plummeted toward the factory floor like a bird with clipped wings, his arms windmilling desperately as he fought to maintain balance. Craven reacted first, his predatory instincts and years of hunting experience allowing him to instantly calculate Harry's trajectory. The next moment, he drew his curved hunting blade and launched himself toward the falling hero with lethal intent. The weapon appeared crude and primitive, but its composition included rare alloys that could penetrate most modern armor. Combined with Craven's superhuman physical strength, he felt confident that he could punch through the Green Goblin's defenses and slice Harry's throat open before the young man could recover. Just as his attack was about to connect, a terrible sound filled the air, a horrifying buzz like helicopter rotors spinning at maximum velocity. Instantly, Craven's enhanced survival instincts triggered every danger sense in his body, causing the hair on his arms and neck to stand on end. He twisted his torso in midair with feline grace, narrowly avoiding a stream of foul-smelling green projectiles that flew past his face. Craven landed silently on the factory floor, his limbs absorbing the impact with predatory efficiency, but his eyes were wide with shock and confusion. Within his field of vision, a bizarre oversized insect was flying directly toward him, its dragonfly-like translucent wings beating at high frequency like some nightmarish attack helicopter. Ever since Harry's dramatic entrance, Craven had focused all his attention on the flying threat represented by the newcomer. He had no idea where this monstrous creature had originated. The same confusion affected the other as well. Everyone had been concentrating their efforts on eliminating the Harry, treating the two ordinary teenagers as negligible concerns. In their assessment, even if Ben and Peter managed to escape the immediate area, how far could two powerless students realistically travel? It would only take a few minutes to finish off Harry and recapture them. None of them had considered that the two individuals who appeared to pose the least threat were actually the most dangerous opponents in the entire factory. Ben felt a moment of surprise when he witnessed Craven's evasive capabilities, but before he could analyze the hunter's reflexes further, Shocker had already turned his attention toward the new threat. Where did this disgusting bug come from? Shocker snarled as he raised his fists toward Ben's position. Time to die, boom. The invisible sonic attack erupted from behind Ben's position. Herman Schultz possessed no moral qualms about launching sneak attacks. He intended to obliterate Ben's body with a single devastating blast. However, his murderous intentions were doomed to failure. Although Stinkfly's abilities weren't particularly impressive in most categories, the four eye stalks extending from both sides of his head could move independently, granting Ben complete 360-degree awareness of his surroundings. Therefore, the moment Shocker raised his arms to attack, Ben had already detected the incoming threat. He immediately ascended vertically, hanging in the air to avoid the sonic blast entirely. Then, his body rotated gracefully in mid-flight while the eye stalks on both sides of his head extended like organic gun barrels, channeling the specialized slime produced within his alien physiology. PFFT, PFFT. In an instant, all four eye stalks transformed into biological weapon systems, continuously spraying thick web-like mucus toward his opponents. Slime machine gun barrage, Ben called out with obvious enthusiasm. Although he had initially found Stinkfly's appearance revolting during the transformation process, he was discovering that this alien form possessed some genuinely entertaining capabilities. More importantly, while the destructive potential of his slime attacks remained unclear, their sheer disgusting nature was enough to make any enemy think twice about close combat. Even the most fearsome weapon became useless if opponents refused to engage due to psychological revulsion. Who would dare claim that Stinkfly lacked sufficient power now? anyone brave enough to take a direct hit from his concentrated mucus barrage. The sight left not only the villains stunned, but Peter and Harry as well. Harry had finally managed to extract the bullet from his glider's turbine system, but witnessing such a massive insectoid creature spraying biological waste in all directions made him so nauseous that he nearly vomited inside his helmet. That's absolutely revolting. Harry groaned, his voice muffled by the armor's audio systems. Unable to contain his physical reaction any longer, Harry quickly removed his helmet and wiped his mouth with obvious embarrassment. Ben couldn't resist commenting through his alien vocal cords, "Harry, it seems your armor needs some serious upgrades. At minimum, you should install filtration systems. I'll help you modify it later." Although his voice had become high-pitched and chittering, the familiar tone and the use of Harry's childhood nickname immediately revealed the speaker's identity. "Wait, are you Ben?" Harry asked, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as if he might be hallucinating. Was this really his friend Ben Parker? At that moment, Peter executed a perfect somersault from an elevated position, having shed his outer clothing to reveal the distinctive red and blue Spider-Man costume underneath. However, he wasn't wearing his mask. Now that Harry had assumed the Green Goblin identity, certain secrets no longer needed to remain hidden. "Peter, you're—" Harry began, his voice trailing off in shock. "Yes, I'm Spider-Man," Peter confirmed, attempting to imitate Tony Stark's famous press conference revelation with what he hoped was an appropriately dramatic tone. "I'm sorry, Harry, I've been keeping this from you for too long." Harry responded weakly, I see. It wasn't that he felt particularly surprised by Peter's revelation. Compared to learning that Peter was Spider-Man, witnessing Ben's transformation into a giant insectoid creature was far more mentally disturbing. He pointed at the hovering alien with obvious sympathy in his voice. "Is this Ben's superpower?" Turning into a giant bug, Harry clearly hesitated before using the word superpower, as if he wasn't entirely certain the transformation qualified for that designation. Just looking at Stinkfly made Harry feel physically ill, let alone imagining what it would be like to actually undergo such a metamorphosis. Poor Ben, the only consolation was that Ben himself seemed remarkably optimistic about his current condition. "The situation is somewhat complicated," Peter replied, pulling on his mask. "I'll explain everything later." He then turned his attention toward the assembled criminals. Bullseye spoke first, his voice carrying cold satisfaction. "Peter Parker, I never would have guessed you were Spider-Man. No wonder you could always photograph Spider-Man's activities, but now that you've exposed your identity, do you realize you're doomed?" Before Bullseye could finish his threat, he was already raising his weapon towards Spider-Man's position. But Peter's enhanced reflexes proved faster. Before Bullseye could pull the trigger, Peter had already activated the web shooter in his palm. The high-pressure silk strand launched outward at tremendous velocity, nearly matching the speed of a conventional bullet. The webbing struck Bullseye's pistol before the criminal could fire, adhering to both weapon and wielder. With a casual motion, Peter yanked his arm backward and pulled both Bullseye and his gun directly toward his position. Then he spun around and delivered a devastating kick that sent the assassin flying across the factory floor. "Got your weapon?" Peter taunted as he easily suspended himself upside down from the factory's overhead support structure, his legs bent in a distinctly spider-like posture. However, despite his harsh words, he had been remarkably careful throughout the entire engagement. If he had chosen to use his full strength, he could have torn Bullseye's arm completely off when he first grabbed the weapon. There was no question that Spider-Man possessed incredible physical power. Some experts had nicknamed him the Little Hulk due to his strength levels. In terms of raw combat effectiveness, Stinkfly probably couldn't match an unrestrained Spider-Man. Stinkfly wasn't as physically powerful as other insectoid species, but Ben was experiencing something unexpected about this particular transformation. Perhaps because both forms shared arthropod characteristics, the radioactive spider genes that had been integrated into his DNA weren't being completely suppressed by the Omnitrix's genetic overlay. Instead, a significant portion of his spider-based enhancements were being retained and combined with Stinkfly's natural abilities. Ben could feel that his normally soft insectoid body was now filled with tremendous strength. This enhanced power was particularly evident in the razor-sharp exoskeletal blade that formed his tail. The original Stinkfly's tail could easily slice through steel plating, but now its strength and durability had been dramatically increased. His tail had become like an indestructible spear capable of penetrating virtually any defense. "Shall we divide up our opponents?" Ben asked as he landed between Peter and Harry, his wings folding against his back. Harry stepped onto his repaired glider, which immediately elevated him several feet above the factory floor like a high-tech skateboard. Let's be fair about this, Harry suggested. Since I don't have any actual superpowers, just give me the bald guy and the one in yellow. Harry was referring to Bullseye and Shocker respectively. Neither of those opponents possessed genuine superhuman abilities. Like Harry himself, Shocker relied entirely on technological equipment for his power. When they had been outnumbered earlier, Harry had struggled against Shocker's sonic attacks, but if Ben and Peter could handle the other two threats, he felt confident about eliminating both remaining criminals. In that case, I'll take the oversized rhino, Peter declared, selecting Alexei as his opponent. This arrangement left the hunter craven for Ben, which suited him perfectly since he wanted to ask the predator some very specific questions. The next moment, Ben launched himself forward like a living attack helicopter, using his enhanced body as a guided missile. If this had been the original Stinkfly, such a reckless frontal assault would have been tactically suicidal. But for Ben, whose spider-based abilities had been augmented rather than replaced, this represented exactly the kind of devastating attack he could execute with confidence. His enhanced form had been strengthened beyond normal parameters, and what he was delivering to Craven was nothing less than death itself. SHWING, a dark shadow flashed through the air with deadly precision. Ben whipped his tail forward, the razor-sharp exoskeletal blade cutting through steel support beams and slicing the air itself like a living sword. Craven was forced to dive and roll in desperate evasion, his predatory confidence rapidly dissolving into survival instinct. You came here hunting Spider-Man. Ben's chittering voice carried cold amusement as he pursued the fleeing hunter. Now tell me, who exactly is the prey in this situation? He was essentially toying with Craven at this point, like a cat playing with a wounded mouse. With the enhancement provided by his integrated spider genes, Stinkfly's capabilities had been elevated far beyond their normal parameters. The improvements were particularly dramatic in three crucial areas: raw strength, physical endurance, and agility. Each aspect had been enhanced exponentially. Although his overall destructive potential still couldn't match the overwhelming power of aliens like Four Arms, Heatblessed, or Diamond Head, these criminals represented no real challenge to his current form. Combined with Stinkfly's natural flying maneuverability, Ben's power had reached truly formidable levels. Ben had complained about Stinkfly's relatively slow flight speed. That assessment depended entirely on the comparison being made. When Heatblessed operated at maximum propulsion power, his velocity could break through atmospheric barriers. Stinkfly naturally couldn't match such extreme performance, but compared to conventional military aircraft, his capabilities were more than adequate. Craven had been reduced to the state of a trapped and desperate animal, baring his teeth and snarling ferociously, but his impotent rage only made him appear more pathetic. He grabbed a nearby oil drum and hurled it toward Ben's position with all his remaining strength. However, a stream of corrosive mucus erupted from Ben's eye stalks, instantly eating through the metal container the moment it made contact. If such terrifying acidic power were applied to human flesh, it would probably take only a few seconds to reduce an opponent's body to liquefied remains. Stinkfly possessed two distinct types of biological weaponry. The first was a powerful acid capable of corroding through steel plating, while the second lacked significant destructive force but possessed incredible adhesive properties and tensile strength. When exposed to high temperatures, the second type would trigger a violent chemical reaction resulting in explosive detonation. The principle was similar to methane gas encountering an open flame. "Don't you ever run out of that slime?" Craven gasped, his voice hoarse with exertion and growing fear. From the beginning of their encounter, he couldn't estimate how much biological material Ben had expelled from his alien form. Honestly, the total volume of these secretions might have already exceeded Ben's apparent body weight, yet he continued spraying without any signs of depletion. Craven couldn't help but suspect that the four tentacle-like appendages weren't actually producing the substances themselves, but rather served as dimensional portals allowing Ben to continuously channel mucus from some external source. It was an imaginative theory, he had to admit, but unfortunately for the hunter's scientific curiosity. "I could keep this up all day," Ben declared with obvious enthusiasm. Of course, this was purely a figure of speech. He was absolutely certain that no one in this universe would be willing to spend quality time with a giant green insectoid creature that possessed razor-sharp mandibles and expelled gases capable of corroding human skin. "I'll give you everything I've got." Ben immediately switched to full automatic mode. Craven continued his desperate evasion tactics, using factory obstacles for cover while hurling debris in Ben's direction, hoping to knock the flying predator from the sky through sheer persistence. But without exception, every projectile was intercepted and destroyed. Ben wasn't a trained marksman, but with his current enhanced reaction capabilities, watching objects thrown at him was essentially like viewing slow-motion replay footage. Seeing that his ranged attacks proved completely ineffective, Craven drew his curved hunting dagger without hesitation and prepared to engage in close-quarters combat. As a professional hunter, he still possessed that level of courage. When Craven swung his blade in a vicious arc, Ben immediately countered with his weaponized tail. Instantly, sparks erupted from the point of contact. Ben's incredibly tough and sharp exoskeleton, combined with his enhanced physical strength, immediately severed the dagger that Craven had relied upon for years of successful hunts. Witnessing this impossible outcome, an expression of utter disbelief flashed across Craven's weathered features. This cannot be happening. He knew that his weapon contained trace amounts of vibranium, microscopic quantities, but enough to make the blade virtually indestructible under normal circumstances. Yet Ben had simply cut through it as if it were made of ordinary steel. But Craven had no time to process his shock because Ben wasn't finished with his assault. He continued his relentless advance. Stinkfly possessed 10 distinct limbs, 4 translucent wings attached to his back, 4 spike-like abdominal appendages for ground movement, and 2 primary arms that terminated in terrifying claws. Slash. In the blink of an eye, Ben's razor-sharp talons raked across Craven's chest, opening deep furrows in the hunter's torso. The massive wounds across Craven's chest resembled a canyon carved into flesh, and blood poured from the injuries in torrents. However, he didn't immediately lose consciousness or collapse. At the last possible moment, he had managed to throw himself backward and avoid the fate of complete disembowelment. The excruciating pain caused him to clench his teeth until his jaw ached, and cold sweat soaked through his hair. Craven no longer resembled the arrogant predator who had terrorized the Daily Bugle and Midtown High School just hours earlier. He probably never imagined when he launched those confident attacks that he would be reduced to such a pathetic state. The hunter has become the wounded prey, Ben observed with cold satisfaction. The reason he wasn't rushing to deliver the killing blow was partially due to an old Spider-Man animated series he had watched in his previous life, where Craven had actually assisted Peter during a crucial moment. But he also understood the fundamental difference between fictional portrayals and current reality. The two situations couldn't be conflated. Since this version of Craven had already demonstrated his willingness to kidnap Peter in order to trap and manipulate Spider-Man, he would undoubtedly target other innocent people in the future. The second reason was, naturally, the prospect of obtaining vibranium. Craven's weapon just now have a trace of vibranium from Wakanda, though obviously not through legitimate channels. Ordinary metals were like tissue paper when confronted with his enhanced tail, they tore apart at the slightest contact. But when Craven's dagger struck him, although it had still shattered immediately, Ben had definitely felt the resistance of superior metal. Vibranium commanded astronomical prices on the black market, but more importantly than cost, the material was essentially impossible to acquire through conventional means. Wakanda maintained extremely strict controls over vibranium exportation. Not only did they refuse to export the substance, but they treated its very existence as a closely guarded state secret. Only a select few individuals possessed the authorization to remove even small quantities from Wakandan territory. If you're willing to help me acquire some vibranium, Craven, I might consider sparing your life, Ben suggested, rubbing his claws together with fly-like gestures while adding with obvious cunning. Or even better, the heart-shaped herbs. You know about Wakanda. Craven asked weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. The hunter had collapsed to the factory floor, growing dizzy and pale from massive blood loss. But he remained conscious enough to understand the offer being presented. To prevent him from dying immediately, Ben covered his wounds with a coating of his non-acidic mucus. Craven's expression shifted dramatically upon feeling the substance applied to his injuries. Don't worry, Ben reassured him as he slowly descended toward the fallen hunter like a predatory plant closing its trap. Even though it looks disgusting, it's actually completely sterile. Simultaneously, Ben's tail curved upward and positioned itself against Craven's chest directly over his heart, resembling a scorpion preparing to deliver a fatal sting. The choice is yours, Hunter. Ben harbored no particular animosity toward Wakanda as a nation. However, any positive feelings he might possess stemmed from his respect for Chadwick Boseman's dignified approach to his own mortality, rather than any attachment to the Black Panther character itself. He remembered that in the movie, after Killmonger seized power and obtained superhuman abilities through the ritual challenges, the usurper had ordered the destruction of all remaining heart-shaped herbs. Ben had always found that act particularly wasteful. Ben believed that such unique botanical specimens, capable of granting superhuman abilities when combined with the proper preparations, represented invaluable research opportunities that shouldn't be squandered. After hearing Ben's proposition, while Craven felt surprised by the specificity of the demands, he didn't find the general concept particularly shocking. Exchanging valuable commodities for one's life was a common enough transaction in the criminal underworld, but he still shook his head weakly. I cannot provide those items for you. It wasn't a matter of unwillingness, he simply lacked the capability. Both his vibranium supplies and his enhanced physical abilities had originally come from a former Wakandan who had been exiled from his homeland. The two men had since parted ways permanently. Craven possessed no independent means of acquiring either the herbs or additional vibranium. That's genuinely disappointing, Ben replied with apparent regret. As someone who has spent so many years hunting prey, you must be curious about what your victims are thinking during their final moments, correct? Having failed to obtain what he wanted through negotiation, Ben no longer saw any reason to maintain restraint. He drove his weaponized tail directly into Craven's chest. Peter, who had been engaged in his own struggle against the rhino, witnessed this execution and immediately shouted for Ben to stop. However, the long, spike-tipped appendage still pierced Craven's torso, lifting the man who had taken such pride in hunting dangerous prey high into the air like a grotesque trophy. Peter momentarily forgot to control his strength and delivered a kick that sent the rhino crashing through the factory's concrete wall. But he had no attention to spare for his defeated opponent. Instead, he leaped across the distance and landed directly in front of Ben, staring at Craven's lifeless body with obvious shock and dismay. How could you kill him?" Peter asked, his voice trembling with emotion. He looked up at Ben, and his cousin, who had grown up alongside him like a brother, suddenly seemed like a complete stranger. It wasn't merely the alien appearance that disturbed him. "Because he was a villain," Ben replied matter-of-factly. "Why are you so surprised? I've already killed Dr. Animo, Muse, and the original Green Goblin. How did you think they died?" But Peter was in no mood for casual explanations or dark humor. "We had other options available to stop them from committing crimes," he protested desperately. "I chose the most efficient solution," Ben interrupted, his 4 eye stalks turning to focus on Peter simultaneously as he spoke with chilling calm. "Peter, these are adults who should be held responsible for their own actions. If someone chooses to become a villain, they shouldn't expect to avoid the consequences indefinitely." Peter still found the concept difficult to accept, his moral foundations shaken by witnessing such decisive violence. Fortunately, Ben made no attempt to convince him otherwise. After all, Peter would always be Peter, and that fundamental nature was something Ben had no desire to change. Witnessing Craven's brutal execution, Shocker immediately felt overwhelming terror. Damn it, this giant insect was genuinely willing to commit murder. Even someone as formidable as Craven was dead. How could an ordinary person like Herman Schultz possibly survive an encounter with such a creature? These criminals showed no mercy when taking lives themselves, but when they became the prey, they were suddenly filled with paralyzing fear of death. The remaining villains exchanged desperate glances, and only one thought flashed through their collective minds: escape at any cost. But Ben had no intention of allowing their retreat. Not only that, but Harry also refused to let these criminals escape after they had threatened his closest friends. In an instant, multiple streams of mucus erupted from Ben's eye stalks and struck all 3 remaining opponents from dozens of meters away, binding them securely in place. Simultaneously, Harry produced a pumpkin bomb in each hand and hurled them toward both Shocker and Bullseye with precise timing. Boom. The combination of explosive ordnance and flammable biological material created an instant inferno, bombs and slime detonating together in a massive conflagration. The explosive detonation triggered a devastating chain reaction throughout the entire industrial complex. Ben's corrosive slime had coated virtually every surface within the abandoned factory during the prolonged battle. When Harry's pumpkin bombs erupted in brilliant orange flames, it was like igniting a massive powder keg filled with volatile chemicals. Boom! The entire structure was consumed in an apocalyptic explosion. Everything within the building, steel beams, concrete foundations, and the remaining criminals, vanished in the inferno of superheated gases and molten debris. The rhino, who had been outside Harry's immediate attack range when the bombs detonated, was not spared from the conflagration and disappeared completely within the roaring sea of fire. Massive flames shot skyward, reaching heights of several hundred feet and forming a towering pillar of destruction that resembled a fiery tornado. The explosion could be seen from miles away, finally giving the confused New York Police Department a clear target for their emergency response. Several kilometers away from the factory's location, Ben touched down in a small clearing and gently lowered Peter and Harry to the ground. His enhanced wings had carried them to safety with remarkable ease. If 10-year-old Ben Tennyson in the Ben 10 universe had attempted this same maneuver in stinkfly form, he would have struggled significantly with the weight of two passengers and been forced to fly at reduced speed. But for Ben Parker, whose alien transformation had been augmented by spider-based enhancements, carrying both friends represented virtually no burden at all. Stinkfly requesting permission to land, he announced with obvious humor, his rapidly vibrating wings creating powerful downdrafts that scattered dead leaves across the forest floor in perfect circles around their landing zone. At that moment, the Omnitrix symbol on his forehead began flashing its familiar red warning light. After a burst of radiance, Ben reverted to his human form, causing Peter and Harry to drop the final few inches to the ground as his alien strength disappeared. "Ben, it really was you," Harry exclaimed, still struggling to process everything he had witnessed. Even now, he found it difficult to believe that his friend could transform into such a massive insectoid creature. He quickly stood up, desperate to understand the full scope of what had been revealed to him. "What exactly is going on here? And you, Peter, you're actually Spider-Man. But you never told me, despite all this time we've been friends. That's incredibly unfair." Harry's voice carried genuine hurt and indignation. After all, he had commissioned an entire set of Green Goblin armor specifically for his two closest friends, while those same friends had been concealing such monumental secrets from him. Actually, Harry could understand Ben's reluctance to discuss his abilities. If his own superpower involved transforming into a large, malodorous, disgusting insect, he would definitely be too embarrassed to mention it in casual conversation. But Peter's deception felt far more personal and inexcusable. Did his best friend not trust him enough to share something so important? Harry needed answers immediately. "I'm sorry, Harry," Peter said quickly, his voice filled with remorse. "We didn't mean to hide this from you." The deaths of the criminal gang had become an unavoidable reality. Although Peter felt that Harry and Ben shouldn't have resorted to lethal force, he couldn't bring himself to mourn the death of such dangerous individuals. "Peter is right," Ben added with sincere conviction. "We really had no intention of keeping you in the dark permanently." To be completely honest, the Osborn family had always treated both Ben and Peter with extraordinary kindness and generosity. Harry had been Peter's closest friend since early childhood, and their relationship had proven strong enough to survive the pressures and complications present in multiple universe iterations. The reason they hadn't revealed Spider-Man's secret identity to Harry was primarily due to concerns about exposing him to unnecessary danger. Additionally, both Ben and Peter possessed genuine superpowers now, and they worried that Harry might feel inadequate or excluded from their enhanced capabilities. Given Norman's historical neglect of Harry during his formative years, what the young man feared most was becoming mediocre or irrelevant compared to his peers. In the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man films, Harry had indeed experienced jealousy toward Peter because Peter consistently demonstrated superior intelligence and earned more approval from Norman. However, now that Harry had chosen to become the Green Goblin and possessed combat-effective armor, the two no longer felt the need to maintain their deception. Ben was about to continue his explanation when Harry unexpectedly raised his hand, pursed his lips with a grave expression, and gently patted Ben's shoulder in a gesture of comfort and understanding. "I completely understand your situation, brother." Ben blinked in confusion. "What exactly do you mean?" "I understand perfectly," Harry continued with obvious sympathy. "Isn't it because your superpower is somewhat awkward that you don't want to make it public knowledge?" He struggled to find terminology that wouldn't sound insulting or insensitive. "I understand all of that completely. And I think you don't need to feel too self-conscious about it. Transforming into a giant insect can actually be quite impressive. At least you can achieve flight without requiring a glider, and you can project various substances without needing specialized equipment. Most importantly," he emphasized, "you can change back to human form. That's infinitely better than poor Mandel Storm, who reportedly remained permanently transformed until his death." In Harry's assessment, this reversibility represented the most crucial advantage. It would be genuinely tragic if Ben became permanently trapped in that alien insect body. Hearing this analysis, Peter nodded and agreed with the sentiment. If you couldn't change back, all the girls at Midtown High School would be absolutely heartbroken. However, both he and Ben immediately realized that Harry seemed to have fundamentally misunderstood the nature of Ben's abilities, but neither felt any urgency to correct this misconception immediately. The current moment represented the perfect opportunity to explain everything that had happened to them. Actually, I developed spider powers because I was bitten by one of Osborne Industries' experimental spider, Peter said, providing a concise summary of his origin story. Harry's mind immediately began racing with possibilities. Osborne's radioactively enhanced spiders, I remember there were quite a few specimens in that program. Does that mean I could potentially gain spider powers as well? He stood up immediately, practically ready to return to Osborne Industries and deliberately expose himself to those same creatures. Fortunately, Peter managed to stop him before he could act on this dangerous impulse. Wait, that approach won't work for you. Those mutated spiders can only alter my specific genetic structure, Peter explained, describing his parents' secret research and genetic modifications. To be completely honest, what Richard and Mary Parker had done was ethically questionable at best. Although the decay rate algorithm represented the product of their scientific research, the project could never have succeeded without Osborne Industries' massive financial investment and Dr. Connors' substantial contributions as a co-researcher. In reality, Connors had been a relative latecomer to the project. He had originally served as a military physician before transitioning to lizard-based biological research. However, Harry didn't criticize Peter for his parents' actions or speak negatively about their memory. He simply felt disappointed by the missed opportunity. At the same time, he finally understood why Dr. Connors' lizard serum had ultimately failed to produce the desired results. Wait a moment, Harry said as a new theory occurred to him. Ben, your superpower isn't the result of attempting to study the decay rate algorithm but failing in the process, is it? How could you use yourself as an experimental subject? Given Dr. Connors' previous experience using himself as a test subject with disastrous results, Harry felt that Ben had been dangerously reckless. Look what happened, now the experiment has failed and you've ended up like this. Although you can revert to human form, you've missed out on gaining real spider powers. Harry felt genuinely sorry for his friend's apparent misfortune. Then he seemed to suddenly remember something important. By the way, if Peter's spider abilities were designed using Peter's genetic template, then who exactly is the other Spider-Man? Harry finally recalled that there wasn't actually only one web-slinging hero operating in New York City. In addition to Peter, there was another masked figure. You're not completely hopeless after all, Ben observed with amusement. Seeing that Ben was about to provide an explanation, Harry raised his hand again, gesturing for silence. Wait, let me work this out myself. He held his chin thoughtfully and lowered his head in concentration. The two Spider-Men know each other personally, correct? Peter glanced at Ben and nodded confirmation. Yes, that's right. So how close is your relationship with this other Spider-Man? Harry inquired further. What do you think? We're family, Peter replied, rolling his eyes. Not just the Spider family, we're actual relatives. He was practically spelling out the answer for Harry at this point. Harry's face lit up with understanding as the pieces fell into place. Peter nodded and began, yes, in fact, the other Spider-Man is. It's Uncle Ben. Harry interrupted loudly, his voice filled with confident excitement. Both Ben and Peter were completely stunned by this unexpected conclusion. Neither of them had anticipated Harry would arrive at such a bizarre answer. The two looked at each other and their expressions clearly communicated the same incredulous thought. Is he actually serious right now? Am I wrong? Harry asked, noting their obvious dismay. Seeing that Peter and Ben appeared troubled by his reasoning, he provided additional evidence to support his theory. Look, the two Spider-Men know each other personally, and Peter and Uncle Ben obviously know each other, so your family. The radioactive spiders can only be compatible with Parker family genetics, and Uncle Ben is also from the Parker lineage, so his genes would be very similar to yours. To summarize, Uncle Ben must be the other Spider-Man. In Harry's imagination, Prime removed his mask to reveal Uncle Ben's face, aged but still sharp and determined. Uncle Ben as Spider-Man would be so cool, he declared enthusiastically, clapping his hands together. Do you think I could convince my father to become the Green Goblin too? Otherwise, people might assume I'm somehow related to the first Green Goblin. Harry's reasoning was actually quite sound, given the information available to him. But have you considered Uncle Ben's physical build? Peter suggested tactfully. This observation instantly shattered Harry's mental image of Uncle Ben as Prime, replacing it with a disturbing vision of an aged, overweight man struggling to fit into a form-fitting costume. Harry shuddered and desperately tried to banish the horrible image from his mind. But if the other Spider-Man isn't Uncle Ben, who else could it possibly be? It can't be Ben, right? He's already demonstrated that he transforms into a giant insect. Ben felt his patience wearing thin. Why couldn't it be me? This question only increased Harry's confusion exponentially. But how is that possible? Are you perhaps Uncle Richard's illegitimate son? Are you and Peter actually biological brothers rather than cousins? That has to do with another one of my superpowers, Ben explained patiently. He had decided to reveal his ability to transform into various alien heroes. After all, the transformations couldn't be hidden indefinitely once witnessed, and Harry was definitely part of their inner circle now. However, there was no need to mention that these abilities originated from the Omnitrix device on his wrist. So far, the only people who knew that particular secret were Peter, who had helped Ben analyze and hack the watch, and Dr. Connors, who had witnessed it. Of these two individuals, Peter's loyalty was absolute and unquestionable. As for Connors, Ben had implanted neurotoxins in the scientist's system as insurance, and Eunice maintained constant surveillance over his activities. You can also transform into an alien? Harry asked, his expression suggesting this revelation was somehow fundamentally unfair. Forget it, you never cease to amaze me, he said, shaking his head in resignation. When he considered the vast gap between his own abilities and Ben's seemingly limitless powers, he didn't even feel envious anymore. However, after hearing that Ben had solved the genetic compatibility problems with the decay rate algorithm, Harry became curious about whether Ben had developed a perfected spider serum or something similar. You could probably do it, but if it's avoidable, I'd recommend against it. Ben dismissed the idea immediately. Let's head back and discuss this properly. Ben contacted Mary Jane and Felicia to inform them of his safety, asking them to notify the police that he and Peter had been rescued by Harry and that they were returning to Primus together. Primus Technologies had undergone dramatic changes since its early days. Massive skyscrapers now dominated the company's expanded campus. Instead of taking Harry to the executive floors, Ben directed them to an elevator that descended deep underground. I recently constructed this subterranean facility, Ben explained as they traveled downward. It features extremely high security protocols and can serve as our operational headquarters in the future. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers with dramatic flair. Instantly, the entire underground complex became brilliantly illuminated, and rows of cylindrical storage pods rose from the floor. When they opened, each revealed various Spider-Man costumes and equipment. I'll design new uniforms for both of you, Ben said, his expression showing obvious disdain for their current gear. What you're wearing now represents embarrassingly low technological standards. While the armor and equipment were impressive, superpowers attracted Harry's attention far more. About that spider serum. I told you, avoid that if at all possible, Ben shook his head firmly. You both assume that Spider-Man's abilities come from genetic mutations, but that's not actually the case. They represent mystical power. Mystical powers, you mean magic? Peter asked, tilting his head with curiosity. Can I cast spells during future battles? No, I'm referring to the spider totem, Ben replied, realizing that explaining this concept clearly would be quite challenging. So he decided to change the subject entirely. Powers from unknown mystical sources carry hidden dangers regardless, and Peter and I can no longer alter our fundamental nature. But you don't need to feel disappointed. There are other ways to gain superhuman abilities, such as the super soldier serum. Ben gestured toward a wall display, and numerous chemical formulas instantly appeared on the computer screens. Peter and Harry approached with obvious surprise and fascination. You're also researching the super soldier serum. The super soldier serum seemed like an outdated concept in the modern era. But in reality, the serum's true effectiveness had never been limited to simple strength enhancement. It also provided significant anti-aging benefits. Current evidence suggested that the super soldier serum could be refined into a version with minimal side effects. Wasn't that infinitely superior to experimental lizard serums? Harry found Ben's research fascinating, but Peter was filled with concern. Ben, what exactly are you planning to do? To be honest, secretly developing super soldier serum was exactly the kind of activity that government military agencies pursued. Peter was genuinely worried that Ben might be heading down a dangerous path toward becoming a villain himself. What do I want to do? Ben asked, momentarily taken aback by the question. Then he cleared his throat and without hesitation borrowed a famous quote from a certain one-eyed intelligence director. I had this idea to bring together some remarkable people and see what we could accomplish. When the world needs us, we could fight the battles that they cannot win. When Dr. Animo seized control of Stark Tower with his mutation device, I realized that Iron Man alone isn't sufficient for our superhero community. Individual heroes fighting separately will never be enough. We need to gather these forces together, like fingers forming a clenched fist. Only through unity can we effectively combat evil. Ben turned around, and a massive hourglass symbol illuminated behind him on the wall display. I founded the Plumbers or Planetary Law Enforcement for unnatural, multiversal, biological, extraterrestrial response and surveillance. The mention of an organization filled with superhuman members sent both Harry Osborn and Peter Parker into barely contained excitement, their eyes lighting up with the kind of enthusiasm typically reserved for Christmas morning or the announcement of a surprise 3-day weekend. With theatrical ceremony, he produced 2 gleaming badges bearing the distinctive symbol of the Plumbers organization and formally appointed both teenagers as official members. Peter's hand shot up immediately, his expression puzzled. "Why plumbers?" he asked with genuine confusion. "That doesn't sound particularly heroic." "Are you telling me Spider-Man is destined to spend his career in sewers and storm drains? Dad worked often as a plumber to provide for us," Ben explained with a shrug. "I figured we should honor him." The truth was that Ben had simply inherited the organization's name from his memories of the Ben 10 universe, but the cover story served its purpose. "Look, you have 2 career paths to choose from," Ben continued with mock seriousness. "Scientist or agent, pick your poison." "You're both starting as junior members," he explained, settling into his role as organizational leader. "Technically, you should begin at trainee level, but Earth's roster is pretty thin right now, so I'm making an exception and fast-tracking you to full membership." Ben moved to his computer setup and began calling up files with practiced efficiency. "Your immediate superior will be one of our sheriffs," he said, pressing enter to display a gallery of character profiles on the main screen. Images of Loki, Brunhilde, Luma, Beta Ray Bill, and Kaira appeared in a neat arrangement, each accompanied by detailed biographical information and capability assessments. "These are our current sheriff-level operatives," Ben explained with obvious pride. "Fair warning, none of them are currently stationed on Earth." The Plumbers is an interstellar organization with responsibilities across multiple star systems. Harry felt his worldview expanding at a rate that threatened to give him vertigo. Peter nudged his friend's shoulder with obvious excitement. "Just wait until I tell you the story of how Ben helped liberate an entire planet from tyrannical rule," he said with the enthusiasm of someone who had witnessed genuine heroism in action. His attention was immediately drawn to Princess Luma's profile image. "Hold on," he said with sudden recognition. "She looks exactly like your 4 arms. Are they related?" "Same species," Ben confirmed. "Tetramans." Peter's expression shifted to one of mischievous speculation. "Is she going to become my future sisters-in-law?" he asked with a grin. "Because I'm pretty sure she could crush Mary Jane or Felicia's head like a rotten orange without breaking a sweat." Ben's response was a swift backhand to Peter's shoulder that carried just enough force to make his point. "What about your position in all this?" Harry asked, redirecting the conversation toward more practical matters. "I'm the chief sheriff," Ben replied with matter-of-fact confidence. The title represented the highest operational rank within the Plumbers' hierarchy, making him the direct superior of all sheriff-level operatives across known space. "So you're only 2 levels above us," Harry noted with satisfaction. "That's not too intimidating." "Actually, there's a complication," Ben admitted. "The chief sheriff identity needs to remain classified for operational security reasons. When other people are around, treat me as just another sheriff." He proceeded to explain the complex system of code names and alternate identities he had developed for his various alien transformations, allowing different forms to be treated as separate individuals when necessary. "It's a bit convoluted," Harry observed with mild frustration. "Welcome to intergalactic law enforcement," Ben replied with a shrug. He outlined the theoretical scope of sheriff-level authority, planetary oversight, establishment of branch operations, recruitment of local personnel, formation of specialized task forces, and other responsibilities that came with managing entire sectors of civilized space. The possibilities sent both teenagers into daydreams of space adventure and interstellar heroism. "So what's our first assignment?" Harry asked, practically vibrating with eagerness to get started. "Patience," Ben cautioned. "There will be opportunities soon enough, but right now we need to focus on preparation." His expression grew more serious as he considered the larger strategic picture. Somewhere in the universe, a purple-skinned titan was systematically collecting artifacts of unimaginable power. Despite Loki's not going to join them, Thanos' weakest military asset, the Chitauri invasion force, remained fully operational and would likely still target Earth according to the movie timeline. Before that inevitable confrontation, the Earth branch of the Plumbers needed to accumulate significantly more combat capability. "Equipment upgrades first," Ben announced, dismissing the personnel profiles and calling up technical specifications instead. The Spider-Man suits retracted into their wall displays, replaced by detailed schematics of the Green Goblin armor system. "Priority 1, we're changing your code name," Ben declared without hesitation. The Green Goblin designation had always struck him as poorly conceived, and the fact that Mandel Storm had previously used the identity made it even more problematic for Harry to adopt. "What do you suggest?" Harry asked, clearly having no particular attachment to the name. Ben briefly considered creating an insect-themed partnership with Spider-Man, then remembered that spiders weren't technically insects and abandoned that line of thinking. "We'll workshop the name later," he decided. "Let's focus on the hardware for now." He began manipulating the three-dimensional projection, systematically removing outdated components and replacing them with more advanced alternatives. "Manual wrist controls for the glider? Seriously?" Ben shook his head in disbelief. "What happens if your hands are restrained? We're switching to neural interface control. Don't worry, no brain surgery required. Everything will be integrated into the helmet systems." Following the design philosophy of Tony Stark's Iron Man technology, the upgraded helmet would read bioelectric signals and translate them into control commands for the armor's various systems. "The pumpkin bombs pack decent explosive power, but hand-throwing them is primitively inefficient," Ben continued, his fingers dancing across the holographic interface. "We'll miniaturize the payload and add integrated launch systems. Actually, let's just switch to directed energy weapons entirely." He paused, reconsidering his own suggestion. "On second thought, we'll keep the pumpkin bombs as backup ordnance but add laser projectors to the gauntlets for primary offensive capability." Ben produced a collection of disc-shaped devices from his equipment cache. Peter's eyes widened with recognition and alarm. "Are those neurotoxin discs?" he asked, covering his mouth reflexively. "Heavily modified and significantly weakened," Ben assured him. "Non-lethal dosage, designed for temporary incapacitation rather than permanent damage. The downside is reduced effectiveness against targets with enhanced physiology or natural resistance." He turned his attention to Peter's equipment needs. "Speaking of upgrades, I'm adding electrical discharge capability to your web shooters. Should give you some additional tactical options." "As for the glider systems," Ben continued, his enthusiasm building as he worked, "true anti-gravity is still beyond our current technological base, but supersonic flight is definitely achievable. We could also integrate sonic weapons if you're interested in crowd control applications." Harry and Peter found themselves relegated to observer status as Ben's creative energy took over. His hands moving across the projection controls with the fluid confidence of someone who genuinely enjoyed solving complex engineering problems. Meanwhile, across the city, Police Captain George Stacy arrived at yet another crime scene that had been reduced to smoldering ruins and scattered debris. When the fire department finally extinguished the industrial blaze, their search revealed only one survivor. The Rhino, unconscious and critically injured, but alive thanks to his enhanced durability. Wilson Fisk received news of his operation's complete failure through his network of police informants, and the report filled him with a mixture of rage and grudging respect for his opponent's capabilities. While his communications had been severed during the actual battle, Kingpin understood the tactical realities well enough to piece together what had occurred. The Green Goblin alone didn't have enough firepower to wipe out an entire strike team, so the only explanation was that Spider-Man, no, Prime had been there, actively involved in the carnage. After experiencing repeated defeats at Prime's hands, Kingpin found himself approaching a moment of uncharacteristic strategic clarity. He was many things: criminal mastrate, ruthless businessman, master manipulator, but he wasn't an idiot who would continue throwing resources into a losing proposition. Spider-Man and Prime could wait. Hell's Kitchen was only a few city blocks, while Fisk's empire stretched across the entire eastern seaboard. Sometimes tactical withdrawal was the wisest course of action. For S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives who had been monitoring the situation from a distance, the outcome hadn't been particularly surprising. Targeting someone under Ben Parker's protection was roughly equivalent to robbing an armored car instead of an undefended bank. The risk-to-reward ratio made no logical sense. "This incident reinforces an important lesson," Nick Fury observed to his assembled team. "Ben Parker is not someone you want to antagonize." Captain America nodded emphatically, his own encounters with Spider-Man having left him with considerable respect for the young hero's capabilities. Steve Rogers was confident that Peter Parker was fundamentally decent, a good kid with strong moral principles who would never cross certain ethical lines. Ben Parker represented a different category entirely. When Ben decided to eliminate threats, he did so with thorough efficiency that left no room for second chances. The villains who had survived this encounter were alive purely by accident rather than mercy. The memory of his own recent infiltration of Primus made Nick Fury's blood run cold. If Ben had decided to treat S.H.I.E.L.D. as an enemy rather than a potential ally, We need to recruit them for the Avengers Initiative, Fury declared with absolute conviction. Spider-Man's demonstrated capabilities speak for themselves. Coulson and Captain America voiced their agreement immediately. Having them on our side would provide incredible strategic advantages, Rogers added with obvious enthusiasm. But the inverse is equally true, Natasha interjected with characteristic directness. If they ever become our enemies, we'd be facing an almost impossible tactical situation. Then we make sure that never happens, Fury replied with finality. Natasha's expression suggested she found his confidence somewhat naive. I seem to recall someone almost making that exact scenario inevitable just a few weeks ago, she observed dryly. Fury cleared his throat and deliberately ignored the comment, instead gathering his paperwork with the kind of purposeful efficiency that suggested the conversation was over. I'll handle this personally, he announced with growing confidence. Just watch me work my magic on Spider-Man. His research had revealed Peter Parker to be exactly the kind of idealistic young hero who would respond positively to the right approach. Unlike Ben Parker, whose motivations remained frustratingly opaque, Peter was refreshingly straightforward. A fundamentally decent kid who respected authority, valued justice, and had already demonstrated his willingness to work alongside established heroes like Captain America. Fury's recruitment strategy was elegantly simple. Deploy Natasha for subtle social manipulation, nothing too obvious, just enough to make a favorable impression. Bring Steve Rogers to provide moral authority and peer validation, then present the opportunity as a chance to serve a greater cause. Coulson thought the plan was slightly manipulative, but had to admit its psychological sophistication. Nick Fury felt no shame about using every available advantage to secure such valuable assets for the organization. Consider it done, he said with absolute certainty. This is going to be easier than taking candy from a baby. Peter Parker remained blissfully unaware that certain government agencies were developing elaborate recruitment strategies that would supposedly work in his favor. The three teenagers didn't linger at Primus much longer before returning to the chaos of their regular lives, where the aftermath of another school attack required careful management and coordinated storytelling. Despite their successful rescue operation, appearances still needed to be maintained. Official statements had to be given, paperwork had to be filed, and concerned authorities had to be satisfied that everything was proceeding according to standard emergency protocols. Police Captain George Stacy arrived personally to conduct the interviews, and his expression grew notably darker the moment he spotted Peter among the witnesses. The look he gave the young man clearly communicated a single, exasperated question. Why does this kid keep showing up at every major incident in the city? Fortunately, Ben's team had rehearsed their cover story thoroughly during the ride back from Primus. Their testimonies aligned perfectly, presenting a coherent narrative that explained their presence and survival without raising uncomfortable questions about superhuman intervention. After completing their obligations to law enforcement, Ben suggested that Peter should prepare some kind of appreciation gift for J. Jonah Jameson. Despite the newspaper editor's notorious antagonism towards Spider-Man and his generally abrasive personality, he had demonstrated genuine integrity by refusing to betray Peter's civilian identity under extreme duress. That kind of loyalty deserved recognition, regardless of the man's other character flaws. Peter readily agreed to the gesture, but before visiting Jameson, they had a more pressing concern to address. The attack on their school had left 2 classrooms with significant structural damage where Kraven's strength had punched holes through reinforced walls. While the physical destruction was manageable, the psychological impact on the student body was considerable. School administrators had made the practical decision to suspend classes for several days while both repairs and counseling could be arranged. Most importantly, Flash Thompson remained in critical condition at New York Presbyterian Hospital. Flash's situation represented the kind of cruel irony that made Ben's jaw clench with suppressed anger. As someone with superhuman abilities, even Kraven's casual backhand had been enough to inflict life-threatening injuries on an ordinary teenager. The hunter hadn't even been trying to kill Flash. He'd simply swatted him aside like an annoying insect while pursuing his real target. Now Flash lay unconscious in the intensive care unit, his condition balanced on a knife's edge between recovery and permanent disability. His parents maintained a vigil outside the surgical suite, their faces etched with the kind of helpless anguish that only comes from watching a child suffer while being powerless to intervene. "The situation is quite serious, Doctor," Martinez admitted as he emerged from the operating theater after several hours of emergency surgery. The exhaustion in his voice spoke of a medical team that had pushed their skills to the absolute limit trying to save a young life. "We've managed to stabilize the patient's vital signs," he continued with professional caution, "but the head trauma is extensive. There's significant risk of permanent neurological damage, potentially including a persistent vegetative state." The words hit Flash's parents like physical blows, draining the color from their faces and leaving them swaying on their feet. Mrs. Thompson grasped the doctor's arm with desperate intensity, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Please," she whispered, her voice cracking with emotion. "There has to be something else you can try, anything. He's our only child." Dr. Martinez's expression softened with genuine sympathy. "There is one theoretical option," he said carefully. "Osborne Industries has developed a serum that could potentially reverse this type of damage, however." He hesitated, clearly reluctant to raise hopes that might be crushed by practical realities. The cost is prohibitive for most families, and availability is extremely limited. Most of the production run has been reserved for military and government contracts. What little reaches the civilian market is typically acquired by individuals with significant financial resources. The unspoken price tag hung in the air like a death sentence. Flash Thompson came from a solidly middle-class family, comfortable enough to afford a nice house in Queens and send their son to a decent private school, but nowhere near wealthy enough to compete with politicians and billionaires for access to life-saving medicine. Even if they could somehow raise the necessary funds, actually obtaining the serum would require connections and influence they simply didn't possess. Mrs. Thompson's legs gave out entirely, and she collapsed to her knees as the full weight of their helplessness crashed down upon her. "Maybe in a few years," Dr. Martinez offered with forced optimism, "when production increases and the price comes down." But everyone present understood the cruel mathematics of that scenario. Flash would spend years connected to life support equipment, burning through the family's savings while his mind remained trapped in pharmaceutical-induced limbo. By the time the treatment became accessible, the best years of his life would be gone forever. Ben Parker stepped forward without hesitation. "Primus Technologies will handle Flash's medical care," he announced with quiet authority. The promise drew startled looks from both parents and medical staff, but Ben's expression brooked no argument. Flash Thompson wasn't perfect. He could be arrogant, impulsive, and occasionally cruel in the thoughtless way of privileged teenagers. But at his core, he was a decent kid whose worst impulses had been gradually corrected through years of friendship with Ben. More importantly, he'd been injured while trying to protect Peter from Craven. Ben couldn't stand by and watch someone suffer for doing the right thing. "The serum might not be sufficient for this type of neurological damage," Ben continued, addressing the practical medical concerns. "Brain tissue is significantly more complex than muscle or bone, and crude cellular regeneration could potentially cause memory problems or personality changes." He paused, considering alternative solutions. "However, Primus has access to medical technologies that go beyond conventional pharmaceuticals. We'll find a way to help him." In the back of his mind, Ben was already considering more exotic options. If traditional medicine proved insufficient, there were always the symbiotes, alien organisms capable of healing virtually any injury while granting their hosts enhanced physical capabilities. It would mean bringing Agent Venom into the world ahead of schedule, but sometimes circumstances demanded flexibility. "Eunice," he said quietly, activating his communication link, "monitor the Life Foundation's network traffic and satellite communications. Alert me immediately if there's any unusual activity." After completing Flash's transfer paperwork and explaining the situation to his grateful parents, Ben transported the entire Thompson family to Primus for advanced medical evaluation. He made it clear that while the regenerative serum might provide some benefit, he couldn't guarantee immediate results. What he could promise was that Flash would receive the best possible care until a complete cure could be achieved. The Primus Technologies tower's upper floors contained medical facilities that rivaled anything available at Johns Hopkins or the Mayo Clinic, staffed by experts who had access to technologies that wouldn't reach the general public for decades. After settling the Thompson family in comfortable quarters, Ben sought out Dr. Kurt Connors for a comprehensive analysis of Flash's condition. Between Eunice's sophisticated scanning capabilities and Connor's expertise in regenerative biology, they were able to develop a detailed understanding of the neurological damage within hours. "The regenerative serum can definitely repair the physical trauma," Connors confirmed after reviewing the scan results. "However," he continued with scientific precision, "the healing process will be somewhat crude by necessity. Brain tissue doesn't regenerate the same way as other organs. There will likely be significant memory disruption and cognitive side effects. He pointed to specific areas highlighted on the brain scan. Think of it like rebuilding a complex machine without the original blueprints. The basic functionality will be restored, but the fine details might be lost. Ben nodded, having expected as much. Then we'll need to consider symbiote intervention, he said matter-of-factly. Symbiote? Connors asked with professional curiosity. I'm familiar with symbiotic relationships in biology, but you're clearly referring to something more specific. An alien species, Ben explained, seeing no reason to conceal information from someone already privy to so many secrets. They're amorphous organisms capable of bonding with other life forms. That sounds uncomfortably similar to parasitism, Connors observed with obvious concern. The key difference is mutual benefit, Ben clarified. Symbiotes can heal fatal injuries, grant enhanced physical capabilities, and even provide protection from environmental hazards. The relationship is genuinely cooperative rather than exploitative. He'd learned much about symbiote biology during his time on Sykar, where Brunhilde had shared extensive knowledge about their species. Most symbiotes actually originate from a planet called Clinter in the Andromeda Galaxy, Ben continued. They're naturally altruistic and enjoy helping other species achieve their potential. The negative reputation comes from a few bad examples under unfortunate circumstances. Connors listened with the fascination of a scientist encountering an entirely new form of life. If such creatures exist, he said thoughtfully, they could revolutionize medical treatment across countless species. Exactly, Ben agreed. For now, though, let's proceed with the regenerative serum and see how Flash responds. We can introduce symbiote therapy later if needed. After all, amnesia was a manageable problem compared to permanent brain death. Getting Flash conscious and functional took priority over preserving every detail of his memories. Meanwhile, across the city, Peter Parker was fulfilling his obligation to visit J. Jonah Jameson with an appropriate gift of appreciation. The Daily Bugle's editor-in-chief had been transferred to New York Presbyterian's VIP wing, where he was currently berating his staff with characteristic enthusiasm despite his own injuries. "You incompetent morons," Jameson's voice echoed through the hospital corridor as Peter approached. "Why did you put me in the expensive ward? Do you think I'm made of money? These medical vampires charge enough to buy a small country." He sat propped up in bed with bandages wrapped around his head, his face flushed with indignation as he gestured wildly at Robbie Robertson and Betty Brant. When Peter entered the room, Jameson's tirade stopped mid-sentence. His expression softened dramatically, transforming from irritated employer to concerned grandfather in the space of a heartbeat. "Peter," he said with genuine warmth, "are you hurt? Are you okay? Did those animals do anything to you?" The unexpected tenderness in his voice left Peter momentarily speechless. He'd never heard Jameson speak with such gentle concern, and the contrast with his usual bombastic personality was jarring. "I'm fine, Mr. Jameson," Peter managed, setting down the flowers and gift basket he'd brought. "Thank you for asking." "Good, good," Jameson said with obvious relief, studying Peter carefully for signs of injury or trauma. Once he was satisfied that Peter had escaped serious harm, his personality reverted to its default setting with almost mechanical precision. "Since you're unharmed," he declared with renewed energy, "where are my photographs?" His voice rose to its familiar decibel level as he launched into a fresh round of accusations. "You completely failed in your professional responsibilities. You had a perfect opportunity to document Spider-Man's brutal methods and expose him for the menace he really is. Instead, I get nothing but medical bills and therapy sessions." Peter tried to defend himself. "But Spider-Man saved me." "He didn't save anyone," Jameson interrupted, practically launching himself out of bed in his excitement. "He's the reason you were in danger in the first place." He pointed an accusatory finger at Peter's chest. "He's the reason my newspaper was attacked. He's the reason I'm stuck in this overpriced medical prison being bled dry by doctors who charge more per hour than most people make in a month." The rant continued for several minutes, covering Spider-Man's various alleged crimes, the incompetence of the New York Police Department, and the predatory nature of the American healthcare system. Finally, Jameson climbed out of bed, delivered a playful kick to Peter's backside, and physically escorted him from the room. "Go home to your family," he ordered with gruff affection. "They're probably worried sick about you." The gesture, despite its aggressive presentation, was actually motivated by genuine concern for Peter's well-being and his family's peace of mind. Ironically, Ben Sr. and May remained completely unaware that their nephew had been kidnapped in the first place. Harry Osborn had moved quickly to suppress media coverage of the incident, ensuring that the specific identities of Craven's targets never reached public attention. The official story simply referred to students being rescued from a dangerous situation, without naming names or providing details that might compromise ongoing investigations. When Peter arrived home to the modest Parker residence in Queens, he found the house empty. Ben Sr. and May had departed earlier that morning to participate in community volunteer work, a fulfilling use of their time now that financial pressures had been alleviated by Ben's success. Both teenagers supported their guardian's decision to focus on helping others rather than simply pursuing additional income. Peter viewed it as another form of heroism, while Ben was simply happy to see them enjoying life without the constant stress of economic uncertainty. However, the empty house didn't mean Peter was alone. Standing on the front porch with the patient bearing of someone accustomed to waiting, Steve Rogers offered a warm smile as Peter approached. "Hello, Peter Parker," Captain America said with the kind of genuine friendliness that immediately put people at ease. "I was hoping we could have a conversation." "Hello, Peter Parker," Captain America said with his characteristic warmth and sincerity. After a measured pause, he added with quiet significance, "Or should I say Spider-Man?" The friendly expression on Peter's face immediately shifted to guarded alertness. His mind raced through the implications. If someone had been willing to kidnap him to target Spider-Man, it stood to reason that other interested parties might threaten Uncle Ben and Aunt May to achieve similar goals. However, his spider sense remained completely silent, suggesting that whatever these visitors wanted, immediate physical danger wasn't part of their agenda. Peter had fought alongside Captain America during the recent crisis, though he'd never seen the man's actual face. At the time, Rogers had been wearing his full uniform and mask. Steve seemed to recognize Peter's uncertainty and raised his hand to cover the upper portion of his face in a gesture that immediately triggered recognition. "Captain Rogers," Peter exclaimed, his wariness instantly transforming into surprised delight. "What are you doing here?" "I'm visiting some friends in Queens," Steve replied with a slight smile. "I hope you don't mind, but I brought a couple of colleagues along, professional courtesy." He stepped aside to reveal a dark sedan parked at the curb, its tinted windows reflecting the afternoon sun like mirrors. Nick Fury lowered the driver's side window just enough to show half of his face, offering a cautious wave that spoke volumes about his recent educational experience at Primus. Clearly, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director had learned the value of proper introductions and advance notice when dealing with the Parker family. Peter found himself hesitating as he studied the partially visible stranger. The man's appearance, dark skin, serious expression, and what appeared to be an eye patch created an impression that wasn't entirely reassuring. This was the 21st century, after all, and the pirate aesthetic raised certain questions about his professional affiliations. Still, Captain America's presence provided considerable credibility, and his spider sense continued to register no threats. After a moment's consideration, Peter nodded his agreement. Nick Fury emerged from the vehicle accompanied by a striking redhead whose appearance had clearly been calibrated for maximum psychological impact. Natasha Romanoff was a masterpiece of strategic presentation. Her black leather jacket was zipped just low enough to create a gravitational field that could capture the attention of any heterosexual male between the ages of 14 and 90. The effect on Peter was both immediate and obvious. One glance at the carefully constructed display was enough to convince him that these people definitely had something important to discuss with him. Something very important indeed. Hello there," Peter managed, his face flushing crimson as he deliberately averted his gaze while shaking Nick Fury's offered hand. The reaction was exactly what Fury had been hoping for. With practiced smoothness, he positioned his hands in a subtle gesture that seemed designed to direct Peter's attention back toward Natasha's. "Professional attributes. Nick Fury S.H.I.E.L.D., he said with calculated informality. "This is Agent Natasha Romanoff." "Would you like to come inside?" Peter asked, desperately trying to focus on anything other than the visual distraction that was apparently standard issue for international espionage work. "We could sit down and talk properly." Steve Rogers shot a disapproving look toward Natasha, silently communicating his opinion that using seduction tactics on a teenage boy was crossing several ethical lines simultaneously. Natasha's expression suggested she shared his discomfort with the assignment, but professional duty demanded certain sacrifices. Nick Fury, meanwhile, was congratulating himself on the apparent success of his psychological approach. The innocent young hero was clearly susceptible to traditional manipulation techniques. "Excellent idea," he declared with enthusiasm, clapping Peter on the shoulder with false camaraderie. "I like your thinking, kid." He moved toward the house with confident strides, but stopped abruptly mid-step, one foot suspended in the air as a critical question occurred to him. Just to be safe, he said with obvious concern, your cousin isn't here, is he? Peter shook his head in confusion. The relief that flooded Nick Fury's features was almost comical. His posture straightened, his voice regained its commanding authority, and his entire demeanor shifted from cautious diplomat to confident operative. He was back in his element. That's unfortunate, he said with transparent insincerity. Ben and I are old friends, you know. Peter's eyebrows rose in skeptical disbelief. The group settled onto the Parker family's modest furniture, a collection of well-worn pieces that had clearly seen decades of faithful service. Peter busied himself providing water glasses while Nick surveyed their surroundings with obvious puzzlement. For someone with billionaire status, Fury observed, the furnishings here are remarkably understated. Understated was diplomatic language for what could more accurately be described as deliberately austere. It was like discovering that Tony Stark had chosen to abandon his Malibu mansion in favor of a cardboard box under a highway overpass. We're comfortable here, Peter explained simply. Uncle Ben and Aunt May have lived in this house for years. They're attached to everything in it, even the old black and white TV that still gets static sometimes. Peter glanced at the vintage wall clock, then back at Nick Fury, who seemed to be deliberately avoiding the purpose of his visit in favor of small talk. So, Peter ventured hesitantly, what exactly did you want to discuss? His hands moved nervously as he tried to frame the question diplomatically. I don't mean to rush you, it's just that Uncle Ben and Aunt May will be home in a few hours, and they might not appreciate me entertaining visitors who look like, well, they might get the wrong impression. Peter's face reddened as he realized how his words sounded. I'm not saying you're dangerous or anything, I mean Captain Rogers is here, so obviously you're in the clear. It's just that they don't know you, and honestly you do look a bit like a pirate, and she dresses like someone who works in certain types of establishments. The brutal honesty hit its targets with devastating accuracy. Nick Fury turned away in embarrassment while Natasha quietly zipped her jacket up to a more conservative level. You really have a gift for talking, kid, Fury muttered. Thank you, Peter replied with genuine gratitude, completely missing the sarcasm. That wasn't a compliment, never mind, let's get to business. Nick retrieved a thick folder from his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table with ceremonial gravity. I was planning to ease into this gradually, but given your direct style, I'll cut to the chase. He stood up, his expression shifting to one of professional seriousness. We're here about Richard Parker and Mary Parker. The words hit Peter like a physical blow, draining the color from his face and leaving him staring at the folder as if it contained live explosives. Your parents, Nick clarified unnecessarily. Take a look. For several minutes, the only sounds in the room were the rustling of papers and the ticking of the old clock. Steve watched Peter with growing concern, recognizing the particular stillness that came when someone was processing information too painful to fully comprehend. This was the second time that Peter had encountered concrete information about his parents' fate. The first occasion had led him to Dr. Connor's laboratory, where a radioactive spider bite had transformed him into Spider-Man. Since then, the trail had gone cold. Neither Connors nor Norman Osborn had been able to provide additional details about Richard and Mary Parker's disappearance. Most people who knew the family assumed the worst. Only Peter had maintained stubborn hope that some extraordinary circumstance had forced his parents to leave, and that someday they might return. Now that hope was being systematically destroyed by official documentation. So they're dead, Peter said finally, his voice unnaturally calm. The night they left you here, their plane was attacked, Nick confirmed with professional detachment. It was during a storm, terrible flying conditions, but they took off anyway. The wreckage was never recovered, but we've pieced together what happened from other sources. Hydra killed them, Peter stated rather than asked. The emotional numbness in his voice worried Steve more than tears or anger would have. Sometimes the most devastating wounds were the ones that didn't bleed. Are you okay, Peter? Steve asked gently, placing a supportive hand on the young man's shoulder. I'm fine, Captain, thank you. Peter's attention returned to Nick Fury. I thought Hydra was destroyed during World War II. Most of it was, Nick acknowledged. But organizations like that are never completely eliminated. They're like weeds, cut off the visible growth and the roots find new ways to spread. He leaned forward, adopting the tone of someone sharing confidential information. We've kept this information classified for years. Originally, we planned never to tell you. Knowing about Hydra could put an ordinary civilian in terrible danger. But recent events have made it clear that you're far from ordinary. Nick gestured toward Peter with obvious respect. You possess abilities that, with proper training and support, could make a real difference in the fight against threats that conventional law enforcement can't handle. This is both a gift and a responsibility that your parents helped create. He paused for dramatic effect. We have a common enemy, Peter. The question is, what are you prepared to do about it? When Peter finally asked the crucial question, Nick Fury's expression shifted to one of barely contained triumph. This was the moment he'd been building toward. Time to close the deal. With theatrical solemnity, he delivered the recruitment speech he'd been rehearsing for days. I have this idea, he began, his voice carrying the weight of destiny itself, to bring together a group of remarkable people. To see if we could become something more, to fight the battles that ordinary people can't win when the world needs us most. Peter stared at him with growing recognition.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.